Chapter 21 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 21. Madame Mantalini finds herself in a situation of some difficulty, and Miss Nickleby finds herself in no situation at all. The agitation she had undergone rendered Kate Nickleby unable to resume her duties at the dressmaker's for 3 days, at the expiration of which interval she betook herself at the accustomed hour, and with languid steps, to the temple of fashion where Madame Mantalini reigned paramount and supreme. The ill will of Miss Nagg had lost nothing of its virulence in the interval. The young ladies still scrupulously shrunk from all companionship with their denounced associate, and when that exemplary female arrived a few minutes afterwards, she was at no pains to conceal the displeasure with which she regarded Kate's return. "Upon my word," said Miss Nagg, as the satellites flocked round to relieve her of her bonnet and shawl, "I should have thought some people would have had spirit enough to stop away altogether when they know what an encumbrance their presence is to right-minded persons. But it's a queer world. Oh, it's a queer world." Miss Nagg, having passed this comment on the world in the tone in which most people do pass comments on the world when they are out of temper, that is to say, as if they by no means belonged to it, concluded by heaving a sigh wherewith she seemed meekly to compassionate the wickedness of mankind. The attendants were not slow to echo the sigh, and Miss Nagg was apparently on the eve of favouring them with some further moral reflections, when the voice of Madame Mantalini, conveyed through the speaking-tube, ordered Miss Nickleby upstairs to assist in the arrangement of the show-room, a distinction which caused Miss Nagg to toss her head so much and bite her lips so hard that her powers of conversation were, for the time, annihilated. "Well, Miss Nickleby, child," said Madame Mantalini when Kate presented herself, "are you quite well again?" "A great deal better, thank you," replied Kate. "I wish I could say the same," remarked Madame Mantalini, seating herself with an air of weariness. "Are you ill?" asked Kate. "I'm very sorry for that." "Not exactly ill, but worried, child, worried," rejoined Madame. "I am still more sorry to hear that," said Kate gently. "Bodily illness is more easy to bear than mental." "Ah, and it's so much easier to talk than to bear either," said Madame, rubbing her nose with such irritability of manner. "There, get your work, child. Put the things in order, do." While Kate was wondering within herself what these symptoms of unusual vexation portended, Mr. Mantalini put the tips of his whiskers, and by degrees his head, through the half-opened door, and cried in a soft voice, "Is my life and soul there?" "No," replied his wife. "How can it say so, when it is blooming in the front room like a little rose in a demnition flower-pot?" urged Mantalini. "May its poppet come in and talk?" "Certainly not," replied Madame. "You know I never allow you here. Go along." The poppet, however, encouraged perhaps by the relenting tone of this reply, ventured to rebel, and stealing into the room, made towards Madame Mantalini on tiptoe, blowing her a kiss as he came along. "Why will it vex itself and twist its little face into bewitching nutcrackers?" said Mantalini, putting his left arm round the waist of his life and soul, and drawing her towards him with his right. "Oh, I can't bear you," replied his wife. "Not, eh? Not bear me?" exclaimed Mantalini. "Fibs, fibs! It couldn't be. There's not a woman alive that could tell me such a thing to my face, to my own face." Mr. Mantalini stroked his chin as he said this, and glanced complacently at an opposite mirror. "Such destructive extravagance," reasoned his wife in a low tone. "All in its joy at having gained such a lovely creature, such a little Venus, such a damned enchanting, bewitching, engrossing, captivating little Venus," said Mantalini. "See what a situation you have placed me in," urged Madame. "No harm will come, no harm shall come to its own darling," rejoined Mr. Mantalini. "It is all over. There will be nothing the matter. Money shall be got in, and if it don't come in fast enough, old Nickleby shall stump up again, or have his jugular separated if he dares to vex her little—" "Hush!" interposed Madam. "Don't you see?" Mr. Mantalini, who, in his eagerness to make up matters with his wife, had overlooked, or feigned to overlook, Miss Nickleby hitherto, took the hint, and laying his finger on his lip, sunk his voice still lower. There was then a great deal of whispering, during which Madam Mantalini appeared to make reference more than once to certain debts incurred by Mr. Mantalini previous to her coverture, and also to an unexpected outlay of money in payment of the aforesaid debts, and furthermore to certain agreeable weaknesses on that gentleman's part, such as gaming, wasting, idling, and a tendency to horseflesh, each of which matters of accusation Mr. Mantalini disposed of, by one kiss or more, as its relative importance demanded. The upshot of it all was that Madam Mantalini was in raptures with him, and they went upstairs to breakfast. Kate busied herself in what she had to do, and was silently arranging the various articles of decoration in the best taste she could display, when she started to hear a strange man's voice in the room, and started again, to observe, on looking round, that a white hat, and a red neckerchief, and a broad round face, and a large head, and part of a green coat were in the room too. "Don't alarm yourself, miss," said the proprietor of these appearances. "I say, this here's the manty-making concern, an't it?" "Yes," rejoined Kate, greatly astonished. "What did you want?" The stranger answered not, but, first looking back, as though to beckon some unseen person outside, came very deliberately into the room, and was closely followed by a little man in brown, very much the worse for wear, who brought with him a mingled fumigation of stale tobacco and fresh onions. The clothes of this gentleman were much bespeckled with flue, and his shoes, stockings, and nether garments, from his heels to the waist-buttons of his coat inclusive, were profusely embroidered with splashes of mud, caught a fortnight previously, before the settling in of the fine weather. Kate's very natural impression was that these engaging individuals had called with the view of possessing themselves, unlawfully, of any portable articles that chanced to strike their fancy. She did not attempt to disguise her apprehensions, and made a move towards the door. "Wait a minute," said the man in the green coat, closing it softly and standing with his back against it. "This is an unpleasant business. Where's your governor?" "My what, did you say?" asked Kate, trembling, for she thought governor might be slang for watch or money. "Mr. Mantalini," said the man. "What's come on him? Is he at home?" "He is above stairs, I believe," replied Kate, a little reassured by this inquiry. "Do you want him?" "No," replied the visitor. "I don't exactly want him if it's made a favour on. You can just give him that 'ere card and tell him if he wants to speak to me and save trouble, here I am. That's all." With these words, the stranger put a thick square card into Kate's hand, and, turning to his friend, remarked with an easy air that the rooms was a good high pitch, to which the friend assented, adding by way of illustration that there was lots of room for a little boy to grow up a man in either on 'em, without much fear of his ever bringing his head into contact with the ceiling. After ringing the bell which would summon Madam Mantalini, Kate glanced at the card and saw that it displayed the name of Scaley, together with some other information to which she had not had time to refer when her attention was attracted by Mr. Scaley himself, who, walking up to one of the cheval glasses, gave it a hard poke in the centre with his stick, as coolly as if it had been made of cast iron. "Good plate this year, Tix," said Mr. Scaley to his friend. "Ah," rejoined Mr. Tix, placing the marks of his 4 fingers and a duplicate impression of his thumb on a piece of sky-blue silk. "And this here article warn't made for nothing, mind you." From the silk, Mr. Tix transferred his admiration to some elegant articles of wearing apparel, while Mr. Scaley adjusted his neckcloth, at leisure, before the glass, and afterwards, aided by its reflection, proceeded to the minute consideration of a pimple on his chin, in which absorbing occupation he was yet engaged, when Madame Mantalini, entering the room, uttered an exclamation of surprise which roused him. "Oh, is this the Missus?" inquired Scaley. "It is Madame Mantalini," said Kate. "Then," said Mr. Scaley, producing a small document from his pocket and unfolding it very slowly, "this is a writ of execution, and if it's not convenient to settle, we'll go over the house at once, please, and take the inventory." Poor Madame Mantalini wrung her hands for grief and rung the bell for her husband, which done she fell into a chair and a fainting fit simultaneously. The professional gentlemen, however, were not at all discomposed by this event, for Mr. Scaley, leaning upon a stand on which a handsome dress was displayed, so that his shoulders appeared above it in nearly the same manner as the shoulders of the lady for whom it was designed would have done if she had had it on, pushed his hat on one side and scratched his head with perfect unconcern, while his friend Mr. Tix, taking that opportunity for a general survey of the apartment preparatory to entering on business, stood with his inventory book under his arm and his hat in his hand, mentally occupied in putting a price upon every object within his range of vision. Such was the posture of affairs when Mr. Mantalini hurried in, and as that distinguished specimen had had a pretty extensive intercourse with Mr. Scaley's fraternity in his bachelor days, and was, besides, very far from being taken by surprise on the present agitating occasion, he merely shrugged his shoulders, thrust his hands down to the bottom of his pockets, elevated his eyebrows, whistled a bar or two, swore an oath or two, and, sitting astride upon a chair, put the best face upon the matter with great composure and decency. "What's the damned total?" was the first question he asked. £1,527 4 and 9 replied Mr. Scaley, without moving a limb. "The halfpenny be damned," said Mr. Mantalini impatiently. "By all means, if you wish it," retorted Mr. Scaley. "And the ninepence?" "It don't matter to us if the £1,527 went along with it, that I know on," observed Mr. Tix. "Not a button," said Scaley. "Well," said the same gentleman after a pause, "what's to be done? Anything? Is it only a small crack or a out-and-out smash? A break-up of the Constitution, is it? Very good. Then, Mr. Tom Tix, Esquire, you must inform your angel wife and lovely family as you won't sleep at home for 3 nights to come, along of being in possession here. What's the good of the lady a fretting herself?" continued Mr. Scaley, as Madame Mantalini sobbed. "A good half of what's here isn't paid for, I dessay, and what a consolation oughtn't that to be to her feelings?" With these remarks, combining great pleasantry with sound moral encouragement under difficulties, Mr. Scaley proceeded to take the inventory, in which delicate task he was materially assisted by the uncommon tact and experience of Mr. Tix, the broker. "My cup of happiness's sweetener," said Mantalini, approaching his wife with a penitent air, "will you listen to me for 2 minutes?" "Oh, don't speak to me," replied his wife, sobbing. "You have ruined me, and that's enough." Mr. Mantalini, who had doubtless well considered his part, no sooner heard these words pronounced in a tone of grief and severity than he recoiled several paces, assumed an expression of consuming mental agony, rushed headlong from the room, and was soon afterwards heard to slam the door of an upstairs dressing-room with great violence. "Miss Nickleby," cried Madame Mantalini, when this sound met her ear, "make haste! For heaven's sake, he will destroy himself! I spoke unkindly to him, and he cannot bear it from me. Alfred, my darling, Alfred!" With such exclamations she hurried upstairs, followed by Kate, who, although she did not quite participate in the fond wife's apprehensions, was a little flurried nevertheless. The dressing-room door being hastily flung open, Mr. Mantalini was disclosed to view, with his shirt-collar symmetrically thrown back, putting a fine edge to a breakfast knife by means of his razor-strop. "Ah!" cried Mr. Mantalini. "Interrupted!" And whisk went the breakfast knife into Mr. Mantalini's dressing-gown pocket, while Mr. Mantalini's eyes rolled wildly and his hair, floating in wild disorder, mingled with his whiskers. "Alfred!" cried his wife, flinging her arms about him. "I didn't mean to say it. I didn't mean to say it." "Ruined!" cried Mr. Mantalini. "Have I brought ruin upon the best and purest creature that ever blessed a dead nation, vagabond? Damn it, let me go!" At this crisis of his ravings, Mr. Mantalini made a pluck at the breakfast knife, and being restrained by his wife's grasp, attempted to dash his head against the wall, taking very good care to be at least 6 feet from it. "Compose yourself, my own angel," said Madam. "It was nobody's fault. It was mine as much as yours. We shall do very well yet. Come, Alfred, come." Mr. Mantalini did not think proper to come to all at once, but, after calling several times for poison and requesting some lady or gentleman to blow his brains out, gentler feelings came upon him, and he wept pathetically. In this softened frame of mind he did not oppose the capture of the knife, which, to tell the truth, he was rather glad to be rid of, as an inconvenient and dangerous article for a skirt pocket, and finally he suffered himself to be led away by his affectionate partner. After a delay of 2 or 3 hours, the young ladies were informed that their services would be dispensed with until further notice, and at the expiration of 2 days the name of Mantalini appeared on the list of bankrupts. Miss Nickleby received an intimation per post on the same morning that the business would be, in future, carried on under the name of Miss Nagg, and that her assistance would no longer be required. A piece of intelligence with which Mrs. Nickleby was no sooner made acquainted than that good lady declared she had expected it all along, and cited divers unknown occasions on which she had prophesied to that precise effect.
"And I say again,"
remarked Mrs. Nickleby, who, it is scarcely necessary to observe, had never said so before,
"I say again that a milliner's and dressmaker's is the very last description of business, Kate, that you should have thought of attaching yourself to. I don't make it a reproach to you, my love, but still I will say that if you had consulted your own mother—"
"Well, well, mamma," said Kate mildly, "what would you recommend now?"
"Recommend?" cried Mrs. Nickleby. "Isn't it obvious, my dear, that of all occupations in this world for a young lady situated as you are, that of companion to some amiable lady is the very thing for which your education and manners and personal appearance and everything else exactly qualify you? Did you never hear your poor dear papa speak of the young lady who was the daughter of the old lady who boarded in the same house that he boarded in once when he was a bachelor? What was her name again now? I know it began with a B and ended with G. But whether it was Waters or... Oh, no, it couldn't have been that either. But whatever her name was, don't you know that that young lady went as companion to a married lady who died soon afterwards, and that she married the husband and had one of the finest little boys that the medical man had ever seen, all within 18 months?
Kate knew perfectly well that this torrent of favourable recollection was occasioned by some opening, real or imaginary, which her mother had discovered in the companionship walk of life. She therefore waited very patiently until all reminiscences and anecdotes, bearing or not bearing upon the subject, had been exhausted, and at last ventured to inquire what discovery had been made. The truth then came out. Mrs. Nickleby had, that morning, had a yesterday's newspaper of the very first respectability from the public-house where the porter came from, and in this yesterday's newspaper was an advertisement, couched in the purest and most grammatical English, announcing that a married lady was in want of a genteel young person as companion, and that the married lady's name and address were to be known on application at a certain library at the west end of the town therein mentioned.
"And I say," exclaimed Mrs. Nickleby, laying the paper down in triumph, "that if your uncle don't object, it's well worth the trial."
Kate was too sick at heart after the rough jostling she had already had with the world, and really cared too little at the moment what fate was reserved for her, to make any objection. Mr. Ralph Nickleby offered none, but, on the contrary, highly approved of the suggestion, neither did he express any great surprise at Madame Mantalini's sudden failure. Indeed, it would have been strange if he had, inasmuch as it had been procured and brought about chiefly by himself. So the name and address were obtained without loss of time, and Miss Nickleby and her mamma went off in quest of Mrs. Wititterly of Cadogan Place, Sloane Street, that same forenoon. Cadogan Place is the one slight bond that joins two great extremes. It is the connecting link between the aristocratic pavements of Belgrave Square and the barbarism of Chelsea. It is in Sloane Street, but not of it. The people in Cadogan Place look down upon Sloane Street and think Brompton low. They affect fashion, too, and wonder where the new road is. Not that they claim to be on precisely the same footing as the high folks of Belgrave Square and Grosvenor Place, but that they stand, with reference to them, rather in the light of those illegitimate children of the great who are content to boast of their connections, although their connections disavow them. Wearing as much as they can of the airs and semblances of loftiest rank, the people of Cadogan Place have the realities of middle station. It is the conductor which communicates to the inhabitants of regions beyond its limit the shock of pride of birth and rank, which it is not within itself, but derives from a fountain-head beyond. Or, like the ligament which unites the Siamese twins, it contains something of the life and essence of two distinct bodies, and yet belongs to neither. Upon this doubtful ground lived Mrs. Wititterly, and at Mrs. Wititterly's door Kate Nickleby knocked with trembling hand. The door was opened by a big footman with his head floured, or chalked, or painted in some way. It didn't look genuine powder. And the big footman, receiving the card of introduction, gave it to a little page, so little indeed that his body would not hold in ordinary array the number of small buttons which are indispensable to a page's costume, and they were consequently obliged to be stuck on 4 abreast. This young gentleman took the card upstairs on a salver, and pending his return, Kate and her mother were shown into a dining-room of rather dirty and shabby aspect, and so comfortably arranged as to be adapted to almost any purpose rather than eating and drinking. Now, in the ordinary course of things, and according to all authentic descriptions of high life as set forth in books, Mrs. Wititterly ought to have been in her boudoir. But whether it was that Mr. Wititterly was at that moment shaving himself in the boudoir, or what not, certain it is that Mrs. Wititterly gave audience in the drawing-room, where was everything proper and necessary, including curtains and furniture coverings of a roseate hue, to shed a delicate bloom on Mrs. Wititterly's complexion, and a little dog to snap at strangers' legs for Mrs. Wititterly's amusement, and the aforementioned page to hand chocolate for Mrs. Wititterly's refreshment. The lady had an air of sweet insipidity and a face of engaging paleness. There was a faded look about her, and about the furniture, and about the house. She was reclining on a sofa in such a very unstudied attitude that she might have been taken for an actress all ready for the first scene in a ballet, and only waiting for the drop curtain to go up. "Place chairs." The page placed them. "Leave the room, Alphonse." The page left it. But if ever an Alphonse carried plain Bill in his face and figure, that page was the boy. "I have ventured to call, ma'am," said Kate after a few seconds of awkward silence, "from having seen your advertisement." "Yes," replied Mrs. Wititterly. "One of my people put it in the paper. Yes." "I thought perhaps," said Kate modestly, "that if you had not already made a final choice, you would forgive my troubling you with an application." "Yes," drawled Mrs. Wititterly again. "If you have already made a selection—" "Oh, dear no," interrupted the lady. "I am not so easily suited. I really don't know what to say. You have never been a companion before, have you?" Mrs. Nickleby, who had been eagerly watching her opportunity, came dexterously in before Kate could reply. "Not to any stranger, ma'am," said the good lady,
but she has been a companion to me for some years. I am her mother, ma'am."
"Oh," said Mrs. Wititterly,
"I apprehend you. I assure you, ma'am," said Mrs. Nickleby, "that I very little thought at one time that it would be necessary for my daughter to go out into the world at all, for her poor dear papa was an independent gentleman, and would have been at this moment if he had but listened in time to my constant entreaties, and—" "Dear mamma," said Kate in a low voice. "My dear Kate, if you will allow me to speak," said Mrs. Nickleby, "I shall take the liberty of explaining to this lady—" "I think it is almost unnecessary, mamma."
And notwithstanding all the frowns and winks with which Mrs. Nickleby intimated that she was going to say something which would clench the business at once, Kate maintained her point by an expressive look, and for once Mrs. Nickleby was stopped upon the very brink of an oration.
"What are your accomplishments?"
asked Mrs. Wititterly, with her eyes shut. Kate blushed as she mentioned her principal acquirements, and Mrs. Nickleby checked them all off, one by one, on her fingers, having calculated the number before she came out. Luckily the two calculations agreed, so Mrs. Nickleby had no excuse for talking.
"You are a good temper?"
asked Mrs. Wititterly, opening her eyes for an instant and shutting them again.
"I hope so," rejoined Kate.
"And have a highly respectable reference for everything, have you?" Kate replied that she had, and laid her uncle's card upon the table.
"Have the goodness to draw your chair a little nearer and let me look at you," said Mrs. Wititterly. "I am so very near-sighted that I can't quite discern your features."
Kate complied, though not without some embarrassment, with this request, and Mrs. Wititterly took a languid survey of her countenance, which lasted some 2 or 3 minutes.
"I like your appearance," said that lady, ringing a little bell. "Alphonse, request your master to come here."
The page disappeared on this errand, and after a short interval, during which not a word was spoken on either side, opened the door for an important gentleman of about 38, of rather plebeian countenance, and with a very light head of hair, who leant over Mrs. Wititterly for a little time and conversed with her in whispers. "Oh," he said, turning round. "Yes, this is a most important matter. Mrs. Wititterly is of a very excitable nature, very delicate, very fragile, a hothouse plant, an exotic."
"Oh, Henry, my dear," interposed Mrs. Wititterly.
"You are, my love. You know you are. One breath," said Mr. W., blowing an imaginary feather away. "Pho! You're gone." The lady sighed.
"Your soul is too large for your body," said Mr. Wititterly.
"Your intellect wears you out. All the medical men say so. You know that there is not a physician who is not proud of being called in to you. What is their unanimous declaration? 'My dear doctor,' said I to Sir Tumley Snuffim in this very room the very last time he came, 'my dear doctor, what is my wife's complaint? Tell me all. I can bear it. Is it nerves?' 'My dear fellow,' he said, 'be proud of that woman. Make much of her. She is an ornament to the fashionable world and to you. Her complaint is soul. It swells, expands, dilates, the blood fires, the pulse quickens, the excitement increases. Poof!' Here Mr. Wititterly, who in the ardour of his description had flourished his right hand to within something less than an inch of Mrs. Nickleby's bonnet, drew it hastily back again and blew his nose as fiercely as if it had been done by some violent machinery.
"You make me out worse than I am, Henry," said Mrs. Wititterly with a faint smile.
"I do not, Julia, I do not," said Mr. W. "The society in which you move, necessarily move, from your station, connexion, and endowment, is one vortex and whirlpool of the most frightful excitement. Bless my heart and body, can I ever forget the night you danced with the baronet's nephew at the election ball at Exeter? It was tremendous."
"I always suffer for these triumphs afterwards," said Mrs. Wititterly.
"And for that very reason," rejoined her husband, "you must have a companion in whom there is great gentleness, great sweetness, excessive sympathy, and perfect repose." Here both Mr. and Mrs. Wititterly, who had talked rather at the Nicklebys than to each other, left off speaking, and looked at their two hearers with an expression of countenance which seemed to say, "What do you think of all this?" "Mrs. Wititterly," said her husband, addressing himself to Mrs. Nickleby, "is sought after and courted by glittering crowds and brilliant circles. She is excited by the opera, the drama, the fine arts, the nobility, my love," interposed Mrs. Wititterly. "The nobility, of course," said Mr. Wititterly, "and the military. She forms and expresses an immense variety of opinions on an immense variety of subjects. If some people in public life were acquainted with Mrs. Wititterly's real opinion of them, they would not hold their heads, perhaps, quite as high as they do." "Hush, Henry," said the lady. "This is scarcely fair." "I mention no names, Julia," replied Mr. Wititterly, "and nobody is injured. I merely mention the circumstance to show that you are no ordinary person, that there is a constant friction perpetually going on between your mind and your body, and that you must be soothed and tended. Now, let me hear, dispassionately and calmly, what are this young lady's qualifications for the office?" In obedience to this request, the qualifications were all gone through again, with the addition of many interruptions and cross-questionings from Mr. Wititterly. It was finally arranged that inquiries should be made and a decisive answer addressed to Miss Nickleby under cover of her uncle within 2 days. These conditions agreed upon, the page showed them down as far as the staircase window, and the big footman, relieving guard at that point, piloted them in perfect safety to the street door.
"They are very distinguished people, evidently,"
said Mrs. Nickleby as she took her daughter's arm.
"What a superior person Mrs. Wititterly is!"
"Do you think so, mamma?" was all Kate's reply.
"Why, who can help thinking so, Kate, my love?" rejoined her mother. "She is pale, though, and looks much exhausted. I hope she may not be wearing herself out, but I am very much afraid." These considerations led the deep-sighted lady into a calculation of the probable duration of Mrs. Wititterly's life, and the chances of the disconsolate widower bestowing his hand on her daughter. Before reaching home she had freed Mrs. Wititterly's soul from all bodily restraint, married Kate with great splendour at St. George's, Hanover Square, and only left undecided the minor question whether a splendid French-polished mahogany bedstead should be erected for herself in the 2-pair back of the house in Cadogan Place, or in the 3-pair front, between which apartments she could not quite balance the advantages, and therefore adjusted the question at last by determining to leave it to the decision of her son-in-law. The inquiries were made. The answer, not to Kate's very great joy, was favourable, and at the expiration of a week she betook herself with all her movables and valuables to Mrs. Wititterly's mansion, where for the present we will leave her. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 22. Nicholas, accompanied by Smike, sallies forth to seek his fortune. He encounters Mr. Vincent Crummles, and who he was is herein made manifest. The whole capital which Nicholas found himself entitled to, either in possession, reversion, remainder, or expectancy, after paying his rent and settling with the broker from whom he had hired his poor furniture, did not exceed by more than a few halfpence the sum of 20 shillings. And yet he hailed the morning on which he had resolved to quit London with a light heart, and sprang from his bed with an elasticity of spirit which is happily the lot of young persons, or the world would never be stocked with old ones. It was a cold, dry, foggy morning in early spring. A few meagre shadows flitted to and fro in the misty streets, and occasionally there loomed through the dull vapour the heavy outline of some hackney coach wending homewards, which, drawing slowly nearer, rolled jangling by, scattering the thin crust of frost from its whitened roof, and soon was lost again in the cloud. At intervals were heard the tread of slipshod feet, and the chilly cry of the poor sweep as he crept shivering to his early toil.
the heavy footfall of the official watcher of the night, pacing slowly up and down and cursing the tardy hours that still intervened between him and sleep, the rambling of ponderous carts and waggons, the roll of the lighter vehicles which carried buyers and sellers to the different markets, the sound of ineffectual knocking at the doors of heavy sleepers. All these noises fell upon the ear from time to time, but all seemed muffled by the fog and to be rendered almost as indistinct to the ear as was every object to the sight. The sluggish darkness thickened as the day came on, and those who had the courage to rise and peep at the gloomy street from their curtained windows crept back to bed again and coiled themselves up to sleep. Before even these indications of approaching morning were rife in busy London, Nicholas had made his way alone to the city and stood beneath the windows of his mother's house. It was dull and bare to see, but it had light and life for him, for there was at least one heart within its old walls to which insult or dishonour would bring the same blood rushing that flowed in his own veins. He crossed the road and raised his eyes to the window of the room where he knew his sister slept. It was closed and dark. Poor girl, thought Nicholas, she little thinks who lingers here. He looked again, and felt for the moment almost vexed that Kate was not there to exchange one word at parting. Good God, he thought, suddenly correcting himself, what a boy I am! It is better as it is, said Nicholas after he had lounged on a few paces and returned to the same spot. When I left them before, and could have said good-bye 1,000 times if I had chosen, I spared them the pain of leave-taking. And why not now? As he spoke, some fancied motion of the curtain almost persuaded him for the instant that Kate was at the window, and by one of those strange contradictions of feeling which are common to us all, he shrunk involuntarily into a doorway that she might not see him. He smiled at his own weakness, said, "God bless them," and walked away with a lighter step. Smike was anxiously expecting him when he reached his old lodgings, and so was Newman, who had expended a day's income in a can of rum and milk to prepare them for the journey. They had tied up the luggage, Smike shouldered it, and away they went, with Newman Noggs in company, for he had insisted on walking as far as he could with them overnight. "Which way?" asked Newman wistfully. "To Kingston first," replied Nicholas. "And where afterwards?" asked Newman. "Why won't you tell me?" "Because I scarcely know myself, good friend," rejoined Nicholas, laying his hand upon his shoulder. "And if I did, I have neither plan nor prospect yet, and might shift my quarters 100 times before you could possibly communicate with me." "I'm afraid you have some deep scheme in your head," said Newman doubtfully. "So deep," replied his young friend, "that even I can't fathom it. Whatever I resolve upon, depend upon it, I will write you soon." "You won't forget?" said Newman. "I am not very likely to," rejoined Nicholas. "I have not so many friends that I shall grow confused among the number and forget my best one." Occupied in such discourse, they walked on for a couple of hours, as they might have done for a couple of days if Nicholas had not sat himself down on a stone by the wayside and resolutely declared his intention of not moving another step until Newman Noggs turned back. Having pleaded ineffectually first for another half-mile and afterwards for another quarter, Newman was fain to comply and to shape his course towards Golden Square, after interchanging many hearty and affectionate farewells and many times turning back to wave his hat to the two wayfarers when they had become mere specks in the distance. "Now listen to me, Smike," said Nicholas as they trudged with stout hearts onwards. "We are bound for Portsmouth." Smike nodded his head and smiled, but expressed no other emotion, for whether they had been bound for Portsmouth or Port Royal would have been alike to him, so that they had been bound together. "I don't know much of these matters," resumed Nicholas, "but Portsmouth is a seaport town, and if no other employment is to be obtained, I should think we might get on board some ship. I am young and active, and could be useful in many ways. So could you." "I hope so," replied Smike. "When I was at that
You know where I mean?"
"Yes, I know," said Nicholas. "You needn't name the place."
"Well, when I was there," resumed Smike, his eyes sparkling at the prospect of displaying his abilities, "I could milk a cow and groom a horse with anybody."
"Ah," said Nicholas gravely, "I'm afraid they don't keep many animals of either kind on board ship, Smike. And even when they have horses, that they are not very particular about rubbing them down. Still, you can learn to do something else, you know. Where there's a will, there's a way."
"And I am very willing," said Smike, brightening up again.
"God knows you are," rejoined Nicholas. "And if you fail, it shall go hard. But I'll do enough for us both."
"Do we go all the way to-day?"
asked Smike after a short silence. "That would be too severe a trial, even for your willing legs," said Nicholas with a good-humoured smile. "No, Godalming is some 30-odd miles from London, as I found from a map I borrowed, and I purpose to rest there. We must push on again to-morrow if we are not rich enough to loiter. Let me relieve you of that bundle. Come."
"No, no,"
rejoined Smike, falling back a few steps.
"Don't ask me to give it up to you."
"Why not?" asked Nicholas.
"Let me do something for you, at least," said Smike. "You will never let me serve you as I ought. You will never know how I think, day and night, of ways to please you."
"You are a foolish fellow to say it, for I know it well, and see it, or I should be a blind and senseless beast," rejoined Nicholas. "Let me ask you a question while I think of it, and there is no one by," he added, looking him steadily in the face. "Have you a good memory?"
"I don't know," said Smike, shaking his head sorrowfully. "I think I had once, but it's all gone now. All gone."
"Why do you think you had once?" asked Nicholas, turning quickly upon him, as though the answer in some way helped out the purport of his question.
"Because I could remember when I was a child," said Smike, "but that is very, very long ago, or at least it seems so. I was always confused and giddy at that place you took me from, and could never remember, and sometimes couldn't even understand what they said to me. Let me see.
"You are wandering now," said Nicholas, touching him on the arm.
"No,"
replied his companion with a vacant look.
"I was only thinking how—"
He shivered involuntarily as he spoke. "Think no more of that place, for it is all over," retorted Nicholas, fixing his eyes full upon that of his companion, which was fast settling into an unmeaning, stupefied gaze, once habitual to him and common even then. "What of the first day you went to Yorkshire?"
"Eh?"
cried the lad. "That was before you began to lose your recollection, you know," said Nicholas quietly. "Was the weather hot or cold?"
"Wet," replied the boy. "Very wet. I've always said, when it has rained hard, that it was like the night I came, and they used to crowd round and laugh to see me cry when the rain fell heavily. It was like a child, they said, and that made me think of it more. I turned cold all over sometimes, for I could see myself as I was then, coming in at the very same door."
"As you were then," repeated Nicholas with assumed carelessness. "How was that?"
"Such a little creature," said Smike, "that they might have had pity and mercy upon me, only to remember it."
"You didn't find your way there alone," remarked Nicholas.
"No," rejoined Smike. "Oh, no."
"Who was with you?"
"A man. A dark, withered man. I have heard them say so at the school, and I remembered that before. I was glad to leave him. I was afraid of him. But they made me more afraid of them, and used me harder too."
"Look at me," said Nicholas, wishing to attract his full attention. "There. Don't turn away. Do you remember no woman, no kind woman, who hung over you once and kissed your lips and called you her child?"
"No,"
said the poor creature, shaking his head.
"No, never."
"Nor any house but that house in Yorkshire?"
"No,"
rejoined the youth with a melancholy look.
"A room. I remember I slept in a room. A large, lonesome room at the top of a house where there was a trap door in the ceiling. I have covered my head with the clothes often, not to see it, for it frightened me. A young child with no one near at night. I used to wonder what was on the other side. There was a clock, too, an old clock, in one corner. I remember that. I have never forgotten that room, for when I have terrible dreams, it comes back, just as it was. I see things and people in it that I had never seen then. But there is the room, just as it used to be. That never changes."
"Will you let me take the bundle now?" asked Nicholas, abruptly changing the theme.
"No," said Smike. "No. Come, let us walk on."
He quickened his pace as he said this, apparently under the impression that they had been standing still during the whole of the previous dialogue. Nicholas marked him closely, and every word of this conversation remained upon his memory. It was by this time within an hour of noon, and although a dense vapour still enveloped the city they had left, as if the very breath of its busy people hung over their schemes of gain and profit and found greater attraction there than in the quiet region above in the open country, it was clear and fair. Occasionally in some low spots they came upon patches of mist which the sun had not yet driven from their strongholds, but these were soon past, and as they laboured up the hills beyond, it was pleasant to look down and see how the sluggish mass rolled heavily off before the cheering influence of day. A broad, fine, honest sun lighted up the green pastures and dimpled water with the semblance of summer, while it left the travellers all the invigorating freshness of that early time of year. The ground seemed elastic under their feet, the sheep bells were music to their ears, and exhilarated by exercise and stimulated by hope, they pushed onward with the strength of lions. The day wore on, and all these bright colours subsided and assumed a quieter tint, like young hopes softened down by time, or youthful features by degrees resolving into the calm and serenity of age. But they were scarcely less beautiful in their slow decline than they had been in their prime, for nature gives to every time and season some beauties of its own, and from morning to night, as from the cradle to the grave, is but a succession of changes so gentle and easy that we can scarcely mark their progress. To Godalming they came at last, and here they bargained for 2 humble beds, and slept soundly. In the morning they were astir, though not quite so early as the sun, and again afoot, if not with all the freshness of yesterday, still with enough of hope and spirit to bear them cheerily on. It was a harder day's journey than yesterday's, for there were long and weary hills to climb, and in journeys, as in life, it is a great deal easier to go downhill than up. However, they kept on with unabated perseverance, and the hill has not yet lifted its face to heaven that perseverance will not gain the summit of at last. They walked upon the rim of the Devil's Punch-Bowl, and Smike listened with greedy interest as Nicholas read the inscription upon the stone which, reared upon that wild spot, tells of a murder committed there by night. The grass on which they stood had once been dyed with gore, and the blood of the murdered man had run down drop by drop into the hollow which gives the place its name. The Devil's Bowl, thought Nicholas, as he looked into the void, never held fitter liquor than that. Onward they kept with steady purpose, and entered at length upon a wide and spacious tract of downs, with every variety of little hill and plain to change their verdant surface. Here there shot up, almost perpendicularly into the sky, a height so steep as to be hardly accessible to any but the sheep and goats that fed upon its sides, and there stood a mound of green, sloping and tapering off so delicately, and merging so gently into the level ground that you could scarce define its limits. Hills swelling above each other, and undulations, shapely and uncouth, smooth and rugged, graceful and grotesque, thrown negligently side by side, bounded the view in each direction, while frequently, with unexpected noise, there uprose from the ground a flight of crows, who, cawing and wheeling round the nearest hills, as if uncertain of their course, suddenly poised themselves upon the wing and skimmed down the long vista of some opening valley with the speed of light itself. By degrees the prospect receded more and more on either hand, and as they had been shut out from rich and extensive scenery, so they emerged once again upon the open country. The knowledge that they were drawing near their place of destination gave them fresh courage to proceed, but the way had been difficult, and they had loitered on the road, and Smike was tired. Thus twilight had already closed in when they turned off the path to the door of a roadside inn, yet 12 miles short of Portsmouth. 12 miles, said Nicholas, leaning with both hands on his stick and looking doubtfully at Smike. 12 long miles, repeated the landlord. Is it a good road? Inquired Nicholas. Very bad, said the landlord, as of course, being a landlord, he would say. I want to get on, observed Nicholas, hesitating. I scarcely know what to do. Don't let me influence you, rejoined the landlord. I wouldn't go on if it was me. Wouldn't you? Asked Nicholas with the same uncertainty. Not if I knew and I was well off, said the landlord, and having said it, he pulled up his apron, put his hands into his pockets, and, taking a step or two outside the door, looked down the dark road with an assumption of great indifference. A glance at the toil-worn face of Smike determined Nicholas, so without any further consideration he made up his mind to stay where he was. The landlord led them into the kitchen, and there was a good fire. He remarked that it was very cold. If there had happened to be a bad one, he would have observed that it was very warm. "What can you give us for supper?" was Nicholas's natural question. "Why, what would you like?" was the landlord's no less natural answer. Nicholas suggested cold meat, but there was no cold meat. Poached eggs, but there were no eggs. Mutton chops, but there wasn't a mutton chop within 3 miles, though there had been more last week than they knew what to do with, and would be an extraordinary supply the day after tomorrow. "Then," said Nicholas, "I must leave it entirely to you, as I would have done at first if you had allowed me." "Why, then, I'll tell you what," rejoined the landlord. "There's a gentleman in the parlour that's ordered a hot beefsteak pudding and potatoes at 9. There's more of it than he can manage, and I have very little doubt that if I ask leave you can sup with him. I'll do that in a minute." "No, no," said Nicholas, detaining him. "I would rather not. At least, why cannot I speak out? Here you see that I am travelling in a very humble manner, and have made my way hither on foot. It is more than probable, I think, that the gentleman may not relish my company, and although I am the dusty figure you see, I am too proud to thrust myself into his." "Lord love you," said the landlord, "it's only Mr. Crummles.
He isn't particular."
"Is he not?" asked Nicholas, on whose mind, to tell the truth, the prospect of the savoury pudding was making some impression.
"Not he,"
replied the landlord.
"He'll like your way of talking, I know. But we'll soon see all about that. Just wait a minute."
The landlord hurried into the parlour without staying for further permission, nor did Nicholas strive to prevent him, wisely considering that supper, under the circumstances, was too serious a matter to be trifled with. It was not long before the host returned, in a condition of much excitement.
"All right," he said in a low voice. "I knew he would. You'll see something rather worth seeing in there. Ecod, how they are a-going of it!"
There was no time to inquire to what this exclamation, which was delivered in a very rapturous tone, referred, for he had already thrown open the door of the room, into which Nicholas, followed by Smike with the bundle on his shoulder, he carried it about with him as vigilantly as if it had been a sack of gold, straightway repaired. Nicholas was prepared for something odd, but not for something quite so odd as the sight he encountered. At the upper end of the room were a couple of boys, one of them very tall and the other very short, both dressed as sailors, or at least as theatrical sailors, with belts, buckles, pigtails, and pistols complete, fighting what is called in playbills a terrific combat, with two of those short broadswords with basket hilts which are commonly used at our minor theatres. The short boy had gained a great advantage over the tall boy, who was reduced to mortal strait, and both were overlooked by a large heavy man perched against the corner of a table, who emphatically adjured them to strike a little more fire out of the swords, and they couldn't fail to bring the house down on the very first night.
"Mr. Vincent Crummles," said the landlord with an air of great deference, "this is the young gentleman."
Mr. Vincent Crummles received Nicholas with an inclination of the head, something between the courtesy of a Roman emperor and the nod of a pot companion, and bade the landlord shut the door and begone.
"There's a picture,"
said Mr. Crummles, motioning Nicholas not to advance and spoil it.
"The little 'un has him. If the big 'un doesn't knock under in 3 seconds, he's a dead man. Do that again, boys."
The two combatants went to work afresh, and chopped away until the swords emitted a shower of sparks, to the great satisfaction of Mr. Crummles, who appeared to consider this a very great point indeed. The engagement commenced with about 200 chops administered by the short sailor and the tall sailor alternately, without producing any particular result, until the short sailor was chopped down on one knee, but this was nothing to him, for he worked himself about on the one knee with the assistance of his left hand, and fought most desperately until the tall sailor chopped his sword out of his grasp. Now, the inference was that the short sailor, reduced to this extremity, would give in at once and cry quarter. But, instead of that, he all of a sudden drew a large pistol from his belt and presented it to the face of the tall sailor, who was so overcome at this, not expecting it, that he let the short sailor pick up his sword and begin again. Then the chopping recommenced, and a variety of fancy chops were administered on both sides, such as chops dealt with the left hand, and under the leg, and over the right shoulder, and over the left, and when the short sailor made a vigorous cut at the tall sailor's legs, which would have shaved them clean off if it had taken effect, the tall sailor jumped over the short sailor's sword, wherefore, to balance the matter and make it all fair, the tall sailor administered the same cut, and the short sailor jumped over his sword. After this there was a good deal of dodging about and hitching up of the inexpressibles in the absence of braces, and then the short sailor, who was the moral character evidently, for he always had the best of it, made a violent demonstration and closed with the tall sailor, who, after a few unavailing struggles, went down and expired in great torture as the short sailor put his foot upon his breast and bored a hole in him through and through.
"That'll be a double encore if you take care, boys," said Mr. Crummles. "You had better get your wind now and change your clothes."
Having addressed these words to the combatants, he saluted Nicholas, who then observed that the face of Mr. Crummles was quite proportionate in size to his body, that he had a very full underlip, a hoarse voice, as though he were in the habit of shouting very much, and very short black hair shaved off nearly to the crown of his head, to admit, as he afterwards learned, of his more easily wearing character wigs of any shape or pattern.
"What did you think of that, sir?"
inquired Mr. Crummles.
"Very good indeed. Capital,"
answered Nicholas. "You won't see such boys as those very often, I think," said Mr. Crummles. Nicholas assented, observing that if they were a little better match. "Match?" cried Mr. Crummles. "I mean if they were a little more of a size," said Nicholas, explaining himself. "Size?" repeated Mr. Crummles. "Why, it's the essence of the combat that there should be a foot or two between them. How are you to get up the sympathies of the audience in a legitimate manner if there isn't a little man contending against a big one, unless there's at least 5 to 1, and we haven't hands enough for that business in our company?" "I see," replied Nicholas. "I beg your pardon. That didn't occur to me, I confess." "It's the main point," said Mr. Crummles. "I open at Portsmouth the day after to-morrow. If you're going there, look into the theatre and see how that'll tell." Nicholas promised to do so if he could, and drawing a chair near the fire, fell into conversation with the manager at once. He was very talkative and communicative, stimulated perhaps not only by his natural disposition, but by the spirits and water he sipped very plentifully, or the snuff he took in large quantities from a piece of whitey brown paper in his waistcoat pocket. He laid open his affairs without the smallest reserve, and descanted at some length upon the merits of his company and the acquirements of his family, of both of which the 2 broadsword boys formed an honourable portion. There was to be a gathering, it seemed, of the different ladies and gentlemen at Portsmouth on the morrow, whither the father and sons were proceeding, not for the regular season, but in the course of a wandering speculation, after fulfilling an engagement at Guildford with the greatest applause. "You are going that way?" asked the manager. Yes," said Nicholas. "Yes, I am." "Do you know the town at all?" inquired the manager, who seemed to consider himself entitled to the same degree of confidence as he had himself exhibited. "No," replied Nicholas. "Never there?" "Never." Mr. Vincent Crummles gave a short dry cough, as much as to say, if you won't be communicative, you won't, and took so many pinches of snuff from the piece of paper, one after another, that Nicholas quite wondered where it all went to. While he was thus engaged, Mr. Crummles looked from time to time with great interest at Smike, with whom he had appeared considerably struck from the first. He had now fallen asleep and was nodding in his chair. "Excuse my saying so," said the manager, leaning over to Nicholas and sinking his voice, "but what a capital countenance your friend has got!" "Poor fellow," said Nicholas with a half-smile. "I wish it were a little more plump and less haggard." "Plump!" exclaimed the manager, quite horrified. "You'd spoil it for ever." "Do you think so?" "Think so, sir? Why, as he is now," said the manager, striking his knee emphatically, "without a pad upon his body and hardly a touch of paint upon his face, he'd make such an actor for the starved business as was never seen in this country. Only let him be tolerably well up in the apothecary, in Romeo and Juliet, with the slightest possible dab of red on the tip of his nose, and he'd be certain of 3 rounds the moment he put his head out of the practicable door in the front grooves, O.P." "You view him with a professional eye," said Nicholas, laughing. "And well I may," rejoined the manager. "I never saw a young fellow so regularly cut out for that line since I've been in the profession, and I played the heavy children when I was 18 months old." The appearance of the beefsteak pudding, which came in simultaneously with the junior Vincent Crummleses, turned the conversation to other matters, and indeed for a time stopped it altogether. These 2 young gentlemen wielded their knives and forks with scarcely less address than their broadswords, and as the whole party were quite as sharp set as either class of weapons, there was no time for talking until the supper had been disposed of. The Master Crummleses had no sooner swallowed the last procurable morsel of food than they evinced, by various half-suppressed yawns and stretching of their limbs, an obvious inclination to retire for the night, which Smike had betrayed still more strongly, he having, in the course of the meal, fallen asleep several times while in the very act of eating. Nicholas therefore proposed that they should break up at once, but the manager would by no means hear of it,
vowing that he had promised himself the pleasure of inviting his new acquaintance to share a bowl of punch, and that if he declined, he should deem it very unhandsome behaviour.
"Let them go," said Mr. Vincent Crummles, "and we'll have it snugly and cosily together by the fire."
Nicholas was not much disposed to sleep, being in truth too anxious, so, after a little demur, he accepted the offer, and having exchanged a shake of the hand with the young Crummleses, and the manager having on his part bestowed a most affectionate benediction on Smike, he sat himself down opposite to that gentleman by the fireside to assist in emptying the bowl, which soon afterwards appeared, steaming in a manner which was quite exhilarating to behold, and sending forth a most grateful and inviting fragrance. But despite the punch and the manager, who told a variety of stories, and smoked tobacco from a pipe, and inhaled it in the shape of snuff with the most astonishing power, Nicholas was absent and dispirited. His thoughts were in his old home, and when they reverted to his present condition, the uncertainty of the morrow cast a gloom upon him, which his utmost efforts were unable to dispel. His attention wandered. Although he heard the manager's voice, he was deaf to what he said, and when Mr. Vincent Crummles concluded the history of some long adventure with a loud laugh and an inquiry what Nicholas would have done under the same circumstances, he was obliged to make the best apology in his power and to confess his entire ignorance of all he had been talking about.
"Why, so I saw," observed Mr. Crummles. "You're uneasy in your mind. What's the matter?"
Nicholas could not refrain from smiling at the abruptness of the question, but, thinking it scarcely worth while to parry it, owned that he was under some apprehensions lest he might not succeed in the object which had brought him to that part of the country.
"And what's that?"
asked the manager.
"Getting something to do which will keep me and my poor fellow traveller in the common necessaries of life," said Nicholas. "That's the truth. You guessed it long ago, I dare say, so I may as well have the credit of telling it to you with a good grace." "What's to be got to do at Portsmouth more than anywhere else?" asked Mr. Vincent Crummles, melting the sealing wax on the stem of his pipe in the candle and rolling it out afresh with his little finger. "There are many vessels leaving the port, I suppose," replied Nicholas. "I shall try for a berth in some ship or other. There is meat and drink there, at all events." "Salt meat and new rum, peas pudding and chaff biscuits," said the manager, taking a whiff at his pipe to keep it alight and returning to his work of embellishment.
"One may do worse than that," said Nicholas. "I can rough it, I believe, as well as most young men of my age and previous habits."
"You need be able to," said the manager, "if you go on board ship. But you won't."
"Why not?"
"Because there's not a skipper or mate that would think you worth your salt when he could get a practised hand," replied the manager, "and they as plentiful there as the oysters in the streets."
"What do you mean?" asked Nicholas, alarmed by this prediction and the confident tone in which it had been uttered. "Men are not born able seamen. They must be reared, I suppose." Mr. Vincent Crummles nodded his head.
"They must, but not at your age or from young gentlemen like you."
There was a pause. The countenance of Nicholas fell, and he gazed ruefully at the fire.
"Does no other profession occur to you, which a young man of your figure and address could take up easily and see the world to advantage in?" asked the manager.
"No," said Nicholas, shaking his head.
"Why, then, I'll tell you one," said Mr. Crummles, throwing his pipe into the fire and raising his voice. "The stage."
"The stage?" cried Nicholas in a voice almost as loud.
"The theatrical profession," said Mr. Vincent Crummles. "I am in the theatrical profession myself. My wife is in the theatrical profession. My children are in the theatrical profession. I had a dog that lived and died in it from a puppy, and my chase pony goes on in Timur the Tartar. I'll bring you out, and your friend too. Say the word. I want a novelty."
"I don't know anything about it," rejoined Nicholas, whose breath had been almost taken away by this sudden proposal. I never acted a part in my life, except at school.
There's genteel comedy in your walk and manner, juvenile tragedy in your eyes, and touch-and-go farce in your laugh," said Mr. Vincent Crummles. "You'll do as well as if you had thought of nothing else but the lamps from your birth downwards."
Nicholas thought of the small amount of small change that would remain in his pocket after paying the tavern bill, and he hesitated.
"You can be useful to us in 100 ways," said Mr. Crummles. "Think what capital bills a man of your education could write for the shop windows."
"Well, I think I could manage that department," said Nicholas.
"To be sure you could," replied Mr. Crummles. "For further particulars, see small handbills. We might have half a volume in every one of 'em. Pieces, too. Why, you could write us a piece to bring out the whole strength of the company whenever we wanted one."
"I am not quite so confident about that," replied Nicholas, "but I dare say I could scribble something now and then that would suit you."
"We'll have a new showpiece out directly," said the manager. "Let me see. Peculiar resources of this establishment, new and splendid scenery, and you must manage to introduce a real pump and 2 washing tubs."
"Into the piece?" said Nicholas.
"Yes," replied the manager. "I bought 'em cheap at a sale the other day, and they'll come in admirably. That's the London plan. They look up some dresses and properties and have a piece written to fit 'em. Most of the theatres keep an author on purpose."
"Indeed!"
cried Nicholas. "Oh, yes," said the manager. "A common thing. It'll look very well in the bills in separate lines. Real pump. Splendid tubs. Great attraction. You don't happen to be anything of an artist, do you?"
"That is not one of my accomplishments," rejoined Nicholas.
"Ah, then it can't be helped," said the manager. "If you had been, we might have had a large woodcut of the last scene for the posters, showing the whole depth of the stage, with the pump and tubs in the middle. But, however, if you're not, it can't be helped."
"What should I get for all this?" inquired Nicholas after a few moments' reflection. "Could I live by it?"
"Live by it?" said the manager. "Like a prince. With your own salary, and your friends, and your writings, you could make, you'd make £1 a week."
"You don't say so!"
"I do indeed. And if we had a run of good houses, nearly double the money."
Nicholas shrugged his shoulders, but sheer destitution was before him, and if he could summon fortitude to undergo the extremes of want and hardship, for what had he rescued his helpless charge, if only to bear as hard a fate as that from which he had wrested him? It was easy to think of 70 miles as nothing, when he was in the same town with a man who had treated him so ill and roused his bitterest thoughts, but now it seemed far enough. What if he went abroad, and his mother or Kate were to die the while? Without more deliberation, he hastily declared that it was a bargain, and gave Mr. Vincent Crummles his hand upon it. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 23. Treats of the company of Mr. Vincent Crummles and of his affairs, domestic and theatrical. As Mr. Crummles had a strange 4-legged animal in the inn stables, which he called a pony, and a vehicle of unknown design on which he bestowed the appellation of a 4-wheeled phaeton, Nicholas proceeded on his journey next morning with greater ease than he had expected, the manager and himself occupying the front seat, and the Master Crummleses and Smike being packed together behind, in company with a wicker basket defended from wet by a stout oilskin, in which were the broadswords, pistols, pigtails, nautical costumes, and other professional necessaries of the aforesaid young gentleman. The pony took his time upon the road, and, possibly in consequence of his theatrical education, evinced every now and then a strong inclination to lie down. However, Mr. Vincent Crummles kept him up pretty well by jerking the rein and plying the whip, and when these means failed and the animal came to a stand, the elder Master Crummles got out and kicked him. By dint of these encouragements he was persuaded to move from time to time, and they jogged on, as Mr. Crummles truly observed, very comfortably for all parties.
"He's a good pony at bottom," said Mr. Crummles, turning to Nicholas.
He might have been at bottom, but he certainly was not at top, seeing that his coat was of the roughest and most ill-favoured kind. So Nicholas merely observed that he shouldn't wonder if he was.
"Many and many is the circuit this pony has gone," said Mr. Crummles, flicking him skilfully in the eyelid for old acquaintance' sake. "He is quite one of us. His mother was on the stage."
"Was she?" rejoined Nicholas.
"She ate apple pie at a circus for upwards of 14 years," said the manager, "fired pistols, and went to bed in a nightcap, and in short took the low comedy entirely. His father was a dancer."
"Was he at all distinguished?"
"Not very," said the manager. "He was rather a low sort of pony. The fact is, he had been originally jobbed out by the day, and he never quite got over his old habits. He was clever in melodrama too, but too broad. Too broad. When the mother died, he took the port wine business."
"The port wine business?" cried Nicholas.
"Drinking port wine with the clown," said the manager. "But he was greedy. One night he bit off the bowl of the glass and choked himself, so his vulgarity was the death of him at last."
The descendant of this ill-starred animal requiring increased attention from Mr. Crummles as he progressed in his day's work, that gentleman had very little time for conversation. Nicholas was thus left at leisure to entertain himself with his own thoughts until they arrived at the drawbridge at Portsmouth, when Mr. Crummles pulled up.
"We'll get down here," said the manager, "and the boys will take him round to the stable and call at my lodgings with the luggage. You had better let yours be taken there for the present."
Thanking Mr. Vincent Crummles for his obliging offer, Nicholas jumped out, and giving Smike his arm, accompanied the manager up High Street on their way to the theatre. Feeling nervous and uncomfortable enough at the prospect of an immediate introduction to a scene so new to him. They passed a great many bills, pasted against the walls and displayed in windows, wherein the names of Mr. Vincent Crummles, Mrs. Vincent Crummles, Master Crummles, Master P. Crummles, and Miss Crummles were printed in very large letters, and everything else in very small ones. And turning at length into an entry in which was a strong smell of orange peel and lamp oil, with an undercurrent of sawdust, groped their way through a dark passage, and, descending a step or two, threaded a little maze of canvas screens and paint-pots, and emerged upon the stage of the Portsmouth Theatre.
"Here we are," said Mr. Crummles.
It was not very light, but Nicholas found himself close to the first entrance on the prompt side, among bare walls, dusty scenes, mildewed clouds, heavily daubed draperies, and dirty floors. He looked about him. Ceiling, pit, boxes, gallery, orchestra, fittings, and decorations of every kind, all looked coarse, cold, gloomy, and wretched.
"Is this a theatre?"
whispered Smike in amazement.
"I thought it was a blaze of light and finery."
"Why, so it is," replied Nicholas, hardly less surprised, "but not by day, Smike, not by day." The manager's voice recalled him, from a more careful inspection of the building, to the opposite side of the proscenium, where, at a small mahogany table with rickety legs and of an oblong shape, sat a stout, portly female, apparently between 40 and 50, in a tarnished silk cloak, with her bonnet dangling by the strings in her hand, and her hair, of which she had a great quantity, braided in a large festoon over each temple.
"Mr. Johnson,"
said the manager, for Nicholas had given the name which Newman Noggs had bestowed upon him in his conversation with Mrs. Kenwigs,
"let me introduce Mrs. Vincent Crummles."
"I am glad to see you, sir,"
said Mrs. Vincent Crummles in a sepulchral voice. "I am very glad to see you, and still more happy to hail you as a promising member of our corps." The lady shook Nicholas by the hand as she addressed him in these terms. He saw it was a large one, but had not expected quite such an iron grip as that with which she honoured him. "And this," said the lady, crossing to Smike, as tragic actresses cross when they obey a stage direction, "and this is the other. You, too, are welcome, sir." "He'll do, I think, my dear," said the manager, taking a pinch of snuff. "He is admirable," replied the lady. "An acquisition indeed." As Mrs. Vincent Crummles recrossed back to the table, there bounded on to the stage from some mysterious inlet a little girl in a dirty white frock with tucks up to the knees, short trousers, sandalled shoes, white spencer, pink gauze bonnet, green veil, and curl papers, who turned a pirouette, cut twice in the air, turned another pirouette, then, looking off at the opposite wing, shrieked, bounded forward to within 6 inches of the footlights, and fell into a beautiful attitude of terror as a shabby gentleman in an old pair of buff slippers came in at one powerful slide and, chattering his teeth, fiercely brandished a walking-stick. "They are going through the Indian savage and the maiden," said Mrs. Crummles. "Oh," said the manager, "their little ballet interlude. Very good. Go on. A little this way, if you please, Mr. Johnson. Oh, that'll do, that'll do. Now." The manager clapped his hand as a signal to proceed, and the savage, becoming ferocious, made a slide towards the maiden. But the maiden avoided him in 6 twirls and came down at the end of the last one upon the very points of her toes. This seemed to make some impression upon the savage, for after a little more ferocity and chasing of the maiden into corners, he began to relent and stroked his face several times with his right thumb and forefingers, thereby intimating that he was struck with admiration of the maiden's beauty. Acting upon the impulse of this passion, he, the savage, began to hit himself severe thumps in the chest and to exhibit other indications of being desperately in love, which, being rather a prosy proceeding, was very likely the cause of the maiden's falling asleep. Whether it was or no, asleep she did fall, sound as a church, on a sloping bank, and the savage, perceiving it, leant his left ear on his left hand and nodded sideways to intimate to all whom it might concern that she was asleep and no shamming. Being left to himself, the savage had a dance, all alone. Just as he left off, the maiden woke up, rubbed her eyes, got off the bank, and had a dance all alone too. Such a dance that the savage looked on in ecstasy all the while, and when it was done, plucked from a neighbouring tree some botanical curiosity resembling a small pickled cabbage, and offered it to the maiden, who at first wouldn't have it, but on the savage shedding tears, relented. Then the savage jumped for joy. Then the maiden jumped for rapture at the sweet smell of the pickled cabbage. Then the savage and the maiden danced violently together, and finally the savage dropped down on one knee, and the maiden stood on one leg upon his other knee, thus concluding the ballet, and leaving the spectators in a state of pleasing uncertainty whether she would ultimately marry the savage or return to her friends. "Very well indeed," said Mr. Crummles. "Bravo! Bravo!" cried Nicholas, resolved to make the best of everything. "Beautiful!" "This, sir," said Mr. Vincent Crummles, bringing the maiden forward, "this is the infant phenomenon, Miss Ninetta Crummles." "Your daughter?" inquired Nicholas. "My daughter, my daughter," replied Mr. Vincent Crummles, "the idol of every place we go into, sir. We have had complimentary letters about this girl, sir, from the nobility and gentry of almost every town in England." "I am not surprised at that," said Nicholas. "She must be quite a natural genius." "Quite a—" Mr. Crummles stopped. Language was not powerful enough to describe the infant phenomenon. "I'll tell you what, sir," he said. "The talent of this child is not to be imagined. She must be seen, sir, seen, to be ever so faintly appreciated. There, go to your mother, my dear." "May I ask how old she is?" inquired Nicholas. "You may, sir," replied Mr. Crummles, looking steadily in his questioner's face, as some men do when they have doubts about being implicitly believed in what they are going to say. "She is 10 years of age, sir." "Not more?" "Not a day." "Dear me," said Nicholas. "It's extraordinary." It was, for the infant phenomenon, though of short stature, had a comparatively aged countenance, and had moreover been precisely the same age, not perhaps to the full extent of the memory of the oldest inhabitant, but certainly for 5 good years. But she had been kept up late every night, and put upon an unlimited allowance of gin and water from infancy, to prevent her growing tall, and perhaps this system of training had produced in the infant phenomenon these additional phenomena. While this short dialogue was going on, the gentleman who had enacted the savage came up with his walking shoes on his feet and his slippers in his hand to within a few paces, as if desirous to join in the conversation. Deeming this a good opportunity, he put in his word. "Talent there, sir?" said the savage, nodding towards Miss Crummles. Nicholas assented. "Ah!" said the actor, setting his teeth together and drawing in his breath with a hissing sound. "She oughtn't to be in the provinces. She oughtn't." "What do you mean?" asked the manager. "I mean to say," replied the other warmly, "that she is too good for country boards, and that she ought to be in one of the large houses in London, or nowhere. And I'll tell you more, without mincing the matter, that if it wasn't for envy and jealousy in some quarter that you know of, she would be. Perhaps you'll introduce me here, Mr. Crummles." "Mr. Fuller," said the manager, presenting him to Nicholas. "Happy to know you, sir." Mr. Fuller touched the brim of his hat with his forefinger and then shook hands. "A recruit, sir, I understand." "An unworthy one," replied Nicholas. "Did you ever see such a set-out as that?" whispered the actor, drawing him away, as Crummles left them to speak to his wife. "As what?" Mr. Fuller made a funny face from his pantomime collection and pointed over his shoulder. "You don't mean the infant phenomenon?" "Infant humbug, sir," replied Mr. Fuller. "There isn't a female child of common sharpness in a charity school that couldn't do better than that. She may thank her stars she was born a manager's daughter." "You seem to take it to heart," observed Nicholas with a smile. "Yes, by Jove, and well I may," said Mr. Fuller, drawing his arm through his and walking him up and down the stage. "Isn't it enough to make a man crusty to see that little sprawler put up in the best business every night and actually keeping money out of the house by being forced down the people's throats while other people are passed over? Isn't it extraordinary to see a man's confounded family conceit blinding him even to his own interest? Why, I know of 15 and 6pence that came to Southampton one night last month to see me dance the Island Fling, and what's the consequence? I've never been put up in it since, never once, while the infant phenomenon has been grinning through artificial flowers at 5 people and a baby in the pit and 2 boys in the gallery every night." "If I may judge from what I have seen of you," said Nicholas, "you must be a valuable member of the company." "Oh," replied Mr. Fuller, beating his slippers together to knock the dust out, "I can come it pretty well. Nobody better, perhaps, in my own line. But having such business as one gets here is like putting lead on one's feet instead of chalk, and dancing in fetters without the credit of it. Hello, old fellow, how are you?" The gentleman dressed in these latter words was a dark-complexioned man, inclining indeed to sallow, with long thick black hair and very evident inclinations, although he was close-shaved, of a stiff beard and whiskers of the same deep shade. His age did not appear to exceed 30, though many at first sight would have considered him much older, as his face was long and very pale from the constant application of stage paint. He wore a checked shirt, an old green coat with new gilt buttons, a neckerchief of broad red and green stripes, and full blue trousers. He carried, too, a common ash walking-stick, apparently more for show than use, as he flourished it about, with the hooked end downwards, except when he raised it for a few seconds, and throwing himself into a fencing attitude, made a pass or two at the side scenes, or at any other object, animate or inanimate, that chanced to afford him a pretty good mark at the moment.
"Well, Tommy," said this gentleman, making a thrust at his friend, who parried it dexterously with his slipper, "what's the news?"
"A new appearance, that's all," replied Mr. Folair, looking at Nicholas.
"Do the honours, Tommy, do the honours," said the other gentleman, tapping him reproachfully on the crown of the hat with his stick.
"This is Mr. Lenville, who does our first tragedy, Mr. Johnson," said the pantomimist.
"Except when old Bricks and Mortar takes it into his head to do it himself, you should add, Tommy," remarked Mr. Lenville. "You know who Bricks and Mortar is, I suppose, sir?"
"I do not, indeed," replied Nicholas.
"We call Crammles that, because his style of acting is rather in the heavy and ponderous way," said Mr. Lenville. "I mustn't be cracking jokes, though, for I've got a part of 12 lengths here, which I must be up in to-morrow night, and I haven't had time to look at it yet. I'm a confounded quick study. That's one comfort."
Consoling himself with this reflection, Mr. Lenville drew from his coat-pocket a greasy and crumpled manuscript, and having made another pass at his friend, proceeded to walk to and fro, conning it to himself and indulging occasionally in such appropriate action as his imagination of the text suggested. A pretty general muster of the company had by this time taken place, for besides Mr. Lenville and his friend Tommy, there were present a slim young gentleman with weak eyes, who played the low-spirited lovers and sang tenor songs, and who had come arm in arm with the comic countryman, a man with turned-up nose, large mouth, broad face, and staring eyes. Making himself very amiable to the infant phenomenon was an inebriated elderly gentleman in the last depths of shabbiness, who played the calm and virtuous old man. And paying a special court to Mrs. Crummles was another elderly gentleman, a shade more respectable, who played the irascible old man. Those funny fellows who have nephews in the army and perpetually run about with thick sticks to compel them to marry heiresses. Besides these, there was a roving-looking person in a rough greatcoat who strode up and down in front of the lamps, flourishing a dress-cane and rattling away in an undertone with great vivacity for the amusement of an ideal audience. He was not quite so young as he had been, and his figure was rather running to seed, but there was an air of exaggerated gentility about him which bespoke the hero of swaggering comedy. There was also a little group of 3 or 4 young men with lantern jaws and thick eyebrows who were conversing in one corner, but they seemed to be of secondary importance, and laughed and talked together without attracting any attention. The ladies were gathered in a little knot by themselves round the rickety table before mentioned. There was Miss Snevellicci, who could do anything, from a medley dance to Lady Macbeth, and also always played some part in blue silk knee-smalls at her benefit, glancing from the depths of her coal-scuttle straw bonnet at Nicholas and affecting to be absorbed in the recital of a diverting story to her friend Miss Ledbrook, who had brought her work and was making up a ruff in the most natural manner possible. There was Miss Belvony, who seldom aspired to speaking parts and usually went on as a page in white silk hose to stand with one leg bent and contemplate the audience, or to go in and out after Mr. Crummles in stately tragedy, twisting up the ringlets of the beautiful Miss Bravassa, who had once had her likeness taken in character by an engraver's apprentice, whereof impressions were hung up for sale in the pastry-cook's window, and the greengrocer's, and at the circulating library, and the box-office, whenever the announce bills came out for her annual night. There was Mrs. Lenville, in a very limp bonnet and veil, decidedly in that way in which she would wish to be if she truly loved Mr. Lenville. There was Miss Gazingi, with an imitation ermine boa tied in a loose knot round her neck, flogging Mr. Crummles junior with both ends in fun. Lastly, there was Mrs. Grudden, in a brown cloth pelisse and a beaver bonnet, who assisted Mrs. Crummles in her domestic affairs and took money at the doors, and dressed the ladies, and swept the house, and held the prompt book when everybody else was on for the last scene, and acted any kind of part on any emergency without ever learning it, and was put down in the bills under any name or names whatever that occurred to Mr. Crummles as looking well in print. Mr. Folair, having obligingly confided these particulars to Nicholas, left him to mingle with his fellows. The work of personal introduction was completed by Mr. Vincent Crummles, who publicly heralded the new actor as a prodigy of genius and learning. "I beg your pardon," said Miss Snevellicci, sidling towards Nicholas, "but did you ever play at Canterbury?"
"I never did," replied Nicholas.
"I recollect meeting a gentleman at Canterbury," said Miss Snevellicci, "only for a few moments, for I was leaving the company as he joined it, so like you that I felt almost certain it was the same."
"I see you now for the first time," rejoined Nicholas with all due gallantry. "I'm sure I never saw you before. I couldn't have forgotten it."
"I'm sure it's very flattering of you to say so," retorted Miss Snevellicci with a graceful bend. "Now I look at you again, I see that the gentleman at Canterbury hadn't the same eyes as you. You'll think me very foolish for taking notice of such things, won't you?"
"Not at all," said Nicholas. "How can I feel otherwise than flattered by your notice in any way?"
Oh, you men are such vain creatures!"
cried Miss Snevellicci, whereupon she became charmingly confused, and, pulling out her pocket-handkerchief from a faded pink silk reticule with a gilt clasp, called to Miss Ledrook.
"Led, my dear,"
said Miss Snevellicci. "Well, what is the matter?" said Miss Ledrook.
"It's not the same."
"Not the same what?"
"Canterbury. Oh, you know what I mean. Oh, come here. I want to speak to you."
But Miss Ledrook wouldn't come to Miss Snevellicci, so Miss Snevellicci was obliged to go to Miss Ledrook, which she did in a skipping manner that was quite fascinating. And Miss Ledrook evidently joked Miss Snevellicci about being struck with Nicholas, for after some playful whispering, Miss Snevellicci hit Miss Ledrook very hard on the backs of her hands and retired up in a state of pleasing confusion.
"Ladies and gentlemen,"
said Mr. Vincent Crummles, who had been writing on a piece of paper,
"we'll call the mortal struggle to-morrow at 10. Everybody for the procession. Intrigue and ways and means you're all up in, so we shall only want one rehearsal. Everybody at 10, if you please."
"Everybody at 10," repeated Mrs. Grudden, looking about her.
"On Monday morning we shall read a new piece," said Mr. Crummles. "The name's not known yet, but everybody will have a good part. Mr. Johnson will take care of that."
"Hallo!" said Nicholas, starting.
On Monday morning,"
repeated Mr. Crummles, raising his voice to drown the unfortunate Mr. Johnson's remonstrance.
"That'll do, ladies and gentlemen."
The ladies and gentlemen required no second notice to quit, and in a few minutes the theatre was deserted, save by the Crummles family, Nicholas and Smike. "Upon my word," said Nicholas, taking the manager aside, "I don't think I can be ready by Monday."
"Pooh, pooh,"
replied Mr. Crummles. "But really I can't," returned Nicholas. "My invention is not accustomed to these demands, or possibly I might produce—"
"Invention? What the devil's that got to do with it?"
cried the manager hastily.
"Everything, my dear sir." "Nothing, my dear sir," retorted the manager with evident impatience. "Do you understand French?"
"Perfectly well."
"Very good,"
said the manager, opening the table drawer and giving a roll of paper from it to Nicholas.
"There. Just turn that into English and put your name on the title page. Damn me," said Mr. Crummles angrily, "if I haven't often said that I wouldn't have a man or woman in my company that wasn't master of the language, so that they might learn it from the original and play it in English and save all this trouble and expense."
Nicholas smiled and pocketed the play.
"What are you going to do about your lodgings?" said Mr. Crummles.
Nicholas could not help thinking that for the first week it would be an uncommon convenience to have a turn-up bedstead in the pit, but he merely remarked that he had not turned his thoughts that way.
"Come home with me, then," said Mr. Crummles, "and my boy shall go with you after dinner and show you the most likely places."
The offer was not to be refused. Nicholas and Mr. Crummles gave Mrs. Crummles an arm each and walked up the street in stately array. Smike, the boys, and the phenomenon went home by a shorter cut, and Mrs. Grudden remained behind to take some cold Irish stew and a pint of porter in the box-office. Mrs. Crummles trod the pavement as if she were going to immediate execution, with an animating consciousness of innocence and that heroic fortitude which virtue alone inspires. Mr. Crummles, on the other hand, assumed the look and gait of a hardened despot, but they both attracted some notice from many of the passers-by, and when they heard a whisper of Mr. and Mrs. Crummles, or saw a little boy run back to stare them in the face, the severe expression of their countenances relaxed, for they felt it was popularity. Mr. Crummles lived in St. Thomas's Street, at the house of one Bulph, a pilot, who sported a boat-green door with window-frames of the same colour and had the little finger of a drowned man on his parlour mantel-shelf with other maritime and natural curiosities. He displayed also a brass knocker, a brass plate, and a brass bell-handle, all very bright and shining, and had a mast with a vane on the top of it in his backyard.
"You are welcome," said Mrs. Crummles, turning round to Nicholas when they reached the bow-windowed front room on the first floor.
Nicholas bowed his acknowledgments and was unfeignedly glad to see the cloth laid.
"We have but a shoulder of mutton with onion sauce," said Mrs. Crummles in the same charnel house voice, "but such as our dinner is, we beg you to partake of it."
"You are very good," replied Nicholas. "I shall do it ample justice."
"Vincent," said Mrs. Crummles, "what is the hour?"
5 minutes past dinner time," said Mr. Crummles.
Mrs. Crummles rang the bell. "Let the mutton and onion sauce appear."
The slave who attended upon Mr. Bulph's lodgers disappeared, and after a short interval reappeared with the festive banquet. Nicholas and the infant phenomenon opposed each other at the Pembroke table, and Smike and the Master Crummleses dined on the sofa bedstead.
"Are they very theatrical people here?" asked Nicholas.
"No,"
replied Mr. Crummles, shaking his head. "Far from it, far from it." "I pity them," observed Mrs. Crummles.
"So do I," said Nicholas, "if they have no relish for theatrical entertainments properly conducted."
"Then they have none, sir," rejoined Mr. Crummles. "To the infant's benefit last year, on which occasion she repeated 3 of her most popular characters, and also appeared in the Fairy Porcupine as originally performed by her, there was a house of no more than £4.12."
"Is it possible?"
cried Nicholas.
"And £2 of that was trust, Pa,"
said the phenomenon. "And £2 of that was trust," repeated Mr. Crummles. "Mrs. Crummles herself has played to mere handfuls."
"But they're always a taking audience, Vincent," said the manager's wife.
"Most audiences are when they have good acting, real good acting, the regular thing," replied Mr. Crummles forcibly.
"Do you give lessons, ma'am?" inquired Nicholas.
"I do," said Mrs. Crummles.
"There is no teaching here, I suppose?"
"There has been," said Mrs. Crummles. "I have received pupils here. I imparted tuition to the daughter of a dealer in ship's provision, but it afterwards appeared that she was insane when she first came to me. It was very extraordinary that she should come under such circumstances."
Not feeling quite so sure of that, Nicholas thought it best to hold his peace.
"Let me see," said the manager, cogitating after dinner. "Would you like some nice little part with the infant?"
"You are very good," replied Nicholas hastily, "but I think perhaps it would be better if I had somebody of my own size at first, in case I should turn out awkward. I should feel more at home, perhaps."
"True," said the manager. "Perhaps you would, and you could play up to the infant in time, you know."
"Certainly," replied Nicholas, devoutly hoping that it would be a very long time before he was honoured with this distinction.
"Then I'll tell you what we'll do," said Mr. Crummles. "You shall study Romeo when you've done that piece. Don't forget to throw the pump and tubs in, by the by. Juliet, Miss Snevellicci, old Grudden the nurse. Yes, that'll do very well. Rover, too. You might get up Rover while you were about it, and Cassio and Jeremy Diddler. You can easily knock them off. One part helps the other so much. Here they are, cues and all."
With these hasty general directions, Mr. Crummles thrust a number of little books into the faltering hands of Nicholas, and bidding his eldest son go with him and show him where lodgings were to be had, shook him by the hand and wished him good night. There is no lack of comfortable furnished apartments in Portsmouth, and no difficulty in finding some that are proportionate to very slender finances. But the former were too good, and the latter too bad, and they went into so many houses and came out unsuited that Nicholas seriously began to think he should be obliged to ask permission to spend the night in the theatre after all. Eventually, however, they stumbled upon 2 small rooms up 3 pair of stairs, or rather 2 pair and a ladder, at a tobacconist's shop on the Common Hard, a dirty street leading down to the dockyard. These Nicholas engaged, only too happy to have escaped any request for payment of a week's rent beforehand. "There, lay down our personal property, Smike," he said after showing young Crummles downstairs. "We have fallen upon strange times, and heaven only knows the end of them. But I am tired with the events of these 3 days, and will postpone reflection till to-morrow, if I can." End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 24. Of the Great Bespeak for Miss Snevellicci, and the first appearance of Nicholas upon any stage. Nicholas was up betimes in the morning, but he had scarcely begun to dress, notwithstanding, when he heard footsteps ascending the stairs, and was presently saluted by the voices of Mr. Folair, the pantomimist, and Mr. Lenville, the tragedian. "House, house, house!" cried Mr. Folair. "What ho within there!" said Mr. Lenville in a deep voice. "Confound these fellows," thought Nicholas. "They have come to breakfast, I suppose. I'll open the door directly if you'll wait an instant." The gentleman entreated him not to hurry himself, and, to beguile the interval, had a fencing bout with their walking-sticks on the very small landing-place, to the unspeakable discomposure of all the other lodgers downstairs. "Here, come in," said Nicholas when he had completed his toilet. "In the name of all that's horrible, don't make that noise outside." "An uncommon snug little box, this," said Mr. Lenville, stepping into the front room and taking his hat off before he could get in at all. "Pernicious snug." "For a man at all particular in such matters, it might be a trifle too snug," said Nicholas. "For, although it is undoubtedly a great convenience to be able to reach anything you want from the ceiling or the floor or either side of the room without having to move from your chair, still these advantages can only be had in an apartment of the most limited size." "It isn't a bit too confined for a single man," returned Mr. Lenville. "That reminds me. My wife, Mr. Johnson, I hope she'll have some good part in this piece of yours." "I glanced at the French copy last night," said Nicholas. "It looks very good, I think." "What do you mean to do for me, old fellow?" asked Mr. Lenville, poking the struggling fire with his walking-stick and afterwards wiping it on the skirt of his coat. "Anything in the gruff and grumble way?" "You turn your wife and child out of doors," said Nicholas, "and in a fit of rage and jealousy stab your eldest son in the library." "Do I, though?" exclaimed Mr. Lenville. "That's a very good business." "After which," said Nicholas, "you are troubled with remorse till the last act, and then you make up your mind to destroy yourself. But just as you are raising the pistol to your head, a clock strikes 10. "I see," cried Mr. Lenville. "Very good." "You pause," said Nicholas. "You recollect to have heard a clock strike 10 in your infancy. The pistol falls from your hand, you are overcome, you burst into tears, and become a virtuous and exemplary character for ever afterwards." "Capital!" said Mr. Lenville. "That's a sure card, a sure card. Get the curtain down with a touch of nature like that, and it'll be a triumphant success."
Is there anything good for me?" inquired Mr. Folair anxiously. "Let me see," said Nicholas. "You play the faithful and attached servant. You are turned out of doors with the wife and child. Always coupled with that infernal phenomenon," sighed Mr. Folair. "And we go into poor lodgings where I won't take any wages and talk sentiment, I suppose?" "Why, yes," replied Nicholas. "That is the course of the piece." "I must have a dance of some kind, you know," said Mr. Folair. "You'll have to introduce one for the phenomenon, so you'd better make a pas de deux and save time." "There's nothing easier than that," said Mr. Lenville, observing the disturbed looks of the young dramatist. "Upon my word, I don't see how it's to be done," rejoined Nicholas. "Why, isn't it obvious?" reasoned Mr. Lenville. "Gadzooks, who can help seeing the way to do it? You astonish me. You get the distressed lady and the little child and the attached servant into the poor lodgings, don't you? Well, look here. The distressed lady sinks into a chair and buries her face in her pocket-handkerchief. 'What makes you weep, mamma?' says the child. 'Don't weep, mamma, or you'll make me weep too.' 'And me,' says the favourite servant, rubbing his eyes with his arm. 'What can we do to raise your spirits, dear mamma?' says the little child. 'Aye, what CAN we do?' says the faithful servant. 'Oh, Pierre,' says the distressed lady, 'would that I could shake off these painful thoughts.' 'Try, ma'am, try,' says the faithful servant. 'Rouse yourself, ma'am. Be amused.' 'I will,' says the lady. 'I will learn to suffer with fortitude. Do you remember that dance, my honest friend, which in happier days you practised with this sweet angel? It never failed to calm my spirits then. Oh, let me see it once again before I die.' There it is. Cue for the band. 'Before I die.' And off they go. That's the regular thing, isn't it, Tommy?" "That's it," replied Mr. Folair. "The distressed lady, overpowered by old recollections, faints at the end of the dance, and you close in with the picture." Profiting by these and other lessons, which were the result of the personal experience of the two actors, Nicholas willingly gave them the best breakfast he could, and when he at length got rid of them, applied himself to his task, by no means displeased to find that it was so much easier than he had at first supposed. He worked very hard all day, and did not leave his room until the evening, when he went down to the theatre, whither Smike had repaired before him to go on with another gentleman as a general rebellion. Here all the people were so much changed that he scarcely knew them. False hair, false colour, false calves, false muscles, they had become different beings. Mr. Lenville was a blooming warrior of most exquisite proportions. Mr. Crummles, his large face shaded by a profusion of black hair, a Highland outlaw of most majestic bearing. One of the old gentlemen, a jailor, and the other a venerable patriarch. The comic countryman, a fighting man of great valour, relieved by a touch of humour. Each of the Master Crummleses a prince in his own right, and the low-spirited lover a desponding captive. There was a gorgeous banquet ready spread for the third act, consisting of 2 pasteboard vases, 1 plate of biscuits, a black bottle, and a vinegar cruet, and, in short, everything was on a scale of the utmost splendour and preparation. Nicholas was standing with his back to the curtain, now contemplating the first scene, which was a Gothic archway about 2 feet shorter than Mr. Crummles, through which that gentleman was to make his first entrance, and now listening to a couple of people who were cracking nuts in the gallery, wondering whether they made the whole audience, when the manager himself walked familiarly up and accosted him. "Been in front to-night?" said Mr. Crummles. "No," replied Nicholas, "not yet. I'm going to see the play." "We've had a pretty good let," said Mr. Crummles. 4 front places in the centre, and the whole of the stage box." "Oh, indeed," said Nicholas. "A family, I suppose?" "Yes," replied Mr. Crummles. "Yes, it's an affecting thing. There are 6 children, and they never come unless the phenomenon plays."
It would have been difficult for any party, family or otherwise, to have visited the theatre on a night when the phenomenon did not play, inasmuch as she always sustained one, and not uncommonly two or three, characters every night. But Nicholas, sympathizing with the feelings of a father, refrained from hinting at this trifling circumstance, and Mr. Crummles continued to talk, uninterrupted by him. 6, said that gentleman. Pa and Ma, 8. Aunt, 9. Governess, 10. Grandfather and grandmother, 12. Then there's the footman, who stands outside with a bag of oranges and a jug of toast and water, and sees the play for nothing through the little pane of glass in the box door. It's cheap at a guinea. They gain by taking a box. I wonder you allow so many, observed Nicholas. There's no help for it, replied Mr. Crummles. It's always expected in the country. If there are 6 children, 6 people come to hold them in their laps. A family box carries double always. Ring in the orchestra, Grudden. That useful lady did as she was requested, and shortly afterwards the tuning of 3 fiddles was heard, which process having been protracted as long as it was supposed that the patience of the audience could possibly bear it, was put a stop to by another jerk of the bell, which, being the signal to begin in earnest, set the orchestra playing a variety of popular airs with involuntary variations. If Nicholas had been astonished at the alteration for the better which the gentlemen displayed, the transformation of the ladies was still more extraordinary. When, from a snug corner of the manager's box, he beheld Miss Snevellicci in all the glories of white muslin, with a golden hem, and Mrs. Crummles in all the dignity of the outlaw's wife, and Miss Bravassa in all the sweetness of Miss Snevellicci's confidential friend, and Miss Belvorney in the white silks of a page doing duty everywhere and swearing to live and die in the service of everybody, he could scarcely contain his admiration, which testified itself in great applause and the closest possible attention to the business of the scene. The plot was most interesting. It belonged to no particular age, people, or country, and was perhaps the more delightful on that account, as nobody's previous information could afford the remotest glimmering of what would ever come of it. An outlaw had been very successful in doing something somewhere, and came home in triumph to the sound of shouts and fiddles to greet his wife, a lady of masculine mind, who talked a good deal about her father's bones, which it seemed were unburied, though whether from a peculiar taste on the part of the old gentleman himself or the reprehensible neglect of his relations did not appear. This outlaw's wife was, somehow or other, mixed up with a patriarch living in a castle a long way off, and this patriarch was the father of several of the characters, but he didn't exactly know which, and was uncertain whether he had brought up the right ones in his castle or the wrong ones. He rather inclined to the latter opinion, and being uneasy relieved his mind with a banquet, during which solemnity somebody in a cloak said "Beware," which somebody was known by nobody, except to the audience, to be the outlaw himself, who had come there for reasons unexplained, but possibly with an eye to the spoons. There was an agreeable little surprise in the way of certain love passages between the desponding captive and Miss Snevellicci, and the comic fighting man and Miss Bravassa, besides which Mr. Lenville had several very tragic scenes in the dark while on throat-cutting expeditions, which were all baffled by the skill and bravery of the comic fighting man, who overheard whatever was said all through the piece, and the intrepidity of Miss Snevellicci, who adopted tights and therein repaired to the prison of her captive lover with a small basket of refreshments and a dark lantern. At last it came out that the patriarch was the man who had treated the bones of the outlaw's father-in-law with so much disrespect, for which cause and reason the outlaw's wife repaired to his castle to kill him, and so got into a dark room, where, after a good deal of groping in the dark, everybody got hold of everybody else and took them for somebody besides, which occasioned a vast quantity of confusion, with some pistoling, loss of life, and torchlight, after which the patriarch came forward, and observing with a knowing look that he knew all about his children now and would tell them when they got inside, so that there could not be a more appropriate occasion for marrying the young people than that, and therefore he joined their hands, with the full consent of the indefatigable page, who, being the only other person surviving, pointed with his cap into the clouds and his right hand to the ground, thereby invoking a blessing and giving the cue for the curtain to come down, which it did, amidst general applause.
"What did you think of that?"
asked Mr. Crummles when Nicholas went round to the stage again. Mr. Crummles was very red and hot, for your outlaws are desperate fellows to shout.
"I think it was very capital indeed," replied Nicholas. "Miss Snevellicci in particular was uncommonly good." "She's a genius," said Mr. Crummles. "Quite a genius, that girl. By the by, I've been thinking of bringing out that piece of yours on her bespeak night."
"When?" asked Nicholas.
"The night of her bespeak. Her benefit night, when her friends and patrons bespeak the play," said Mr. Crummles.
"Oh, I understand," replied Nicholas.
"You see," said Mr. Crummles, "it's sure to go on such an occasion, and even if it should not work up quite as well as we expect, why, it will be her risk, you know, and not ours."
"Yours, you mean," said Nicholas.
"I said mine, didn't I?" returned Mr. Crummles. "Next Monday week. What do you say? You'll have it done and are sure to be up in the Lover's part long before that time."
"I don't know about long before," replied Nicholas, "but by that time I think I can undertake to be ready."
"Very good," pursued Mr. Crummles. "Then we'll call that settled. Now, I want to ask you something else. There's a little what shall I call it? A little canvassing takes place on these occasions."
"Among the patrons, I suppose," said Nicholas.
"Among the patrons. And the fact is that Snevellicci has had so many bespeaks in this place that she wants an attraction. She had a bespeak when her mother-in-law died, and a bespeak when her uncle died, and Mrs. Crummles and myself have had bespeaks on the anniversary of the phenomenon's birthday, and our wedding day, and occasions of that description, so that, in fact, there's some difficulty in getting a good one. Now, won't you help this poor girl, Mr. Johnson?"
said Crummles, sitting himself down on a drum and taking a great pinch of snuff as he looked him steadily in the face.
"How do you mean?" rejoined Nicholas. "Don't you think you could spare half an hour to-morrow morning to call with her at the houses of one or two of the principal people?"
murmured the manager in a persuasive tone.
"Oh, dear me,"
said Nicholas with an air of very strong objection. I shouldn't like to do that."
"The infant will accompany her," said Mr. Crummles. "The moment it was suggested to me, I gave permission for the infant to go. There will not be the smallest impropriety. Miss Snevellicci, sir, is the very soul of honour. It would be of material service. The gentleman from London, author of the new piece, actor in the new piece, first appearance on any boards. It would lead to a great bespeak, Mr. Johnson."
I'm very sorry to throw a damp upon the prospects of anybody, and more especially a lady," replied Nicholas, "but I must decidedly object to making one of the canvassing party."
"What does Mr. Johnson say, Vincent?"
inquired a voice close to his ear, and looking round he found Mrs. Crummles and Miss Snevellicci herself standing behind him.
"He has some objection, my dear," replied Mr. Crummles, looking at Nicholas. "Objection!" exclaimed Mrs. Crummles. "Can it be possible?"
"Oh, I hope not," cried Miss Snevellicci. You surely are not so cruel. Oh, dear me! Well, to think of that now, after all, one's looking forward to it."
"Mr. Johnson will not persist, my dear," said Mrs. Crummles. "Think better of him than to suppose it. Gallantry, humanity, all the best feelings of his nature must be enlisted in this interesting cause." "Which moves even a manager," said Mr. Crummles, smiling. "And a manager's wife," added Mrs. Crummles in her accustomed tragedy tones. "Come, come, you will relent. I know you will."
"It is not in my nature,"
said Nicholas, moved by these appeals, "to resist any entreaty, unless it is to do something positively wrong, and beyond a feeling of pride, I know nothing which should prevent my doing this. I know nobody here, and nobody knows me. So be it, then. I yield." Miss Snevellicci was at once overwhelmed with blushes and expressions of gratitude, of which latter commodity neither Mr. nor Mrs. Crummles was by any means sparing. It was arranged that Nicholas should call upon her at her lodgings at 11 next morning, and soon after they parted, he to return home to his authorship, Miss Snevellicci to dress for the after-piece, and the disinterested manager and his wife to discuss the probable gains of the forthcoming bespeak, of which they were to have 2/3 of the profits by solemn treaty of agreement. At the stipulated hour next morning, Nicholas repaired to the lodgings of Miss Snevellicci, which were in a place called Lombard Street, at the house of a tailor. A strong smell of ironing pervaded the little passage, and the tailor's daughter, who opened the door, appeared in that flutter of spirits which is so often attendant upon the periodical getting up of a family's linen. "Miss Snevellicci lives here, I believe?" said Nicholas when the door was open. The tailor's daughter replied in the affirmative. "Will you have the goodness to let her know that Mr. Johnson is here?" said Nicholas.
"Oh, if you please, you're to come upstairs," replied the tailor's daughter with a smile. Nicholas followed the young lady and was shown into a small apartment on the first floor, communicating with the back room, in which, as he judged from a certain half-subdued clinking sound as of cups and saucers, Miss Snevellicci was then taking her breakfast in bed. "You're to wait, if you please," said the tailor's daughter after a short period of absence, during which the clinking in the back room had ceased and been succeeded by whispering. "She won't be long." As she spoke, she pulled up the window blind, and having by this means, as she thought, diverted Mr. Johnson's attention from the room to the street, caught up some articles which were airing on the fender and had very much the appearance of stockings, and darted off. As there were not many objects of interest outside the window, Nicholas looked about the room with more curiosity than he might otherwise have bestowed upon it. On the sofa lay an old guitar, several thumbed pieces of music, and a scattered litter of curl papers, together with a confused heap of playbills and a pair of soiled white satin shoes with large blue rosettes. Hanging over the back of a chair was a half-finished muslin apron with little pockets ornamented with red ribbons, such as waiting women wear on the stage, and by consequence are never seen with anywhere else. In one corner stood the diminutive pair of top-boots in which Miss Snevellicci was accustomed to enact the little jockey, and, folded on a chair hard by, was a small parcel which bore a very suspicious resemblance to the companion Smalls. But the most interesting object of all was, perhaps, the open scrap-book, displayed in the midst of some theatrical duodecimos that were strewn upon the table, and pasted into which scrap-book were various critical notices of Miss Snevellicci's acting, extracted from different provincial journals, together with one poetic address in her honour, commencing, "Sing, God of love, and tell me in what dearth thrice-gifted Snevellicci came on earth, to thrill us with her smile, her tear, her eye. Sing, God of love, and tell me quickly why." Besides this effusion, there were innumerable complimentary allusions, also extracted from newspapers, such as, "We observe from an advertisement in another part of our paper of to-day that the charming and highly talented Miss Snevellicci takes her benefit on Wednesday, for which occasion she has put forth a bill of fare that might kindle exhilaration in the breast of a misanthrope. In the confidence that our fellow townsmen have not lost that high appreciation of public utility and private worth for which they have long been so preeminently distinguished, we predict that this charming actress will be greeted with a bumper. To correspondents, J.S. is misinformed when he supposes that the highly gifted and beautiful Miss Snevellicci, nightly captivating all hearts at our pretty and commodious little theatre, is not the same lady to whom the young gentleman of immense fortune, residing within 100 miles of the good city of York, lately made honourable proposals. We have reason to know that Miss Snevellicci is the lady who was implicated in that mysterious and romantic affair, and whose conduct on that occasion did no less honour to her head and heart than do her histrionic triumphs to her brilliant genius.
A copious assortment of such paragraphs as these, with long bills of benefits all ending with "Come early" in large capitals, formed the principal contents of Miss Snevellicci's scrap-book. Nicholas had read a great many of these scraps and was absorbed in a circumstantial and melancholy account of the train of events which had led to Miss Snevellicci's spraining her ankle by slipping on a piece of orange peel flung by a monster in human form, so the paper said, upon the stage at Winchester, when that young lady herself, attired in the coal-scuttle bonnet and walking dress complete, tripped into the room with 1,000 apologies for having detained him so long after the appointed time.
"But really," said Miss Snevellicci, "my darling Led, who lives with me here, was taken so very ill in the night that I thought she would have expired in my arms."
"Such a fate is almost to be envied," returned Nicholas, "but I am very sorry to hear it, nevertheless."
"What a creature you are to flatter!"
said Miss Snevellicci, buttoning her glove in much confusion. "If it be flattery to admire your charms and accomplishments," rejoined Nicholas, laying his hand upon the scrap-book, "you have better specimens of it here."
Oh, you cruel creature, to read such things as those! I'm almost ashamed to look you in the face afterwards. Positively I am," said Miss Snevellicci, seizing the book and putting it away in a closet. "How careless of Led! How could she be so naughty?"
"I thought you had kindly left it here on purpose for me to read," said Nicholas, and really it did seem possible.
"I wouldn't have had you see it for the world," rejoined Miss Snevellicci. "I never was so vexed, never. But she is such a careless thing, there's no trusting her."
The conversation was here interrupted by the entrance of the phenomenon, who had discreetly remained in the bedroom up to this moment and now presented herself with much grace and lightness, bearing in her hand a very little green parasol with a broad fringed border and no handle. After a few words, of course, they sallied into the street. The phenomenon was rather a troublesome companion, for first the right sandal came down, and then the left, and these mischances being repaired, one leg of the little white trousers was discovered to be longer than the other. Besides these accidents, the green parasol was dropped down an iron grating, and only fished up again with great difficulty and by dint of much exertion. However, it was impossible to scold her, as she was the manager's daughter, so Nicholas took it all in perfect good humour and walked on, with Miss Snevellicci arm in arm on one side and the offending infant on the other. The first house to which they bent their steps was situated in a terrace of respectable appearance. Miss Snevellicci's modest double knock was answered by a footboy, who, in reply to her inquiry whether Mrs. Curdle was at home, opened his eyes very wide, grinned very much, and said he didn't know, but he'd inquire. With this he showed them into a parlour where he kept them waiting, until the two women-servants had repaired thither under false pretences to see the play-actors, and having compared notes with them in the passage and joined in a vast quantity of whispering and giggling, he at length went upstairs with Miss Snevellicci's name. Now, Mrs. Curdle was supposed, by those who were best informed on such points, to possess quite the London taste in matters relating to literature and the drama. And as to Mr. Curdle, he had written a pamphlet of 64 pages, post octavo, on the character of the nurse's deceased husband in Romeo and Juliet, with an inquiry whether he really had been a merry man in his lifetime, or whether it was merely his widow's affectionate partiality that induced her so to report him. He had likewise proved that by altering the received mode of punctuation, any one of Shakespeare's plays could be made quite different, and the sense completely changed. It is needless to say, therefore, that he was a great critic and a very profound and most original thinker.
"Well, Miss Snevellicci," said Mrs. Curdle, entering the parlour, "and how do you do?"
Miss Snevellicci made a graceful obeisance and hoped Mrs. Curdle was well, as also Mr. Curdle, who at the same time appeared. Mrs. Curdle was dressed in a morning wrapper with a little cap stuck upon the top of her head. Mr. Curdle wore a loose robe on his back and his right forefinger on his forehead, after the portraits of Sterne, to whom somebody or other had once said he bore a striking resemblance.
"I venture to call for the purpose of asking whether you would put your name to my bespeak, ma'am,"
said Miss Snevellicci, producing documents.
"Oh, really? I don't know what to say," replied Mrs. Curdle. "It's not as if the theatre was in its high and palmy days. You needn't stand, Miss Snevellicci. The drama is gone, perfectly gone. As an exquisite embodiment of the poet's visions and a realization of human intellectuality, gilding with refulgent light our dreamy moments and laying open a new and magic world before the mental eye, the drama is gone, perfectly gone," said Mr. Curdle. "What man is there now living who can present before us all these changing and prismatic colours with which the character of Hamlet is invested?" exclaimed Mrs. Curdle. "What man, indeed, upon the stage?" said Mr. Curdle with a small reservation in favour of himself. "Hamlet? Pooh! Ridiculous! Hamlet is gone, perfectly gone." Quite overcome by these dismal reflections, Mr. and Mrs. Curdle sighed and sat for some short time without speaking. At length the lady, turning to Miss Snevellicci, inquired what play she proposed to have. "Quite a new one," said Miss Snevellicci, "of which this gentleman is the author and in which he plays, being his first appearance on any stage. Mr. Johnson is the gentleman's name." "I hope you have preserved the unities, sir?" said Mr. Curdle. "The original piece is a French one," said Nicholas. "There is abundance of incident, sprightly dialogue, strongly marked characters." "All unavailing without a strict observance of the unities, sir," returned Mr. Curdle. "The unities of the drama before everything." "Might I ask you," said Nicholas, hesitating between the respect he ought to assume and his love of the whimsical, "might I ask you what the unities are?" Mr. Curdle coughed and considered. "The unities, sir," he said, "are completeness, a kind of universal dovetailedness with regard to place and time, a sort of a general oneness, if I may be allowed to use so strong an expression. I take those to be the dramatic unities, so far as I have been enabled to bestow attention upon them, and I have read much upon the subject, and thought much. I find, running through the performances of this child," said Mr. Curdle, turning to the phenomenon, "a unity of feeling, a breadth, a light and shade, a warmth of colouring, a tone, a harmony, a glow, an artistical development of original conceptions, which I look for in vain among older performers. I don't know whether I make myself understood?" "Perfectly," replied Nicholas. "Just so," said Mr. Curdle, pulling up his neckcloth. "That is my definition of the unities of the drama." Mrs. Curdle had sat listening to this lucid explanation with great complacency. It being finished, she inquired what Mr. Curdle thought about putting down their names. "I don't know, my dear. Upon my word, I don't know," said Mr. Curdle. "If we do, it must be distinctly understood that we do not pledge ourselves to the quality of the performances. Let it go forth to the world that we do not give them the sanction of our names, but that we confer the distinction merely upon Miss Snevellicci. That being clearly stated, I take it to be, as it were, a duty that we should extend our patronage to a degraded stage, even for the sake of the associations with which it is entwined. Have you got 2 and 6pence for half a crown, Miss Snevellicci?" said Mr. Curdle, turning over 4 of those pieces of money. Miss Snevellicci felt in all the corners of the pink reticule, but there was nothing in any of them. Nicholas murmured a jest about his being an author, and thought it best not to go through the form of feeling in his own pockets at all. "Let me see," said Mr. Curdle. Twice 4's 8, 4 shillings apiece to the boxes, Miss Snevellicci, is exceedingly dear in the present state of the drama. 3 half-crowns is 7 and 6. We shall not differ about sixpence, I suppose. Sixpence will not part us, Miss Snevellicci."
Poor Miss Snevellicci took the 3 half-crowns, with many smiles and bends, and Mrs. Curdle, adding several supplementary directions relative to keeping the places for them and dusting the seat and sending 2 clean bills as soon as they came out, rang the bell as a signal for breaking up the conference. "Odd people, those," said Nicholas when they got clear of the house.
"I assure you," said Miss Snevellicci, taking his arm, "that I think myself very lucky they did not owe all the money instead of being sixpence short. Now, if you were to succeed, they would give people to understand that they had always patronized you, and if you were to fail, they would have been quite certain of that from the very beginning."
At the next house they visited, they were in great glory, for there resided the 6 children who were so enraptured with the public actions of the phenomenon, and who, being called down from the nursery to be treated with a private view of that young lady, proceeded to poke their fingers into her eyes and tread upon her toes and show her many other little attentions peculiar to their time of life.
"I shall certainly persuade Mr. Borum to take a private box," said the lady of the house, after a most gracious reception. "I shall only take 2 of the children, and will make up the rest of the party of gentlemen. Your admirers, Miss Snevellicci. Augustus, you naughty boy, leave the little girl alone." This was addressed to a young gentleman who was pinching the phenomenon behind, apparently with a view of ascertaining whether she was real. "I am sure you must be very tired," said the mamma, turning to Miss Snevellicci. "I cannot think of allowing you to go without first taking a glass of wine. Fie, Charlotte, I am ashamed of you. Miss Lane, my dear, pray see to the children."
Miss Lane was the governess, and this entreaty was rendered necessary by the abrupt behaviour of the youngest Miss Borum, who, having filched the phenomenon's little green parasol, was now carrying it bodily off, while the distracted infant looked helplessly on.
"I am sure, where you ever learnt to act as you do," said the good-natured Mrs. Borum, turning again to Miss Snevellicci, "I cannot understand, Emma, don't stare so, laughing in one piece and crying in the next, and so natural in all. Oh, dear!" "I am very happy to hear you express so favourable an opinion," said Miss Snevellicci. "It's quite delightful to think you like it."
"Like it!" cried Mrs. Borum.
"Who can help liking it? I would go to the play twice a week if I could. I dote upon it. Only you're too affecting sometimes. You do put me in such a state, into such fits of crying. Goodness gracious me, Miss Lane, how can you let them torment that poor child so?"
The phenomenon was really in a fair way of being torn limb from limb, for 2 strong little boys, one holding on by each of her hands, were dragging her in different directions as a trial of strength. However, Miss Lane, who had herself been too much occupied in contemplating the grown-up actors to pay the necessary attention to these proceedings, rescued the unhappy infant at this juncture, who, being recruited with a glass of wine, was shortly afterwards taken away by her friends, after sustaining no more serious damage than a flattening of the pink gauze bonnet and a rather extensive creasing of the white frock and trousers. It was a trying morning, for there were a great many calls to make, and everybody wanted a different thing. Some wanted tragedies and others comedies, some objected to dancing, some wanted scarcely anything else. Some thought the comic singer decidedly low, and others hoped he would have more to do than he usually had. Some people wouldn't promise to go because other people wouldn't promise to go, and other people wouldn't go at all because other people went. At length, and by little and little, omitting something in this place and adding something in that, Miss Snevellicci pledged herself to a bill of fare which was comprehensive enough, if it had no other merit. It included, among other trifles, 4 pieces, divers songs, a few combats, and several dances, and they returned home pretty well exhausted with the business of the day. Nicholas worked away at the piece, which was speedily put into rehearsal, and then worked away at his own part, which he studied with great perseverance and acted, as the whole company said, to perfection. And at length the great day arrived. The crier was sent round in the morning to proclaim the entertainments with the sound of bell in all the thoroughfares, and extra bills of 3 feet long by 9 inches wide were dispersed in all directions, flung down all the areas, thrust under all the knockers, and developed in all the shops. They were placarded on all the walls too, though not with complete success, for an illiterate person having undertaken this office during the indisposition of the regular bill sticker, a part were posted sideways and the remainder upside down. At 5:30 there was a rush of 4 people to the gallery door. At 6:15 there were at least a dozen. At 6 o'clock the kicks were terrific, and when the elder Master Crummles opened the door, he was obliged to run behind it for his life. 15 shillings were taken by Mrs. Grudden in the first 10 minutes. Behind the scenes the same unwonted excitement prevailed. Miss Snevellicci was in such a perspiration that the paint would scarcely stay on her face. Mrs. Crummles was so nervous that she could hardly remember her part. Miss Bravassa's ringlets came out of curl with the heat and anxiety. Even Mr. Crummles himself kept peeping through the hole in the curtain and running back every now and then to announce that another man had come into the pit. At last the orchestra left off, and the curtain rose upon the new piece. The first scene, in which there was nobody particular, passed off calmly enough. But when Miss Snevellicci went on in the second, accompanied by the phenomenon as child, what a roar of applause broke out! The people in the ballroom box rose as one man, waving their hats and handkerchiefs and uttering shouts of "Bravo!" Mrs. Borum and the governess cast wreaths upon the stage, of which some fluttered into the lamps and one crowned the temples of a fat gentleman in the pit, who, looking eagerly towards the scene, remained unconscious of the honour. The tailor and his family kicked at the panels of the upper boxes till they threatened to come out altogether. The very ginger-beer boy remained transfixed in the centre of the house. A young officer, supposed to entertain a passion for Miss Snevellicci, stuck his glass in his eye as though to hide a tear. Again and again Miss Snevellicci curtsied lower and lower, and again the applause came down, louder and louder. At length, when the phenomenon picked up one of the smoking wreaths and put it on sideways over Miss Snevellicci's eye, it reached its climax, and the play proceeded. But when Nicholas came on for his crack scene with Mrs. Crummles, what a clapping of hands there was! When Mrs. Crummles, who was his unworthy mother, sneered and called him presumptuous boy, and he defied her, what a tumult of applause came on! When he quarrelled with the other gentleman about the young lady, and producing a case of pistols said that if he was a gentleman he would fight him in that drawing-room until the furniture was sprinkled with the blood of one, if not of two, how boxes, pit, and gallery joined in one most vigorous cheer! When he called his mother names because she wouldn't give up the young lady's property, and she, relenting, caused him to relent likewise and fall down on one knee and ask her blessing, how the ladies in the audience sobbed! When he was hid behind the curtain in the dark, and the wicked relation poked a sharp sword in every direction, save where his legs were plainly visible, what a thrill of anxious fear ran through the house! His air, his figure, his walk, his look, everything he said or did, was the subject of commendation. There was a round of applause every time he spoke. And when at last, in the pump and tub scene, Mrs. Grudden lighted the blue fire, and all the unemployed members of the company came in and tumbled down in various directions, not because that had anything to do with the plot, but in order to finish off with the tableau, the audience, who had by this time increased considerably, gave vent to such a shout of enthusiasm as had not been heard in those walls for many and many a day. In short, the success both of new piece and new actor was complete, and when Miss Snevellicci was called for at the end of the play, Nicholas led her on and divided the applause. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 25. concerning a young lady from London who joins the company and an elderly admirer who follows in her train, with an affecting ceremony consequent on their arrival. The new piece being a decided hit, was announced for every evening of performance until further notice, and the evenings when the theatre was closed were reduced from 3 in the week to 2. Nor were these the only tokens of extraordinary success, for on the succeeding Saturday Nicholas received, by favour of the indefatigable Mrs. Grudden, no less a sum than 30 shillings, besides which substantial reward he enjoyed considerable fame and honour, having a presentation copy of Mr. Curdle's pamphlet forwarded to the theatre with that gentleman's own autograph, in itself an inestimable treasure, on the fly-leaf, accompanied with a note containing many expressions of approval and an unsolicited assurance that Mr. Curdle would be very happy to read Shakespeare to him for 3 hours every morning before breakfast during his stay in the town.
"I've got another novelty, Johnson," said Mr. Crummles one morning in great glee.
"What's that?" rejoined Nicholas. "The pony?"
"No, no. We never come to the pony till everything else has failed," said Mr. Crummles. "I don't think we shall come to the pony at all this season. No, no, not the pony."
"A boy phenomenon, perhaps?" suggested Nicholas.
"There is only one phenomenon, sir," replied Mr. Crummles impressively, "and that's a girl."
"Very true," said Nicholas. "I beg your pardon. Then I don't know what it is, I'm sure."
"What should you say to a young lady from London?" inquired Mr. Crummles. "Miss So-and-so of the Theatre Royal, Drury Lane."
"I should say she would look very well in the bills," said Nicholas.
"You're about right there," said Mr. Crummles, "and if you had said she would look very well upon the stage too, you wouldn't have been far out. Look here. What do you think of this?"
With this inquiry, Mr. Crummles unfolded a red poster, and a blue poster, and a yellow poster, at the top of each of which public notification was inscribed in enormous characters: "First appearance of the unrivalled Miss Petowker of the Theatre Royal, Drury Lane." "Dear me," said Nicholas, "I know that lady."
"Then you are acquainted with as much talent as was ever compressed into one young person's body," retorted Mr. Crummles, rolling up the bills again. "That is, talent of a certain sort, of a certain sort. The blood-drinker," added Mr. Crummles with a prophetic sigh. "The blood-drinker will die with that girl. And she's the only sylph I ever saw who could stand upon one leg and play the tambourine on her other knee, like a sylph."
"When does she come down?" asked Nicholas.
"We expect her to-day," replied Mr. Crummles. "She is an old friend of Mrs. Crummles's. Mrs. Crummles saw what she could do, always knew it from the first. She taught her. Indeed, nearly all she knows. Mrs. Crummles was the original blood-drinker."
"Was she indeed?"
"Yes. She was obliged to give it up, though."
"Did it disagree with her?" asked Nicholas.
"Not so much with her as with her audiences," replied Mr. Crummles. "Nobody could stand it. It was too tremendous. You don't quite know what Mrs. Crummles is yet."
Nicholas ventured to insinuate that he thought he did.
"No, no, you don't," said Mr. Crummles. "You don't indeed. I don't, and that's a fact. I don't think her country will, till she is dead. Some new proof of talent bursts from that astonishing woman every year of her life. Look at her, mother of 6 children, 3 of 'em alive, and all upon the stage."
"Extraordinary!" cried Nicholas.
"Ah, extraordinary indeed," rejoined Mr. Crummles, taking a complacent pinch of snuff and shaking his head gravely. "I pledge you my professional word, I didn't even know she could dance till her last benefit, and then she played Juliet, and Helen MacGregor, and did the skipping-rope hornpipe between the pieces. The very first time I saw that admirable woman, Johnson," said Mr. Crummles, drawing a little nearer and speaking in the tone of confidential friendship, "she stood upon her head on the butt end of a spear surrounded with blazing fireworks." "You astonish me," said Nicholas. "She astonished me," returned Mr. Crummles with a very serious countenance. "Such grace, coupled with such dignity! I adored her from that moment." The arrival of the gifted subject of these remarks put an abrupt termination to Mr. Crummles's eulogium. Almost immediately afterwards, Master Percy Crummles entered with a letter which had arrived by the general post and was directed to his gracious mother, at sight of the superscription whereof Mrs. Crummles exclaimed, "From Henrietta Petowker, I do declare," and instantly became absorbed in the contents. "Is it?" inquired Mr. Crummles, hesitating. "Oh, yes, it's all right," replied Mrs. Crummles, anticipating the question. "What an excellent thing for her, to be sure!" "It's the best thing altogether I've ever heard of, I think," said Mr. Crummles. And then Mr. Crummles, Mrs. Crummles, and Master Percy Crummles all fell to laughing violently. Nicholas left them to enjoy their mirth together and walked to his lodgings, wondering very much what mystery connected with Miss Petowker could provoke such merriment, and pondering still more on the extreme surprise with which that lady would regard his sudden enlistment in a profession of which she was such a distinguished and brilliant ornament. But in this latter respect he was mistaken, for whether Mr. Vincent Crummles had paved the way, or Miss Petowker had some special reason for treating him with even more than her usual amiability, their meeting at the theatre next day was more like that of two dear friends who had been inseparable from infancy than a recognition passing between a lady and gentleman who had only met some half-dozen times, and then by mere chance. Nay, Miss Petowker even whispered that she had wholly dropped the Kenwigses in her conversations with the manager's family, and had represented herself as having encountered Mr. Johnson in the very first and most fashionable circles, and on Nicholas receiving this intelligence with unfeigned surprise, she added with a sweet glance that she had a claim on his good nature now and might tax it before long. Nicholas had the honour of playing in a slight piece with Miss Petowker that night, and could not but observe that the warmth of her reception was mainly attributable to a most persevering umbrella in the upper boxes. He saw, too, that the enchanting actress cast many sweet looks towards the quarter whence these sounds proceeded, and that every time she did so the umbrella broke out afresh. Once he thought that a peculiar-shaped hat in the same corner was not wholly unknown to him, but being occupied with his share of the stage business, he bestowed no great attention upon this circumstance, and it had quite vanished from his memory by the time he reached home. He had just sat down to supper with Smike when one of the people of the house came outside the door and announced that a gentleman below stairs wished to speak to Mr. Johnson. "Well, if he does, you must tell him to come up, that's all I know," replied Nicholas. "One of our hungry brethren, I suppose, Smike." His fellow lodger looked at the cold meat in silent calculation of the quantity that would be left for dinner next day, and put back a slice he had cut for himself in order that the visitor's encroachments might be less formidable in their effects. "It is not anybody who has been here before," said Nicholas, "for he is tumbling up every stair. Come in, come in. In the name of wonder, Mr. Lillyvick?" It was indeed the collector of water rates, who, regarding Nicholas with a fixed look and immovable countenance, shook hands with most portentous solemnity and sat himself down in a seat by the chimney-corner. "Why, when did you come here?" asked Nicholas. "This morning, sir," replied Mr. Lillyvick. "Oh, I see. Then you were at the theatre to-night, and it was your this umbrella," said Mr. Lillyvick, producing a fat green cotton one with a battered ferrule. "What did you think of that performance?" "So far as I could judge, being on the stage," replied Nicholas, "I thought it very agreeable." "Agreeable?" cried the collector. "I mean to say, sir, that it was delicious."
Mr. Lillyvick bent forward to pronounce the last word with greater emphasis, and having done so, drew himself up, and frowned and nodded a great many times.
"I say delicious," repeated Mr. Lillyvick. "Absorbing, fairy-like, tumultuous." And again Mr. Lillyvick drew himself up, and again he frowned and nodded. "Ah!" said Nicholas, a little surprised at these symptoms of ecstatic approbation. "Yes, she is a clever girl." "She is a divinity," returned Mr. Lillyvick, giving a collector's double knock on the ground with the umbrella aforementioned. "I have known divine actresses before now, sir. I used to collect, at least I used to call for, and very often call for, the water rate at the house of a divine actress who lived in my beat for upwards of 4 year, but never, no, never, sir, of all divine creatures, actresses or no actresses, did I see a diviner one than is Henrietta Petowker." Nicholas had much ado to prevent himself from laughing. Not trusting himself to speak, he merely nodded in accordance with Mr. Lillyvick's nods and remained silent. "Let me speak a word with you in private," said Mr. Lillyvick. Nicholas looked good-humouredly at Smike, who, taking the hint, disappeared. "A bachelor is a miserable wretch, sir," said Mr. Lillyvick. "Is he?" asked Nicholas. "He is," rejoined the collector. "I have lived in the world for nigh 60 year, and I ought to know what it is." "You ought to know, certainly," thought Nicholas, "but whether you do or not is another question." "If a bachelor happens to have saved a little matter of money," said Mr. Lillyvick, "his sisters and brothers and nephews and nieces look to that money and not to him, even if by being a public character he is the head of the family, or, as it may be, the main from which all the other little branches are turned on. They still wish him dead all the while, and get low-spirited every time they see him looking in good health, because they want to come into his property. You see that?" "Oh, yes," replied Nicholas. "It's very true, no doubt." "The great reason for not being married," resumed Mr. Lillyvick, "is the expense. That's what's kept me off. Or else, Lord," said Mr. Lillyvick, snapping his fingers, "I might have had 50 women." "Fine women?" asked Nicholas. "Fine women, sir," replied the collector. "Aye, not so fine as Henrietta Petowker, for she is an uncommon specimen, but such women as don't fall into every man's way, I can tell you. Now suppose a man can get a fortune in a wife instead of with her, eh?" "Why, then he's a lucky fellow," replied Nicholas. "That's what I say," retorted the collector, patting him benignantly on the side of the head with his umbrella. "Just what I say. Henrietta Petowker, the talented Henrietta Petowker, has a fortune in herself, and I am going to—" "To make her Mrs. Lillyvick?" suggested Nicholas. "No, sir, not to make her Mrs. Lillyvick," replied the collector. "Actresses, sir, always keep their maiden names. That's the regular thing. But I'm going to marry her, and the day after to-morrow, too." "I congratulate you, sir," said Nicholas. "Thank you, sir," replied the collector, buttoning his waistcoat. "I shall draw her salary, of course, and I hope after all that it's nearly as cheap to keep 2 as it is to keep 1. That's a consolation." "Surely you don't want any consolation at such a moment?" observed Nicholas. "No," replied Mr. Lillyvick, shaking his head nervously. "No, of course not." "But how come you both here, if you're going to be married, Mr. Lillyvick?" asked Nicholas. "Why, that's what I came to explain to you," replied the collector of water rate. "The fact is, we have thought it best to keep it secret from the family." "Family?" said Nicholas. "What family?" "The Kenwigses, of course," rejoined Mr. Lillyvick. "If my niece and the children had known a word about it before I came away, they'd have gone into fits at my feet and never have come out of 'em till I took an oath not to marry anybody, or they'd have got out a commission of lunacy or some dreadful thing,"
said the collector, quite trembling as he spoke. To be sure, said Nicholas. Yes, they would have been jealous, no doubt. To prevent which, said Mr. Lillyvick, Henrietta Petowker, it was settled between us, should come down here to her friends the Crummleses, under pretence of this engagement, and I should go down to Guildford the day before and joined her on the coach there, which I did, and we came down from Guildford yesterday together. Now, for fear you should be writing to Mr. Noggs and might say anything about us, we have thought it best to let you into the secret. We shall be married from the Crummleses' lodgings, and shall be delighted to see you, either before church or at breakfast time, which you like. It won't be expensive, you know, said the collector, highly anxious to prevent any misunderstanding on this point. Just muffins and coffee, with perhaps a shrimp or something of that sort for a relish, you know. Yes, I understand, replied Nicholas. Oh, I shall be most happy to come. It will give me the greatest pleasure. Where's the lady stopping? With Mrs. Crummles? Why, no, said the collector. They couldn't very well dispose of her at night, and so she is staying with an acquaintance of hers and another young lady. They both belong to the theatre. Miss Snevellicci, I suppose, said Nicholas. Yes, that's the name. And they'll be bridesmaids, I presume, said Nicholas. Why, said the collector with a rueful face, they will have 4 bridesmaids. I'm afraid they'll make it rather theatrical. Oh, no, not at all, replied Nicholas with an awkward attempt to convert a laugh into a cough. Who may the 4 be? Miss Snevellicci, of course, Miss Ledrook. The phenomenon, groaned the collector. Cried Nicholas. I beg your pardon. I don't know what I'm laughing at. Yes, that'll be very pretty. The phenomenon. Who else? Some young woman or other, replied the collector, rising. Some other friend of Henrietta Petowker's. Well, you'll be careful not to say anything about it, will you? You may safely depend upon me, replied Nicholas. Won't you take anything to eat or drink? No, said the collector. I haven't any appetite. I should think it was a very pleasant life, the married one, eh? I have not the least doubt of it, rejoined Nicholas. Yes, said the collector. Certainly. Oh, yes, no doubt. Good night. With these words, Mr. Lillyvick, whose manner had exhibited through the whole of this interview a most extraordinary compound of precipitation, hesitation, confidence and doubt, fondness, misgiving, meanness and self-importance, turned his back upon the room and left Nicholas to enjoy a laugh by himself, if he felt so disposed. Without stopping to inquire whether the intervening day appeared to Nicholas to consist of the usual number of hours of the ordinary length, it may be remarked that, to the parties more directly interested in the forthcoming ceremony, it passed with great rapidity, insomuch that when Miss Petowker awoke on the succeeding morning in the chamber of Miss Snevellicci, she declared that nothing should ever persuade her that that really was the day which was to behold a change in her condition. I never will believe it, said Miss Petowker. I cannot, really. It's of no use talking. I never can make up my mind to go through with such a trial. On hearing this, Miss Snevellicci and Miss Ledrook, who knew perfectly well that their fair friend's mind had been made up for 3 or 4 years, at any period of which time she would have cheerfully undergone the desperate trial now approaching, if she could have found any eligible gentleman disposed for the venture, began to preach comfort and firmness, and to say how very proud she ought to feel that it was in her power to confer lasting bliss on a deserving object, and how necessary it was for the happiness of mankind in general that women should possess fortitude and resignation on such occasions, and that although, for their parts, they held true happiness to consist in a single life, which they would not willingly exchange, no, not for any worldly consideration, still, thank God, if ever the time should come, they hoped they knew their duty too well to repine, but would the rather submit, with meekness and humility of spirit, to a fate for which Providence had clearly designed them, with a view to the contentment and reward of their fellow creatures.
"I might feel it was a great blow," said Miss Snevellicci, "to break up old associations and what do you call 'ems of that kind, but I would submit, my dear. I would indeed." "So would I," said Miss Ledrook. "I would rather cart the yoke than shun it. I have broken hearts before now, and I am very sorry for it's a terrible thing to reflect upon." "It is indeed," said Miss Snevellicci. "Now, Led, my dear, we must positively get her ready, or we shall be too late. We shall indeed."
This pious reasoning, and perhaps the fear of being too late, supported the bride through the ceremony of robing, after which strong tea and brandy were administered in alternate doses as a means of strengthening her feeble limbs and causing her to walk steadier.
"How do you feel now, my love?"
inquired Miss Snevellicci.
"Oh, Lillyvick!" cried the bride. "If you knew what I am undergoing for you!"
"Of course he knows it, love, and will never forget it," said Miss Ledrook.
"Do you think he won't?" cried Miss Petowker, really showing great capability for the stage. "Oh, do you think he won't? Do you think Lillyvick will always remember it? Always, always, always."
There is no knowing in what this burst of feeling might have ended if Miss Snevellicci had not at that moment proclaimed the arrival of the fly, which so astounded the bride that she shook off divers alarming symptoms which were coming on very strong, and running to the glass, adjusted her dress, and calmly declared that she was ready for the sacrifice. She was accordingly supported into the coach, and there capped up, as Miss Snevellicci said, with perpetual sniffs of sal volatile and sips of brandy and other gentle stimulants, until they reached the manager's door, which was already opened by the two Master Crummleses, who wore white cockades and were decorated with the choicest and most resplendent waistcoats in the theatrical wardrobe. By the combined exertions of these young gentlemen and the bridesmaids, assisted by the coachman, Miss Petowker was at length supported in a condition of much exhaustion to the first floor, where she no sooner encountered the youthful bridegroom than she fainted with great decorum.
"Henrietta Petowker," said the collector, "cheer up, my lovely one."
Miss Petowker grasped the collector's hand, but emotion choked her utterance.
"Is the sight of me so dreadful, Henrietta Petowker?" said the collector.
"Oh, no, no, no,"
rejoined the bride,
"but all the friends, the darling friends of my youthful days, to leave them all, it is such a shock."
With such expressions of sorrow, Miss Petowker went on to enumerate the dear friends of her youthful days one by one, and to call upon such of them as were present to come and embrace her. This done, she remembered that Mrs. Crummles had been more than a mother to her, and after that Mr. Crummles had been more than a father to her, and after that the Master Crummleses and Miss Ninetta Crummles had been more than brothers and sisters to her. These various remembrances, being each accompanied with a series of hugs, occupied a long time, and they were obliged to drive to church very fast, for fear they should be too late. The procession consisted of two flies, in the first of which were Miss Bravassa, the fourth bridesmaid, Mrs. Crummles, the collector, and Mr. Folair, who had been chosen as his second on the occasion. In the other were the bride, Mr. Crummles, Miss Snevellicci, Miss Ledrook, and the phenomenon. The costumes were beautiful. The bridesmaids were quite covered with artificial flowers, and the phenomenon in particular was rendered almost invisible by the portable arbour in which she was enshrined. Miss Ledrook, who was of a romantic turn, wore in her breast the miniature of some field officer unknown, which she had purchased, a great bargain, not very long before. The other ladies displayed several dazzling articles of imitative jewellery, almost equal to real, and Mrs. Crummles came out in a stern and gloomy majesty which attracted the admiration of all beholders. But perhaps the appearance of Mr. Crummles was more striking and appropriate than that of any member of the party. This gentleman, who personated the bride's father, had, in pursuance of a happy and original conception, made up for the part by arraying himself in a theatrical wig, of a style and pattern commonly known as a brown George, and moreover assuming a snuff-coloured suit of the previous century with grey silk stockings and buckles to his shoes. The better to support his assumed character, he had determined to be greatly overcome, and, consequently, when they entered the church, the sobs of the affectionate parent were so heartrending that the pew-opener suggested the propriety of his retiring to the vestry and comforting himself with a glass of water before the ceremony began. The procession up the aisle was beautiful. The bride, with the 4 bridesmaids, forming a group previously arranged and rehearsed, the collector, followed by his second, imitating his walk and gestures to the indescribable amusement of some theatrical friends in the gallery, Mr. Crummles with an infirm and feeble gait, Mrs. Crummles advancing with that stage walk which consists of a stride and a stop alternately. It was the completest thing ever witnessed. The ceremony was very quickly disposed of, and all parties present having signed the register, for which purpose, when it came to his turn, Mr. Crummles carefully wiped and put on an immense pair of spectacles, they went back to breakfast in high spirits, and here they found Nicholas awaiting their arrival. "Now then," said Crummles, who had been assisting Mrs. Grudden in the preparations, which were on a more extensive scale and was quite agreeable to the collector. "Breakfast, breakfast." No second invitation was required. The company crowded and squeezed themselves at the table as well as they could, and fell to immediately. Miss Petowker blushing very much when anybody was looking, and eating very much when anybody was not looking, and Mr. Lillyvick going to work as though with the cool resolve that since the good things must be paid for by him, he would leave as little as possible for the Crummleses to eat up afterwards. "It's very soon done, sir, isn't it?" inquired Mr. Folair of the collector, leaning over the table to address him. "What is soon done, sir?" returned Mr. Lillyvick. "The tying up, the fixing oneself for the wife," replied Mr. Folair. "It don't take long, does it?" "No, sir," replied Mr. Lillyvick, colouring. "It does not take long. And what then, sir?" "Oh, nothing," said the actor. "It don't take a man long to hang himself either, eh?" Mr. Lillyvick laid down his knife and fork and looked round the table with indignant astonishment. "To hang himself?" repeated Mr. Lillyvick. A profound silence came upon all, for Mr. Lillyvick was dignified beyond expression. "To hang himself?" cried Mr. Lillyvick again. "Is any parallel attempted to be drawn in this company between matrimony and hanging?" "The noose, you know," said Mr. Folair, a little crestfallen. "The noose, sir?" retorted Mr. Lillyvick. "Does any man dare to speak to me of a noose? And Henrietta
"Lillyvick,"
suggested Mr. Crummles.
"And Henrietta Lillyvick in the same breath?" said the collector. "In this house, in the presence of Mr. and Mrs. Crummles, who have brought up a talented and virtuous family to be blessings and phenomenons and what not, are we to hear talk of nooses?"
"Folair," said Mr. Crummles, deeming it a matter of decency to be affected by this allusion to himself and partner, "I'm astonished at you."
"What are you going on in this way at me for?" urged the unfortunate actor. "What have I done?"
"Done, sir?" cried Mr. Lillyvick.
"Aimed a blow at the whole framework of society."
"And the best and tenderest feelings,"
added Crummles, relapsing into the old man.
"and the highest and most estimable of social ties," said the collector. "Noose! As if one was caught trapped into the married state, pinned by the leg, instead of going into it of one's own accord and glorying in the act."
I didn't mean to make it out that you were caught and trapped and pinned by the leg," replied the actor. "I'm sorry for it. I can't say any more."
"So you ought to be, sir," returned Mr. Lillyvick.
and I am glad to hear that you have enough of feeling left to be so."
The quarrel appearing to terminate with this reply, Mrs. Lillyvick considered at the fittest occasion, the attention of the company being no longer distracted, to burst into tears, and require the assistance of all 4 bridesmaids, which was immediately rendered, though not without some confusion, for the room being small and the tablecloth long, a whole detachment of plates was swept off the board at the very first move. Regardless of this circumstance, however, Mrs. Lillyvick refused to be comforted until the belligerents had passed their words that the dispute should be carried no further, which after a sufficient show of reluctance they did, and from that time Mr. Folair sat in moody silence, contenting himself with pinching Nicholas's leg when anything was said, and so expressing his contempt both for the speaker and the sentiments to which he gave utterance. There were a great number of speeches made, some by Nicholas, and some by Crummles, and some by the collector, 2 by the Master Crummleses in returning thanks for themselves, and 1 by the phenomenon on behalf of the bridesmaids, at which Mrs. Crummles shed tears. There was some singing, too, from Miss Ledrook and Miss Bravassa, and very likely there might have been more if the fly-driver, who stopped to drive the happy pair to the spot where they proposed to take steamboat to ride, had not sent in a peremptory message intimating that if they didn't come directly he should infallibly demand 18 pence over and above his agreement. This desperate threat effectually broke up the party. After a most pathetic leave-taking, Mr. Lillyvick and his bride departed for Ryde, where they were to spend the next 2 days in profound retirement, and whither they were accompanied by the infant, who had been appointed travelling bridesmaid on Mr. Lillyvick's express stipulation, as the steamboat people, deceived by her size, would, he had previously ascertained, transport her at half-price. As there was no performance that night, Mr. Crummles declared his intention of keeping it up till everything to drink was disposed of, but Nicholas, having to play Romeo for the first time on the ensuing evening, contrived to slip away in the midst of a temporary confusion occasioned by the unexpected development of strong symptoms of inebriety in the conduct of Mrs. Grudden. To this act of desertion he was led, not only by his own inclinations, but by his anxiety on account of Smike, who, having to sustain the character of the apothecary, had been as yet wholly unable to get any more of the part into his head than the general idea that he was very hungry, which, perhaps from old recollections, he had acquired with great aptitude. "I don't know what's to be done, Smike," said Nicholas, laying down the book. "I'm afraid you can't learn it, my poor fellow." "I am afraid not," said Smike, shaking his head. "I think if you, but that would give you so much trouble." "What?" inquired Nicholas. "Never mind me." "I think," said Smike, "if you were to keep saying it to me in little bits over and over again, I should be able to recollect it from hearing you." "Do you think so?" exclaimed Nicholas. "Well said. Let us see who tires first. Not I, Smike, trust me. Now then, who calls so loud?" "Who calls so loud?" said Smike. "Who calls so loud?" repeated Nicholas. "Who calls so loud?" cried Smike. Thus they continued to ask each other who called so loud, over and over again, and when Smike had that by heart, Nicholas went to another sentence, and then to 2 at a time, and then to 3, and so on, until at midnight poor Smike found to his unspeakable joy that he really began to remember something about the text. Early in the morning they went to it again, and Smike, rendered more confident by the progress he had already made, got on faster and with better heart. As soon as he began to acquire the words pretty freely, Nicholas showed him how he must come in with both hands spread out upon his stomach, and how he must occasionally rub it, in compliance with the established form by which people on the stage always denote that they want something to eat. After the morning's rehearsal they went to work again, nor did they stop, except for a hasty dinner, until it was time to repair to the theatre at night. Never had master a more anxious, humble, docile pupil. Never had pupil a more patient, unwearying, considerate, kind-hearted master. As soon as they were dressed, and at every interval when he was not upon the stage, Nicholas renewed his instructions. They prospered well. The Romeo was received with hearty plaudits and unbounded favour, and Smike was pronounced unanimously, alike by audience and actors, the very prince and prodigy of apothecaries. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 26 is fraught with some danger to Miss Nickleby's peace of mind. The place was a handsome suite of private apartments in Regent Street. The time was 3 o'clock in the afternoon to the dull and plodding, and the first hour of morning to the gay and spirited. The persons were Lord Frederick Verisopht and his friend Sir Mulberry Hawk. These distinguished gentlemen were reclining listlessly on a couple of sofas, with a table between them, on which were scattered in rich confusion the materials of an untasted breakfast. Newspapers lay strewn about the room, but these, like the meal, were neglected and unnoticed. Not, however, because any flow of conversation prevented the attractions of the journals from being called into request, for not a word was exchanged between the two, nor was any sound uttered, save when one, in tossing about to find an easier resting-place for his aching head, uttered an exclamation of impatience, and seemed for a moment to communicate a new restlessness to his companion. These appearances would in themselves have furnished a pretty strong clue to the extent of the debauch of the previous night, even if there had not been other indications of the amusements in which it had been passed. A couple of billiard balls, all mud and dirt, 2 battered hats, a champagne bottle with a soiled glove twisted round the neck, to allow of its being grasped more surely in its capacity of an offensive weapon, a broken cane, a card-case without the top, an empty purse, a watch-guard snapped asunder, a handful of silver mingled with fragments of half-smoked cigars and their stale and crumbled ashes. These and many other tokens of riot and disorder hinted very intelligibly at the nature of last night's gentlemanly frolics. Lord Frederick Verisopht was the first to speak. Dropping his slippered foot on the ground, and, yawning heavily, he struggled into a sitting posture and turned his dull, languid eyes towards his friend, to whom he called in a drowsy voice. "Hello," replied Sir Mulberry, turning round.
"Are we going to lie here all day?" said the lord.
"I don't know that we're fit for anything else," replied Sir Mulberry. "Yet a while, at least. I haven't a grain of life in me this morning."
"Life!"
cried Lord Verisopht.
"I feel as if there would be nothing so snug and comfortable as to die at once."
"Then why don't you die?" said Sir Mulberry, with which inquiry he turned his face away and seemed to occupy himself in an attempt to fall asleep. His hopeful friend and pupil drew a chair to the breakfast-table and essayed to eat, but finding that impossible, lounged to the window, then loitered up and down the room with his hand to his fevered head, and finally threw himself again on his sofa and roused his friend once more.
"What the devil's the matter?"
groaned Sir Mulberry, sitting upright on the couch. Although Sir Mulberry said this with sufficient ill-humour, he did not seem to feel himself quite at liberty to remain silent, for, after stretching himself very often and declaring with a shiver that it was infernal cold, he made an experiment at the breakfast-table, and proving more successful in it than his less seasoned friend, remained there. "Suppose," said Sir Mulberry, pausing with a morsel on the point of his fork, "suppose we go back to the subject of little Nickleby, eh?"
"Which little Nickleby? The money-lender or the gal?"
asked Lord Verisopht.
"You take me, I see,"
replied Sir Mulberry.
"The girl, of course." "You promised me you would find her out," said Lord Verisopht.
"So I did," rejoined his friend, "but I have thought further of the matter since then. You distrust me in the business. You shall find her out yourself."
"Nay,"
remonstrated Lord Verisopht. "But I say yes," returned his friend. "You shall find her out yourself. Don't think that I mean when you can. I know as well as you that if I did, you could never get sight of her without me. No, I say you shall find her out. Shall. And I'll put you in the way."
"Now, curse me if you ain't a real devilish, downright, thorough-paced friend,"
said the young lord, on whom this speech had produced a most reviving effect. "I'll tell you how," said Sir Mulberry. "She was at that dinner as a bait for you."
"No!"
cried the young lord.
"What the day—"
"As a bait for you," repeated his friend. "Old Nickleby told me so himself."
"What a fine old cock it is!" exclaimed Lord Verisopht. "A noble rascal!"
"Yes," said Sir Mulberry. "He knew she was a smart little creature."
"Smart?" interposed the young lord. "Upon my soul, Hawk, she's a perfect beauty, a picture, a statue. Upon my soul, she is."
"Well," replied Sir Mulberry, shrugging his shoulders and manifesting an indifference, whether he felt it or not, "that's a matter of taste. If mine doesn't agree with yours, so much the better."
"Confound it!" reasoned the lord. "You were thick enough with her that day, anyhow. I could hardly get in a word."
"Well enough for once, well enough for once," replied Sir Mulberry, "but not worth the trouble of being agreeable to again. If you seriously want to follow up the niece, tell the uncle that you must know where she lives, and how she lives, and with whom, or you are no longer a customer of his. He'll tell you fast enough."
"Why didn't you say this before?" asked Lord Verisopht, "instead of letting me go on burning, consuming, dragging out a miserable existence for an age?"
"I didn't know it in the first place," answered Sir Mulberry carelessly, "and in the second, I didn't believe you so very much in earnest." Now, the truth was that in the interval which had elapsed since the dinner at Ralph Nickleby's, Sir Mulberry Hawk had been furtively trying by every means in his power to discover whence Kate had so suddenly appeared and whither she had disappeared. Unassisted by Ralph, however, with whom he had held no communication since their angry parting on that occasion, all his efforts were wholly unavailing, and he had therefore arrived at the determination of communicating to the young lord the substance of the admission he had gleaned from that worthy. To this he was impelled by various considerations, among which were the certainty of knowing whatever the weak young man knew was decidedly not the least as the desire of encountering the usurer's niece again, and using his utmost arts to reduce her pride and revenge himself for her contempt was uppermost in his thoughts. It was a politic course of proceeding, at one which could not fail to redound to his advantage in every point of view, since the very circumstance of his having extorted from Ralph Nickleby his real design in introducing his niece to such society, coupled with his extreme disinterestedness in communicating it so freely to his friend, could not but advance his interest in that quarter, and greatly facilitate the passage of coin, pretty frequent and speedy already, from the pockets of Lord Frederick Verisopht to those of Sir Mulberry Hawk. Thus reasoned Sir Mulberry, and in pursuance of this reasoning he and his friend soon afterwards repaired to Ralph Nickleby's, there to execute a plan of operations concerted by Sir Mulberry himself, avowedly to promote his friend's object, and really to attain his own. They found Ralph at home and alone. As he led them into the drawing-room, the recollection of the scene which had taken place there seemed to occur to him, for he cast a curious look at Sir Mulberry, who bestowed upon it no other acknowledgment than a careless smile.
They had a short conference upon some money matters then in progress, which were scarcely disposed of when the lordly dupe, in pursuance of his friend's instructions, requested with some embarrassment to speak to Ralph alone.
"Alone, eh?"
cried Sir Mulberry, affecting surprise.
"Oh, very good. I'll walk into the next room here. Don't keep me long, that's all."
So saying, Sir Mulberry took up his hat, and humming a fragment of a song, disappeared through the door of communication between the two drawing-rooms and closed it after him.
"Now, my lord," said Ralph, "what is it?"
"Nickleby,"
said his client, throwing himself along the sofa on which he had been previously seated so as to bring his lips nearer to the old man's ear,
"what a pretty creature your niece is."
"Is she, my lord?" replied Ralph. Maybe. I don't trouble my head with such matters."
"You know she's a devilish fine girl," said the client. "You must know that, Nickleby. Come, don't deny it."
"Yes, I believe she is considered so," replied Ralph. "Indeed, I know she is. If I did not, you are an authority on such points, and your taste, my lord, on all points indeed, is undeniable."
Nobody but the young man to whom these words were addressed could have been deaf to the sneering tone in which they were spoken, or blind to the look of contempt by which they were accompanied. But Lord Frederick Verisopht was both, and took them to be complimentary.
"Well," he said, "perhaps you're a little right, and perhaps you're a little wrong. A little of both, Nickleby. I want to know where this beauty lives, that I may have another peep at her, Nickleby."
"Really?"
Ralph began in his usual tones.
"Don't talk so loud," cried the other, achieving the great point of his lesson to a miracle. "I don't want Hawk to hear."
"You know he is your rival, do you?"
said Ralph, looking sharply at him.
"He always is, damn him," replied the client, "and I want to steal a march upon him. He'll cut up so rough, Nickleby, at our talking together without him. Where does she live, Nickleby? That's all. Only tell me where she lives, Nickleby."
"He bites," thought Ralph. "He bites."
"Eh, Nickleby, eh?"
pursued the client.
"Where does she live?"
"Really, my lord,"
said Ralph, rubbing his hands slowly over each other,
"I must think before I tell you."
"No, not a bit of it, Nickleby. You mustn't think at all," replied Verisopht. "Where is it?"
"No good can come of your knowing," replied Ralph. "She has been virtuously and well brought up. To be sure, she is handsome, poor, unprotected. Poor girl, poor girl."
Ralph ran over this brief summary of Kate's condition as if it were merely passing through his own mind, and he had no intention to speak aloud. But the shrewd, sly look which he directed at his companion as he delivered it gave this poor assumption the lie.
"I tell you, I only want to see her," cried his client. "A man may look at a pretty woman without harm, mayn't he? Now, where does she live? You know you're making a fortune out of me, Nickleby, and upon my soul nobody shall ever take me to anybody else, if you only tell me this."
"As you promise that, my lord," said Ralph with feigned reluctance, "and as I am most anxious to oblige you, and as there's no harm in it, no harm, I'll tell you. But you had better keep it to yourself, my lord, strictly to yourself."
Ralph pointed to the adjoining room as he spoke, and nodded expressively. The young lord, feigning to be equally impressed with the necessity of this precaution, Ralph disclosed the present address and occupation of his niece, observing that from what he heard of the family they appeared very ambitious to have distinguished acquaintances, and that a lord could, doubtless, introduce himself with great ease if he felt disposed.
"Your object being only to see her again," said Ralph, "you could effect it at any time you chose by that means."
Lord Verisopht acknowledged the hint with a great many squeezes of Ralph's hard, horny hand, and whispering that they would now do well to close the conversation, called to Sir Mulberry Hawk that he might come back. "I thought you had gone to sleep," said Sir Mulberry, reappearing with an ill-tempered air. "Sorry to detain you," replied the gull, "but Nickleby has been so amazingly funny that I couldn't tear myself away." "No, no," said Ralph. "It was all his lordship. You know what a witty, humorous, elegant, accomplished man Lord Frederick is. Mind the step, my lord. Sir Mulberry, pray give way." With such courtesies as these, and many low bows, and the same cold sneer upon his face all the while, Ralph busied himself in showing his visitors downstairs, and otherwise than by the slightest possible motion about the corners of his mouth, returned no show of answer to the look of admiration with which Sir Mulberry Hawk seemed to compliment him on being such an accomplished and most consummate scoundrel. There had been a ring at the bell a few minutes before, which was answered by Newman Noggs just as they reached the hall. In the ordinary course of business, Newman would have either admitted the newcomer in silence or have requested him or her to stand aside while the gentleman passed out. But he no sooner saw who it was than, as if for some private reason of his own, he boldly departed from the established custom of Ralph's mansion in business hours, and looking towards the respectable trio who were approaching, cried in a loud and sonorous voice, "Mrs. Nickleby!" "Mrs. Nickleby!" cried Sir Mulberry Hawk as his friend looked back and stared him in the face. It was indeed that well-intentioned lady who, having received an offer for the empty house in the city directed to the landlord, had brought it post-haste to Mr. Nickleby without delay. "Nobody you know," said Ralph. "Step into the office, my dear. I'll be with you directly." "Nobody I know!" cried Sir Mulberry Hawk, advancing to the astonished lady. "Is this Mrs. Nickleby, the mother of Miss Nickleby, the delightful creature that I had the happiness of meeting in this house the very last time I dined here? But no," said Sir Mulberry, stopping short. "No, it can't be. There is the same cast of features, the same indescribable air of... But no, no, this lady is too young for that."
"I think you can tell the gentleman, brother-in-law, if it concerns him to know," said Mrs. Nickleby, acknowledging the compliment with a graceful bend, "that Kate Nickleby is my daughter."
"Her daughter, my lord?" cried Sir Mulberry, turning to his friend. "This lady's daughter, my lord?" "My lord," thought Mrs. Nickleby. "Well, I never did." "This, then, my lord," said Sir Mulberry, "is the lady to whose obliging marriage we owe so much happiness. This lady is the mother of sweet Miss Nickleby. Do you observe the extraordinary likeness, my lord? Nickleby, introduce us." Ralph did so, in a kind of desperation.
"Upon my soul, it's a most delightful thing," said Lord Frederick, pressing forward. "How-de-do?" Mrs. Nickleby was too much flurried by these uncommonly kind salutations and her regrets at not having on her other bonnet to make any immediate reply, so she merely continued to bend and smile and betray great agitation. "And how is Miss Nickleby?" said Lord Frederick. "Well, I hope?" "She's quite well, I'm obliged to you, my lord," returned Mrs. Nickleby, recovering. "Quite well. She wasn't well for some days after that day she dined here, and I can't help thinking that she caught cold in that hackney coach coming home. Hackney coaches, my lord, are such nasty things that it's almost better to walk at any time, for although I believe a hackney coachman can be transported for life if he has a broken window, still they are so reckless that they nearly all have broken windows. I once had a swelled face for 6 weeks, my lord, from riding in a hackney coach. I think it was a hackney coach," said Mrs. Nickleby, reflecting, "though I'm not quite certain whether it wasn't a chariot. At all events, I know it was a dark green with a very long number, beginning with a 0 and ending with a 9. Oh, no, beginning with a 9 and ending with a 0. That is it, and of course the stamp office people would know at once whether it was a coach or a chariot if any inquiries were made there. However that was, there it was with a broken window, and there was I for 6 weeks with a swelled face. I think that was the very same hackney coach that we found out afterwards had the top open all the time, and we should never even have known it if they hadn't charged us a shilling an hour extra for having it open, which it seems is the law, or was then, and the most shameful law it appears to be. I don't understand the subject, but I should say the Corn Laws could be nothing to that Act of Parliament.
Having pretty well run herself out by this time, Mrs. Nickleby stopped as suddenly as she had started off, and repeated that Kate was quite well.
Indeed, said Mrs. Nickleby, I don't think she ever was better since she had the whooping cough, scarlet fever, and measles all the same time, and that's the fact.
Is that letter for me? Growled Ralph, pointing to the little packet Mrs. Nickleby held in her hand.
For you, brother-in-law, replied Mrs. Nickleby, and I walked all the way up here on purpose to give it to you.
All the way up here? Cried Sir Mulberry, seizing upon the chance of discovering where Mrs. Nickleby had come from. What a confounded distance! How far do you call it now?
How far do I call it? Said Mrs. Nickleby. Let me see. It's just a mile from our door to the Old Bailey.
No, not so much as that, urged Sir Mulberry.
Oh, it is indeed, said Mrs. Nickleby. I appeal to his lordship.
I should decidedly say it was a mile, remarked Lord Frederick with a solemn aspect.
It must be. It can't be a yard less, said Mrs. Nickleby. All down Newgate Street, all down Cheapside, all up Lombard Street, down Gracechurch Street, and along Thames Street, as far as Spigwiffin's Wharf. Oh, it's a mile.
Yes, on second thoughts, I should say it was, replied Sir Mulberry. But you don't surely mean to walk all the way back?
Oh, no,
rejoined Mrs. Nickleby.
I shall go back in an omnibus. I didn't travel about in omnibuses when my poor dear Nicholas was alive, brother-in-law, but as it is, you know.
Yes, replied Ralph impatiently, and you'd better get back before dark.
Oh, thank you, brother-in-law. So I had, returned Mrs. Nickleby. I think I'd better say good-bye at once.
Not stop and rest? Said Ralph, who seldom offered refreshments unless something was to be got by it.
Oh, dear me, no,
returned Mrs. Nickleby, glancing at the dial.
Lord Frederick,
said Sir Mulberry,
we are going Mrs. Nickleby's way. We'll see her safe to the omnibus.
By all means, yes. Oh, I really couldn't think of it, said Mrs. Nickleby.
But Sir Mulberry Hawk and Lord Verisopht were peremptory in their politeness, and leaving Ralph, who seemed to think not unwisely that he looked less ridiculous as a mere spectator than he would have done if he had taken any part in these proceedings, they quitted the house with Mrs. Nickleby between them, that good lady in a perfect ecstasy of satisfaction, no less with the attentions shown her by two titled gentlemen than with the conviction that Kate might now pick and choose at least between two large fortunes and most unexceptionable husbands. As she was carried away for the moment by an irresistible train of thought, all connected with her daughter's future greatness, Sir Mulberry Hawk and his friend exchanged glances over the top of the bonnet which the poor lady so much regretted not having left at home, and proceeded to dilate with great rapture but much respect on the manifold perfections of Miss Nickleby.
What a delight, what a comfort, what a happiness in this amiable creature must be to you,
said Sir Mulberry, throwing into his voice an indication of the warmest feeling.
Oh, she is indeed, sir, replied Mrs. Nickleby. She is the sweetest-tempered, kindest-hearted creature, and so clever.
She looks clever, said Lord Verisopht, with the air of a judge of cleverness.
I assure you she is, my lord, returned Mrs. Nickleby. When she was at school at Devonshire, she was universally allowed to be beyond all exception the very cleverest girl there, and there were a great many very clever ones too, and that's the truth. 25 young ladies, 50 guineas a year, without the et ceteras. Both the Miss Dowdles, the most accomplished, elegant, fascinating creatures. Oh, dear me, said Mrs. Nickleby. "I never shall forget what pleasure she used to give me and her poor dear papa when she was at that school. Never such a delightful letter every half-year, telling us that she was the first pupil in the whole establishment and had made more progress than anybody else. I can scarcely bear to think of it even now. The girls wrote all the letters themselves," added Mrs. Nickleby. "And the writing-master touched them up afterwards with a magnifying glass and a silver pen. At least, I think they wrote them, though Kate was never quite certain about that because she didn't know the handwriting of hers again. But anyway, I know it was a circular which they all copied, and of course it was a very gratifying thing. Very gratifying." With similar recollections, Mrs. Nickleby beguiled the tediousness of the way until they reached the omnibus, which the extreme politeness of her new friends would not allow them to leave until it actually started, when they took their hats, as Mrs. Nickleby solemnly assured her hearers on many subsequent occasions, completely off, and kissed their straw-coloured kid gloves till they were no longer visible. Mrs. Nickleby leant back in the farthest corner of the conveyance, and closing her eyes, resigned herself to a host of most pleasing meditations. Kate had never said a word about having met either of these gentlemen. That, she thought, argues that she is strongly prepossessed in favour of one of them. Then the question arose, which one could it be? The lord was the youngest, and his title was certainly the grandest. Still, Kate was not the girl to be swayed by such considerations as these. "I will never put any constraint upon her inclinations," said Mrs. Nickleby to herself. "But upon my word, I think there's no comparison between his lordship and Sir Mulberry. Sir Mulberry is such an attentive, gentlemanly creature, so much manner, such a fine man, and has so much to say for himself. I hope it's Sir Mulberry. I think it must be Sir Mulberry." And then her thoughts flew back to her old predictions and the number of times she had said that Kate with no fortune would marry better than other people's daughters with thousands, and as she pictured with the brightness of a mother's fancy all the beauty and grace of the poor girl who had struggled so cheerfully with her new life of hardship and trial, her heart grew too full, and the tears trickled down her face. Meanwhile, Ralph walked to and fro in his little back office, troubled in mind by what had just occurred. To say that Ralph loved or cared for, in the most ordinary acceptation of these terms, any one of God's creatures would be the wildest fiction. Still, there had somehow stolen upon him from time to time a thought of his niece which was tinged with compassion and pity, breaking through the dull cloud of dislike or indifference which darkened men and women in his eyes. There was, in her case, the faintest gleam of light, a most feeble and sickly ray at the best of times, but there it was, and it showed the poor girl in a better and purer aspect than any in which he had looked on human nature yet. "I wish," thought Ralph, "I had never done this, and yet it will keep this boy to me while there is money to be made. Selling a girl, throwing her in the way of temptation and insult and coarse speech, nearly £2,000 profit from him already, though. Pfft! Matchmaking mothers do the same thing every day." He sat down and told the chances for and against on his fingers. "If I had not put them in the right track to-day," thought Ralph, "this foolish woman would have done so. Well, if her daughter is as true to herself as she should be from what I have seen, what harm ensues? A little teasing, a little humbling, a few tears. Yes," said Ralph aloud, as he locked his iron safe, "she must take her chance. She must take her chance." End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 27. Mrs. Nickleby becomes acquainted with Messrs. Pyke and Pluck, whose affection and interest are beyond all bounds. Mrs. Nickleby had not felt so proud and important for many a day as when, on reaching home, she gave herself wholly up to the pleasant visions which had accompanied her on her way thither. Lady Mulberry Hawk, that was the prevalent idea. Lady Mulberry Hawk, on Tuesday last, at St. George's, Hanover Square, by the Right Reverend the Bishop of Landulph, Sir Mulberry Hawk of Mulberry Castle, North Wales, to Catherine, only daughter of the late Nicholas Nickleby, Esquire, of Devonshire. "Upon my word!" cried Mrs. Nicholas Nickleby. "It sounds very well."
Having dispatched the ceremony, with its attendant festivities, to the perfect satisfaction of her own mind, the sanguine mother pictured to her imagination a long train of honours and distinctions which could not fail to accompany Kate in her new and brilliant sphere. She would be presented at court, of course. On the anniversary of her birthday, which was upon the 19th of July, at 10 minutes past 3 o'clock in the morning, thought Mrs. Nickleby in a parenthesis, for I recollect asking what o'clock it was, Sir Mulberry would give a great feast to all his tenants and would return them 3.5% on the amount of their last half-year's rent, as would be fully described and recorded in the fashionable intelligence to the immeasurable delight and admiration of all the readers thereof. Kate's picture, too, would be in at least half a dozen of the annuals, and on the opposite page would appear, in delicate type, lines on contemplating the portrait of Lady Mulberry Hawk by Sir Dingleby Dabber. Perhaps some one annual, of more comprehensive design than its fellows, might even contain a portrait of the mother of Lady Mulberry Hawk, with lines by the father of Sir Dingleby Dabber. More unlikely things had come to pass. Less interesting portraits had appeared. As this thought occurred to the good lady, her countenance unconsciously assumed that compound expression of simpering and sleepiness which, being common to all such portraits, is perhaps one reason why they are always so charming and agreeable. With such triumphs of aerial architecture did Mrs. Nickleby occupy the whole evening after her accidental introduction to Ralph's titled friends, and dreams, no less prophetic and equally promising, haunted her sleep that night. She was preparing for her frugal dinner next day, still occupied with the same ideas, a little softened down perhaps by sleep and daylight, when the girl who attended her, partly for company and partly to assist in the household affairs, rushed into the room in unwonted agitation and announced that two gentlemen were waiting in the passage for permission to walk upstairs.
"Bless my heart!"
cried Mrs. Nickleby, hastily arranging her cap and front.
"If it should be, oh, dear me, standing in the passage all this time, why don't you go and ask them to walk up, you stupid thing?"
While the girl was gone on this errand, Mrs. Nickleby hastily swept into a cupboard all vestiges of eating and drinking, which she had scarcely done, and seated herself with looks as collected as she could assume, when two gentlemen, both perfect strangers, presented themselves. "How do you do?" said one gentleman, laying great stress on the last word of the inquiry.
"How do you do?"
said the other gentleman, altering the emphasis as if to give variety to the salutation. Mrs. Nickleby curtsied, and smiled, and curtsied again, and remarked, rubbing her hands as she did so, that she hadn't the honour to know us, said the first gentleman. "The loss has been ours, Mrs. Nickleby. Has the loss been ours, Pike?"
"It has, Pluck,"
answered the other gentleman. "We have regretted it very often, I believe, Pike," said the first gentleman.
"Very often, Pluck,"
answered the second. "But now," said the first gentleman, "now we have the happiness we have pined and languished for. Have we pined and languished for this happiness, Pike, or have we not?"
"You know we have, Pluck,"
said Pike reproachfully. "You hear him, ma'am?" said Mr. Pluck, looking round. "You hear the unimpeachable testimony of my friend Pike? That reminds me. Formalities must not be neglected in civilized society. Pike, Mrs. Nickleby." Mr. Pike laid his hand upon his heart and bowed low. "Whether I shall introduce myself with the same formality," said Mr. Pluck, "whether I shall say myself that my name is Pluck, or whether I shall ask my friend Pike, who being now regularly introduced is competent to the office, to state for me, Mrs. Nickleby, that my name is Pluck, whether I shall claim your acquaintance on the plain ground of the strong interest I take in your welfare, or whether I shall make myself known to you as the friend of Sir Mulberry Hawk, these, Mrs. Nickleby, are considerations which I leave to you to determine."
"Or any friend of Sir Mulberry Hawk's requires no better introduction to me,"
observed Mrs. Nickleby graciously. "It is delightful to hear you say so," said Mr. Pluck, drawing a chair close to Mrs. Nickleby and sitting himself down. "It is refreshing to know that you hold my excellent friend Sir Mulberry in such high esteem. A word in your ear, Mrs. Nickleby. When Sir Mulberry knows it, he will be a happy man. I say, Mrs. Nickleby, a happy man. Pike, be seated."
"My good opinion,"
said Mrs. Nickleby, and the poor lady exulted in the idea that she was marvellously sly.
"My good opinion can be of very little consequence to a gentleman like Sir Mulberry."
"Of little consequence?" exclaimed Mr. Pluck. "Pike,
Of what consequence to our friend Sir Mulberry is the good opinion of Mrs. Nickleby?"
"Of what consequence?"
echoed Pyke. "Aye," repeated Pluck. "Is it of the greatest consequence?"
"Of the greatest consequence,"
replied Pyke. "Mrs. Nickleby cannot be ignorant," said Mr. Pluck, "of the immense impression which that sweet girl has—"
"Pluck," said his friend, "beware!"
"Pyke is right," muttered Mr. Pluck after a short pause. "I was not to mention it. Pyke is very right. Thank you, Pyke." Well, now, really, thought Mrs. Nickleby within herself, such delicacy as that I never saw. Mr. Pluck, after feigning to be in a condition of great embarrassment for some minutes, resumed the conversation by entreating Mrs. Nickleby to take no heed of what he had inadvertently said, to consider him imprudent, rash, injudicious. The only stipulation he would make in his own favour was that she should give him credit for the best intentions. "But when," said Mr. Pluck, "when I see so much sweetness and beauty on the one hand and so much ardour and devotion on the other, pardon me, Pyke, I didn't intend to resume that theme. Change the subject, Pyke."
"We promised Sir Mulberry and Lord Frederick," said Pyke, "that we'd call this morning and inquire whether you took any cold last night." "Not in the least in the world last night, sir," replied Mrs. Nickleby, "with many thanks to his lordship and Sir Mulberry for doing me the honour to inquire. Not the least, which is the more singular, as I really am very subject to colds, indeed very subject. I had a cold once," said Mrs. Nickleby. "I think it was in the year 1817. Let me see, 4 and 5 and 9 and... Yes, 1817, that I thought I never should get rid of. Actually and seriously, that I thought I never should get rid of. I was only cured at last by a remedy that I don't know whether you have ever happened to hear of, Mr. Pluck. You have a gallon of water as hot as you can possibly bear it, with a pound of salt and 6 of the finest bran, and sit with your head in it for 20 minutes every night just before going to bed. At least, I don't mean your head, your feet. It's a most extraordinary cure, a most extraordinary cure. I used it for the first time, I recollect, the day after Christmas Day, and by the middle of April following the cold was gone. It seems quite a miracle when you come to think of it, for I had it ever since the beginning of September."
"What an afflicting calamity!" said Mr. Pyke. "Perfectly horrid!" exclaimed Mr. Pluck.
"But it's worth the pain of hearing only to know that Mrs. Nickleby recovered it, isn't it, Pluck?"
cried Pyke. "That is the circumstance that gives it such a thrilling interest," replied Mr. Pluck.
"But come,"
said Pyke, as if suddenly recollecting himself,
"we must not forget our mission in the pleasure of this interview. We come on a mission, Mrs. Nickleby." "On a mission?"
exclaimed that good lady, to whose mind a definite proposal of marriage for Kate at once presented itself in lively colours.
"From Sir Mulberry," replied Pyke. "You must be very dull here." "Rather dull, I confess," said Mrs. Nickleby.
"We bring the compliments of Sir Mulberry Hawk and 1,000 entreaties that you'll take a seat in a private box at the play to-night," said Mr. Pluck.
Oh dear," said Mrs. Nickleby. I never go out at all. Never."
"And that is the very reason, my dear Mrs. Nickleby, why you should go out to-night," retorted Mr. Pluck. "Pyke, entreat Mrs. Nickleby."
"Oh, pray do," said
Pyke. "You positively must," urged Pluck.
"Oh, you are very kind," said Mrs. Nickleby, hesitating. "But—"
"There's not a but in the case, my dear Mrs. Nickleby," remonstrated Mr. Pluck. "Not such a word in the vocabulary. Your brother-in-law joins us. Lord Frederick joins us. Sir Mulberry joins us. Pyke joins us. A refusal is out of the question. Sir Mulberry sends a carriage for you 20 minutes before 7 to the moment. You'll not be so cruel as to disappoint the whole party, Mrs. Nickleby?"
"Oh, you are so very pressing that I scarcely know what to say,"
replied the worthy lady. "Say nothing. Not a word. Not a word, my dearest madam," urged Mr. Pluck. "Mrs. Nickleby," said that excellent gentleman, lowering his voice, "there is the most trifling, the most excusable breach of confidence in what I am about to say, and yet if my friend Pyke there overheard it, such is that man's delicate sense of honour, Mrs. Nickleby, he'd have me out before dinner-time." Mrs. Nickleby cast an apprehensive glance at the warlike Pyke, who had walked to the window, and Mr. Pluck, squeezing her hand, went on, "Your daughter has made a conquest on which I may congratulate you. Sir Mulberry, my dear ma'am, Sir Mulberry is her devoted slave."
"Ha!"
cried Mr. Pyke at this juncture, snatching something from the chimney-piece with a theatrical air.
"What is this? What do I behold?"
"What do you behold, my dear fellow?" asked Mr. Pluck.
"It is the face The countenance, the expression," cried Mr. Pike, falling into his chair with a miniature in his hand. "Feebly portrayed, imperfectly caught, but still the face, the countenance, the expression."
"I recognise it at this distance," exclaimed Mr. Puck in a fit of enthusiasm. "Is it not, my dear madam, the faint similitude of—"
"It is my daughter's portrait," said Mrs. Nickleby with great pride, and so it was, and little Miss La Creevy had brought it home for inspection only 2 nights before. Mr. Pike no sooner ascertained that he was quite right in this conjecture than he launched into the most extravagant encomiums of the divine original, and in the warmth of his enthusiasm kissed the picture 1,000 times, while Mr. Pluck pressed Mrs. Nickleby's hand to his heart and congratulated her on the possession of such a daughter with so much earnestness and affection that the tears stood, or seemed to stand, in his eyes. Poor Mrs. Nickleby, who had listened in a state of enviable complacency at first, became at length quite overpowered by these tokens of regard for and attachment to the family, and even the servant girl, who had peeped in at the door, remained rooted to the spot in astonishment at the ecstasies of the 2 friendly visitors. By degrees these raptures subsided, and Mrs. Nickleby went on to entertain her guests with a lament over her fallen fortunes and a picturesque account of her old house in the country, comprising a full description of the different apartments, not forgetting the little store-room, and a lively recollection of how many steps you went down to get into the garden, and which way you turned when you came out at the parlour door, and what capital fixtures there were in the kitchen. This last reflection naturally conducted her into the wash-house, where she stumbled upon the brewing utensils, among which she might have wandered for an hour if the mere mention of these implements had not, by an association of ideas, instantly reminded Mr. Pike that he was amazing thirsty. "And I'll tell you what," said Mr. Pike, "if you'll send round to the public-house for a pot of milk, half and half, positively and actually, I'll drink it." And positively and actually Mr. Pike did drink it, and Mr. Pluck helped him, while Mrs. Nickleby looked on in divided admiration of the condescension of the 2, and the aptitude with which they accommodated themselves to the pewter pot, in explanation of which seeming marvel it may be here observed that gentlemen who, like Messrs. Pike and Pluck, live upon their wits, or not so much perhaps upon the presence of their own wits as upon the absence of wits in other people, are occasionally reduced to very narrow shifts and straits, and are at such periods accustomed to regale themselves in a very simple and primitive manner. "At 20 minutes before 7, then," said Mr. Pike, rising. "The coach will be here. One more look, one little look at that sweet face. Ah, here it is, unmoved, unchanged." This, by the way, was a very remarkable circumstance, miniatures being liable to so many changes of expression. "Oh, Pluck, Pluck!" Mr. Pluck made no other reply than kissing Mrs. Nickleby's hand with a great show of feeling and attachment. Mr. Pike having done the same, both gentlemen hastily withdrew. Mrs. Nickleby was commonly in the habit of giving herself credit for a pretty tolerable share of penetration and acuteness, but she had never felt so satisfied with her own sharp-sightedness as she did that day. She had found it all out the night before. She had never seen Sir Mulberry and Kate together, never even heard Sir Mulberry's name, and yet hadn't she said to herself from the very first that she saw how the case stood, and what a triumph it was, for there was now no doubt about it. If these flattering attentions to herself were not sufficient proofs, Sir Mulberry's confidential friend had suffered the secret to escape him in so many words. "Oh, I am quite in love with that dear Mr. Pluck. I declare I am,"
said Mrs. Nickleby. There was one great source of uneasiness in the midst of this good fortune, and that was the having nobody by to whom she could confide it. Once or twice she almost resolved to walk straight to Miss La Creevy's and tell it all to her. But I don't know, thought Mrs. Nickleby. She is a very worthy person, but I am afraid too much beneath Sir Mulberry's station for us to make a companion of. Poor thing! Acting upon this grave consideration, she rejected the idea of taking the little portrait-painter into her confidence, and contented herself with holding out sundry vague and mysterious hopes of preferment to the servant girl, who received these obscure hints of dawning greatness with much veneration and respect. Punctual to its time came the promised vehicle, which was no hackney coach, but a private chariot, having behind it a footman whose legs, although somewhat large for his body, might, as mere abstract legs, have set themselves up for models at the Royal Academy. It was quite exhilarating to hear the clash and bustle with which he banged the door and jumped up behind after Mrs. Nickleby was in, and as that good lady was perfectly unconscious that he applied the gold-headed end of his long stick to his nose and so telegraphed most disrespectfully to the coachman over her very head, she sat in a state of much stiffness and dignity, not a little proud of her position. At the theatre entrance there was more banging and more bustle, and there were also Messrs. Pike and Pluck waiting to escort her to her box, and so polite were they that Mr. Pike threatened with many oaths to Smifligate, a very old man with a lantern, who accidentally stumbled in her way, to the great terror of Mrs. Nickleby, who, conjecturing more from Mr. Pike's excitement than any previous acquaintance with the etymology of the word that smifligation and bloodshed must be in the main one and the same thing, was alarmed beyond expression lest something should occur. Fortunately, however, Mr. Pike confined himself to mere verbal smifligation, and they reached their box with no more serious interruption by the way than a desire on the part of the same pugnacious gentleman to smash the assistant box-keeper for happening to mistake the number. Mrs. Nickleby had scarcely been put away behind the curtain of the box in an arm-chair when Sir Mulberry and Lord Verisopht arrived, arrayed from the crowns of their heads to the tips of their gloves, and from the tips of their gloves to the toes of their boots, in the most elegant and costly manner. Sir Mulberry was a little hoarser than on the previous day, and Lord Verisopht looked rather sleepy and queer, from which tokens, as well as from the circumstance of their both being to a trifling extent unsteady upon their legs, Mrs. Nickleby justly concluded that they had taken dinner. "We have been toasting your lovely daughter, Mrs. Nickleby," whispered Sir Mulberry, sitting down behind her. "Oh-ho!" thought that knowing lady. "Wine in, truth out."
"Oh, you're very kind, Sir Mulberry."
"Oh, no, upon my soul," replied Sir Mulberry Hawk. "It's you that's kind, upon my soul it is. It was so kind of you to come to-night."
"So very kind of you to invite me, you mean, Sir Mulberry," replied Mrs. Nickleby, tossing her head and looking prodigiously sly.
"I am so anxious to know you, so anxious to cultivate your good opinion, so desirous that there should be a delicious kind of harmonious family understanding between us," said Sir Mulberry, "that you mustn't think I'm disinterested in what I do. I'm infernal selfish. I am. Upon my soul, I am."
"I'm sure you can't be selfish, Sir Mulberry," replied Mrs. Nickleby. "You have much too open and generous a countenance for that."
"What an extraordinary observer you are!" said Sir Mulberry Hawk.
"Oh, no, indeed. I don't see very far into things, Sir Mulberry," replied Mrs. Nickleby, in a tone of voice which left the baronet to infer that she saw very far indeed. "I am quite afraid of you," said the baronet. "Upon my soul," repeated Sir Mulberry, looking round to his companions, "I am afraid of Mrs. Nickleby. She is so immensely sharp." Messrs. Pike and Pluck shook their heads mysteriously and observed together that they had found that out long ago, upon which Mrs. Nickleby tittered, and Sir Mulberry laughed, and Pike and Pluck roared. "But where's my brother-in-law, Sir Mulberry?"
inquired Mrs. Nickleby.
"I shouldn't be here without him. I hope he's coming."
"Pike," said Sir Mulberry, taking out his toothpick and lolling back in his chair as if he were too lazy to invent a reply to this question, "where's Ralph Nickleby?"
"Pluck,"
said Pike, imitating the baronet's action and turning the lie over to his friend,
"where's Ralph Nickleby?"
Mr. Pluck was about to return some evasive reply when the hustle caused by a party entering the next box seemed to attract the attention of all four gentlemen, who exchanged glances of much meaning. The new party beginning to converse together, Sir Mulberry suddenly assumed the character of a most attentive listener and implored his friends not to breathe. Not to breathe.
"Why not?"
said Mrs. Nickleby.
"What is the matter?"
"Hush!" replied Sir Mulberry, laying his hand on her arm. "Lord Frederick, do you recognize the tones of that voice?"
"Devil take me if I didn't think it was the voice of Miss Nickleby." "Lord, my lord!"
cried Miss Nickleby's mamma, thrusting her head round the curtain.
Why, actually, Kate! My dear Kate!
You here, mamma? Is it possible?
Possible, my dear? Yes.
Why, who on earth is that you have with you, mamma? Said Kate, shrinking back as she caught sight of a man smiling and kissing his hand.
Who do you suppose, my dear?
Replied Mrs. Nickleby, bending towards Mrs. Wititterly and speaking a little louder for that lady's edification.
There's Mr. Pike, Mr. Pluck, Sir Mulberry Hawk, and Lord Frederick Verisopht.
Gracious heaven, thought Kate hurriedly, how comes she in such society? Now, Kate thought thus so hurriedly, and the surprise was so great, and moreover brought back so forcibly the recollection of what had passed at Ralph's delectable dinner, that she turned extremely pale and appeared greatly agitated, which symptoms, being observed by Mrs. Nickleby, were at once set down by that acute lady as being caused and occasioned by violent love. But although she was in no small degree delighted by this discovery, which reflected so much credit on her own quickness of perception, it did not lessen her motherly anxiety in Kate's behalf, and accordingly, with a vast quantity of trepidation, she quitted her own box to hasten into that of Mrs. Wititterly. Mrs. Wititterly, keenly alive to the glory of having a lord and a baronet among her visiting acquaintance, lost no time in signing to Mr. Wititterly to open the door. And thus it was that in less than 30 seconds Mrs. Nickleby's party had made an irruption into Mrs. Wititterly's box, which it filled to the very door, there being in fact only room for Messrs. Pike and Pluck to get in their heads and waistcoats.
My dear Kate, said Mrs. Nickleby, kissing her daughter affectionately, how ill you looked a moment ago! You quite frightened me, I declare.
It was mere fancy, mamma. The reflection of the lights, perhaps, replied Kate, glancing nervously round, and finding it impossible to whisper any caution or explanation.
Don't you see Sir Mulberry Hawk, my dear?
Kate bowed slightly, and biting her lip turned her head towards the stage. But Sir Mulberry Hawk was not to be so easily repulsed, for he advanced with extended hand, and Mrs. Nickleby officiously informing Kate of this circumstance, she was obliged to extend her own. Sir Mulberry detained it while he murmured a profusion of compliments, which Kate, remembering what had passed between them, rightly considered as so many aggravations of the insult he had already put upon her. Then followed the recognition of Lord Verisopht, and then the greeting of Mr. Pike, and then that of Mr. Pluck, and finally, to complete the young lady's mortification, she was compelled, at Mrs. Wititterly's request, to perform the ceremony of introducing the odious persons whom she regarded with the utmost indignation and abhorrence. "Mrs. Wititterly is delighted," said Mr. Wititterly, rubbing his hands. "Delighted, my lord, I am sure, with this opportunity of contracting an acquaintance, which I trust, my lord, we shall improve. Julia, my dear, you must not allow yourself to be too much excited. You must not. Indeed, you must not. Mrs. Wititterly is of a most excitable nature, Sir Mulberry. The snuff of a candle, the wick of a lamp, the bloom on a peach, the down on a butterfly. You might blow her away, my lord, you might blow her away." Sir Mulberry seemed to think that it would be a great convenience if the lady could be blown away. He said, however, that the delight was mutual, and Lord Verisopht added that it was mutual, whereupon Messrs. Pike and Pluck were heard to murmur from the distance that it was very mutual indeed.
"I take an interest, my lord,"
said Mrs. Wititterly with a faint smile,
"such an interest in the drama."
"Yes, it's very interesting," replied Lord Verisopht.
"I'm always ill after Shakespeare,"
said Mrs. Wititterly.
"I scarcely exist the next day. I find the reaction so very great after a tragedy, my lord, and Shakespeare is such a delicious creature."
"Yes," replied Lord Verisopht. He was a clever man."
"Do you know, my lord," said Mrs. Wititterly after a long silence, "I find I take so much more interest in his plays after having been to that dear little dull house he was born in. Were you ever there, my lord?"
"No, never," replied Verisopht.
"Then really you ought to go, my lord,"
returned Mrs. Wititterly in very languid and drawling accents. "I don't know how it is, but after you've seen the place and written your name in a little book, somehow or other you seem to be inspired. It kindles up quite a fire within one." "Yes," replied Lord Verisopht. "I shall certainly go there." "Julia, my life," interposed Mr. Wititterly, "you are deceiving his lordship." "Unintentionally, my lord, she is deceiving you." "It is your poetical temperament, my dear, your ethereal soul, your fervid imagination, which throws you into a glow of genius and excitement. There is nothing in the place, my dear, nothing, nothing."
"I think there must be something in the place," said Mrs. Nickleby, who had been listening in silence, "for soon after I was married I went to Stratford with my poor dear Mr. Nickleby in a post-chaise from Birmingham." "Was it a post-chaise, though?" said Mrs. Nickleby, considering. "Yes, it must have been a post-chaise, because I recollect remarking at the time that the driver had a green shade over his left eye. In a post-chaise from Birmingham. After we had seen Shakespeare's Tomb and Birthplace, we went back to the inn there, where we slept that night, and I recollect that all night long I dreamt of nothing but a black gentleman, at full length, in plaster Paris, with a lay-down collar tied with 2 tassels, leaning against a post and thinking. And when I woke in the morning and described him to Mr. Nickleby, he said it was Shakespeare, just as he had been when he was alive, which is very curious indeed. Stratford, Stratford," continued Mrs. Nickleby, considering. "Yes, I am positive about that, because I recollect I was in the family way with my son Nicholas at the time, and I had been very much frightened by an Italian image boy that very morning. In fact, it was quite a mercy, ma'am," added Mrs. Nickleby in a whisper to Mrs. Wititterly, "that my son didn't turn out to be a Shakespeare, and what a dreadful thing that would have been." When Mrs. Nickleby had brought this interesting anecdote to a close, Pyke and Pluck, ever zealous in their patron's cause, proposed the adjournment of a detachment of the party into the next box. And with so much skill were the preliminaries adjusted that Kate, despite all she could say or do to the contrary, had no alternative but to suffer herself to be led away by Sir Mulberry Hawk. Her mother and Mr. Pluck accompanied them, but the worthy lady, pluming herself upon her discretion, took particular care not so much as to look at her daughter during the whole evening, and to seem wholly absorbed in the jokes and conversation of Mr. Pluck, who, having been appointed sentry over Mrs. Nickleby for that especial purpose, neglected on his side no possible opportunity of engrossing her attention. Lord Frederick Verisopht remained in the next box to be talked to by Mrs. Wititterly, and Mr. Pyke was in attendance to throw in a word or two when necessary. As to Mr. Wititterly, he was sufficiently busy in the body of the house, informing such of his friends and acquaintances as happened to be there that those 2 gentlemen upstairs, whom they had seen in conversation with Mrs. W., were the distinguished Lord Frederick Verisopht and his most intimate friend, the gay Sir Mulberry Hawk, a communication which inflamed several respectable housekeepers with the utmost jealousy and rage and reduced 16 unmarried daughters to the very brink of despair. The evening came to an end at last, but Kate had yet to be handed downstairs by the detested Sir Mulberry, and so skilfully were the manoeuvres of Messrs. Pyke and Pluck conducted that she and the baronet were the last of the party and were even, without an appearance of effort or design, left at some little distance behind. "Don't hurry, don't hurry," said Sir Mulberry as Kate hastened on and attempted to release her arm. She made no reply, but still pressed forward. "Nay, then," coolly observed Sir Mulberry, stopping her outright. "You had best not seek to detain me, sir," said Kate angrily. "And why not?" retorted Sir Mulberry. "My dear creature, now why do you keep up this show of displeasure?" "Show!" repeated Kate indignantly. "How dare you presume to speak to me, sir, to address me, to come into my presence?" "You look prettier in a passion, Miss Nickleby," said Sir Mulberry Hawk, stooping down the better to see her face. "I hold you in the bitterest detestation and contempt, sir," said Kate. "If you find any attraction in looks of disgust and aversion, you let me rejoin my friends, sir, instantly. Whatever considerations may have withheld me thus far, I will disregard them all and take a course that even you might feel if you do not immediately suffer me to proceed." Sir Mulberry smiled, and still looking in her face and retaining her arm, walked towards the door. If no regard for my sex or helpless situation will induce you to desist from this coarse and unmanly persecution," said Kate, scarcely knowing in the tumult of her passions what she said, "I have a brother who will resent it dearly one day."
"Upon my soul!" exclaimed Sir Mulberry, as though quietly communing with himself, passing his arm round her waist as he spoke. "She looks more beautiful, and I like her better in this mood than when her eyes are cast down, and she is in perfect repose." How Kate reached the lobby where her friends were waiting, she never knew, but she hurried across it without at all regarding them, and disengaged herself suddenly from her companion, sprang into the coach, and throwing herself into its darkest corner, burst into tears. Messrs. Pyke and Pluck, knowing their cue, at once threw the party into great commotion by shouting for the carriages and getting up a violent quarrel with sundry inoffensive bystanders, in the midst of which tumult they put the affrighted Mrs. Nickleby in her chariot, and having got her safely off, turned their thoughts to Mrs. Wititterly, whose attention also they had now effectually distracted from the young lady, by throwing her into a state of the utmost bewilderment and consternation. At length the conveyance in which she had come rolled off too with its load, and the four worthies, being left alone under the portico, enjoyed a hearty laugh together. "There!" said Sir Mulberry, turning to his noble friend. "Didn't I tell you last night that if we could find where they were going, by bribing a servant through my fellow, and then established ourselves close by with the mother, these people's honour would be our own? Why, here it is, done in 24 hours."
"Yes," replied the dupe, "but I have been tied to the old woman all night."
"Hear him!" said Sir Mulberry, turning to his friends. "Hear this discontented grumbler! Isn't it enough to make a man swear never to help him in his plots and schemes again? Isn't it an infernal shame?" Pyke asked Pluck whether it was not an infernal shame, and Pluck asked Pyke, but neither answered.
"Isn't it the truth?" demanded Verisopht.
"Wasn't it so?" "Wasn't it so?" repeated Sir Mulberry. "How would you have had it? How could we have got a general invitation at first sight? Come when you like, go when you like, stop as long as you like, do what you like, if you, the Lord, had not made yourself agreeable to the foolish mistress of the house? Do I care for this girl except as your friend? Haven't I been sounding your praises in her ears and bearing her pretty sulks and peevishness all night for you? What sort of stuff do you think I'm made of? Would I do this for every man? Don't I deserve even gratitude in return?"
"You're a devilish good fellow," said the poor young lord, taking his friend's arm.
"Upon my life, you're a devilish good fellow, Hawk." "And I have done right, have I?" demanded Sir Mulberry.
"Quite right."
"And like a poor, silly, good-natured, friendly dog as I am, eh?"
Yes, yes, like a friend,"
replied the other. "Well, then," replied Sir Mulberry, "I'm satisfied. And now let's go and have our revenge on the German baron and the Frenchman who cleaned you out so handsomely last night."
With these words, the friendly creature took his companion's arm and led him away, turning half round as he did so and bestowing a wink and a contemptuous smile on Messrs. Pyke and Pluck, who, cramming their handkerchiefs into their mouths to denote their silent enjoyment of the whole proceedings, followed their patron and his victim at a little distance. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 28. Miss Nickleby, rendered desperate by the persecution of Sir Mulberry Hawk and the complicated difficulties and distresses which surround her, appeals as a last resort to her uncle for protection. The ensuing morning brought reflection with it, as morning usually does, but widely different was the train of thought it awakened in the different persons who had been so unexpectedly brought together on the preceding evening by the active agency of Messrs. Pyke and Pluck. The reflections of Sir Mulberry Hawk, if such a term can be applied to the thoughts of the systematic and calculating man of dissipation, whose joys, regrets, pains, and pleasures are all of self, and who would seem to retain nothing of the intellectual faculty but the power to debase himself and to degrade the very nature whose outward semblance he wears, the reflections of Sir Mulberry Hawk turned upon Kate Nickleby, and were, in brief, that she was undoubtedly handsome, that her coyness must be easily conquerable by a man of his address and experience, and that the pursuit was one which could not fail to redound to his credit, and greatly to enhance his reputation with the world. And lest this last consideration, no mean or secondary one with Sir Mulberry, should sound strangely in the ears of some, let it be remembered that most men live in a world of their own, and that in that limited circle alone are they ambitious for distinction and applause. Sir Mulberry's world was peopled with profligates, and he acted accordingly. Thus cases of injustice and oppression and tyranny and the most extravagant bigotry are in constant occurrence among us every day. It is the custom to trumpet forth much wonder and astonishment at the chief actors therein setting at defiance so completely the opinion of the world. But there is no greater fallacy. It is precisely because they do consult the opinion of their own little world that such things take place at all, and strike the great world dumb with amazement. The reflections of Mrs. Nickleby were of the proudest and most complacent kind, and under the influence of her very agreeable delusion she straightway sat down and indited a long letter to Kate, in which she expressed her entire approval of the admirable choice she had made, and extolled Sir Mulberry to the skies, asserting, for the more complete satisfaction of her daughter's feelings, that he was precisely the individual whom she, Mrs. Nickleby, would have chosen for her son-in-law if she had had the picking and choosing from all mankind. The good lady then, with the preliminary observation that she might be fairly supposed not to have lived in the world so long without knowing its ways, communicated a great many subtle precepts applicable to the state of courtship, and confirmed in their wisdom by her own personal experience. Above all things, she commended a strict maidenly reserve as being not only a very laudable thing in itself, but as tending materially to strengthen and increase a lover's ardour.
"And I never," added Mrs. Nickleby, "was more delighted in my life than to observe last night, my dear, that your good sense had already told you this." With which sentiment and various hints of the pleasure she derived from the knowledge that her daughter inherited so large an instalment of her own excellent sense and discretion, to nearly the full measure of which she might hope, with care, to succeed in time, Mrs. Nickleby concluded a very long and rather illegible letter. Poor Kate was well nigh distracted on the receipt of 4 closely written and closely crossed sides of congratulation on the very subject which had prevented her closing her eyes all night, and kept her weeping and watching in her chamber. Still worse and more trying was the necessity of rendering herself agreeable to Mrs. Wititterly, who, being in low spirits after the fatigue of the preceding night, of course expected her companion, else wherefore had she board and salary, to be in the best spirits possible. As to Mr. Wititterly, he went about all day in a tremor of delight at having shaken hands with a lord, and having actually asked him to come and see him in his own house. The lord himself, not being troubled to any inconvenient extent with the power of thinking, regaled himself with the conversation of Messrs. Pyke and Pluck, who sharpened their wit by a plentiful indulgence in various costly stimulants at his expense. It was 4 in the afternoon, that is, the vulgar afternoon of the sun and the clock, and Mrs. Wititterly reclined, according to custom, on the drawing-room sofa, while Kate read aloud a new novel in 3 volumes entitled The Lady Flabella, which Alphonse the Doubtful had procured from the library that very morning. And it was a production admirably suited to a lady labouring under Mrs. Wititterly's complaint, seeing that there was not a line in it, from beginning to end, which could, by the most remote contingency, awaken the smallest excitement in any person breathing.
Kate read on.
Cherisette, said the Lady Flabella, inserting her mouse-like feet in the blue satin slippers which had unwittingly occasioned the half-playful, half-angry altercation between herself and the youthful Colonel Beffelaire in the Duke of Mincefenille's salon de danse on the previous night. Cherisette, ma chère, donnez-moi de l'eau de Cologne, s'il vous plaît, mon enfant. Merci, thank you, said the Lady Flabella, as the lively but devoted Cherisette, plentifully besprinkled with the fragrant compound the Lady Flabella's mouchoir of finest cambric, edged with richest lace, and emblazoned at the four corners with the Flabella crest and gorgeous heraldic bearings of that noble family. Merci, that will do. At this instant, while the Lady Flabella yet inhaled that delicious fragrance by holding the mouchoir to her exquisite but thoughtfully chiselled nose, the door of the boudoir, artfully concealed by rich hangings of silken damask, the hue of Italy's firmament, was thrown open, and with noiseless tread two valets de chambre, clad in sumptuous liveries of peach blossom and gold, advanced into the room, followed by a page in bois de soie silk stockings, who, while they remained at some distance making the most graceful obeisances, advanced to the feet of his lovely mistress, and dropping on one knee, presented on a gold salver gorgeously chased a scented billet. The Lady Flabella, with an agitation she could not repress, hastily tore off the envelope and broke the scented seal. It was from Beffelaire, the young, the slim, the low-voiced, her own Beffelaire. "Oh, charming!" interrupted Kate's patroness, who was sometimes taken literary. "Poetic, really. Read that description again, Miss Nickleby." Kate complied. "Sweet, indeed," said Mrs. Wititterly with a sigh. "So voluptuous, is it not? So soft." "Yes, I think it is," replied Kate gently. "Very soft." "Close the book, Miss Nickleby," said Mrs. Wititterly. "I can hear nothing more to-day. I should be sorry to disturb the impression of that sweet description. Close the book." Kate complied, not unwillingly, and as she did so, Mrs. Wititterly, raising her glass with a languid hand, remarked that she looked pale. "It was the fright of that noise and confusion last night," said Kate. "How very odd!" exclaimed Mrs. Wititterly with a look of surprise. And certainly, when one comes to think of it, it was very odd that anything should have disturbed a companion. A steam engine or other ingenious piece of mechanism out of order would have been nothing to it. "How did you come to know Lord Frederick and those other delightful creatures, child?" asked Mrs. Wititterly, still eyeing Kate through her glass. "I met them at my uncle's," said Kate, vexed to feel that she was colouring deeply, but unable to keep down the blood which rushed to her face whenever she thought of that man. "Have you known them long?" "No," rejoined Kate, "not long." "I was very glad of the opportunity which that respectable person, your mother, gave us of being known to them," said Mrs. Wititterly in a lofty manner. "Some friends of ours were on the very point of introducing us, which makes it quite remarkable." This was said lest Miss Nickleby should grow conceited on the honour and dignity of having known four great people, for Pyke and Pluck were included among the delightful creatures whom Mrs. Wititterly did not know. But as the circumstance had made no impression one way or other upon Kate's mind, the force of the observation was quite lost upon her. "They asked permission to call," said Mrs. Wititterly. "I gave it them, of course." "Do you expect them to-day?" Kate ventured to inquire. Mrs. Wititterly's answer was lost in the noise of a tremendous rapping at the street door, and before it had ceased to vibrate, there drove up a handsome cabriolet, out of which leapt Sir Mulberry Hawk and his friend Lord Verisopht. "They are here now," said Kate, rising and hurrying away. "Miss Nickleby!"
cried Mrs. Wititterly, perfectly aghast at her companion's attempting to quit the room without her permission first had and obtained. "Pray don't think of going." "You are very good," replied Kate, "but for goodness' sake don't agitate me by making me speak so much," said Mrs. Wititterly with great sharpness. "Dear me, Miss Nickleby, I beg—" It was in vain for Kate to protest that she was unwell, for the footsteps of the knockers, whoever they were already on the stairs. She resumed her seat and had scarcely done so when the doubtful page darted into the room and announced Mr. Pike and Mr. Pluck and Lord Verisopht and Sir Mulberry Hawk all at one burst. "The most extraordinary thing in the world," said Mr. Pluck, saluting both ladies with the utmost cordiality. "The most extraordinary thing, as Lord Frederick and Sir Mulberry drove up to the door, Pike and I had that instant knocked."
"That instant knocked," said Pike. "No matter how you came, so that you are here," said Mrs. Wititterly, who, by dint of lying on the same sofa for 3 years and a half, had got up quite a little pantomime of graceful attitudes, and now threw herself into the most striking of the whole series to astonish the visitors. "I am delighted, I am sure."
"And how is Miss Nickleby?" said Sir Mulberry Hawk, accosting Kate in a low voice, not so low, however, but that it reached the ears of Mrs. Wititterly.
"Why, she complains of suffering from the fright of last night," said the lady. "I am sure I don't wonder at it, for my nerves are quite torn to pieces."
"And yet you look," observed Sir Mulberry, turning round, "and yet you look—"
"Beyond everything,"
said Mr. Pike, coming to his patron's assistant. Of course Mr. Pluck said the same.
"I'm afraid Sir Mulberry is a flatterer, my lord,"
said Mrs. Wititterly, turning to that young gentleman, who had been sucking the head of his cane in silence and staring at Kate.
"Oh, devilish,"
replied Verisopht. Having given utterance to which remarkable sentiment, he occupied himself as before. "Neither does Miss Nickleby look the worse," said Sir Mulberry, bending his bold gaze upon her. "She was always handsome, but upon my soul, ma'am, you seem to have imparted some of your own good looks to her besides." To judge from the glow which suffused the poor girl's countenance after this speech, Mrs. Wititterly might, with some show of reason, have been supposed to have imparted to it some of that artificial bloom which decorated her own. Mrs. Wititterly admitted, though not with the best grace in the world, that Kate did look pretty. She began to think, too, that Sir Mulberry was not quite so agreeable a creature as she had at first supposed him, for although a skilful flatterer is a most delightful companion if you can keep him all to yourself, his taste becomes very doubtful when he takes to complimenting other people.
"Pike,"
said the watchful Mr. Pluck, observing the effect which the praise of Miss Nickleby had produced.
"Well, Pluck,"
said Pike.
"Is there anybody," demanded Mr. Pluck mysteriously, "anybody you know that Mrs. Wititterly's profile reminds you of?"
"Reminds me of?"
answered Pike.
"Of course there is."
"Who do you mean?"
said Pluck in the same mysterious manner.
"The D of B?"
"The C of B,"
replied Pike, with the faintest trace of a grin lingering in his countenance.
"The beautiful sister is the Countess, not the Duchess."
"True," said Pluck. "The C of B. The resemblance is wonderful."
"Perfectly startling,"
said Mr. Pike. Here was a state of things. Mrs. Wititterly was declared, upon the testimony of 2 veracious and competent witnesses, to be the very picture of a countess. This was one of the consequences of getting into good society. Why, she might have moved among grovelling people for 20 years and never heard of it. How could she, indeed? What did they know about countesses? The 2 gentlemen having, by the greediness with which this little bait was swallowed, tested the extent of Mrs. Wititterly's appetite for adulation, proceeded to administer that commodity in very large doses, thus affording to Sir Mulberry Hawk an opportunity of pestering Miss Nickleby with questions and remarks to which she was absolutely obliged to make some reply. Meanwhile, Lord Verisopht enjoyed unmolested the full flavour of the gold knob at the top of his cane, as he would have done to the end of the interview if Mr. Wititterly had not come home and caused the conversation to turn to his favourite topic. "My lord," said Mr. Wititterly, "I am delighted, honoured, proud. Be seated again, my lord, pray. I am proud indeed, most proud." It was to the secret annoyance of his wife that Mr. Wititterly said all this, for although she was bursting with pride and arrogance, she would have had the illustrious guests believe that their visit was quite a common occurrence and that they had lords and baronets to see them every day in the week. But Mr. Wititterly's feelings were beyond the power of suppression. "It is an honour indeed," said Mr. Wititterly. "Julia, my soul, you will suffer for this to-morrow." "Suffer?" cried Lord Verisopht. "The reaction, my lord, the reaction," said Mr. Wititterly. "This violent strain upon the nervous system over, my lord, what ensues? A sinking, a depression, a lowness, a lassitude, a debility. My lord, if Sir Tumley Snuffin was to see that delicate creature at this moment, he would not give this for her life." In illustration of which remark, Mr. Wititterly took a pinch of snuff from his box and jerked it lightly into the air as an emblem of instability. "Not that," said Mr. Wititterly, looking about him with a serious countenance. "Sir Tumley Snuffin would not give that for Mrs. Wititterly's existence." Mr. Wititterly told this with a kind of sober exultation, as if it were no trifling distinction for a man to have a wife in such a desperate state, and Mrs. Wititterly sighed and looked on as if she felt the honour but had determined to bear it as meekly as might be. "Mrs. Wititterly," said her husband, "is Sir Tumley Snuffim's favourite patient. I believe I may venture to say that Mrs. Wititterly is the first person who took the new medicine which is supposed to have destroyed a family at Kensington gravel pits. I believe she was. If I am wrong, Julia, my dear, you will correct me." "I believe I was," said Mrs. Wititterly in a faint voice. As there appeared to be some doubt in the mind of his patron how he could best join in this conversation, the indefatigable Mr. Pike threw himself into the breach and, by way of saying something to the point, inquired, with reference to the aforesaid medicine, whether it was nice. "No, sir, it was not. It had not even that recommendation," said Mr. W. "Mrs. Wititterly is quite a martyr," observed Pike with a complimentary bow. "I think I am," said Mrs. Wititterly, smiling. "I think you are, my dear Julia," replied her husband in a tone which seemed to say that he was not vain but still must insist upon their privileges. "If anybody, my lord," added Mr. Wititterly, wheeling round to the nobleman, "will produce to me a greater martyr than Mrs. Wititterly, all I can say is that I shall be glad to see that martyr, whether male or female. That's all, my lord." Pike and Pluck promptly remarked that certainly nothing could be fairer than that, and the call having been by this time protracted to a very great length, they obeyed Sir Mulberry's look and rose to go. This brought Sir Mulberry himself and Lord Verisopht on their legs also. Many protestations of friendship and expressions anticipative of the pleasure which must inevitably flow from so happy an acquaintance were exchanged, and the visitors departed with renewed assurances that at all times and seasons the mansion of the Wititterlys would be honoured by receiving them beneath its roof. That they came at all times and seasons, that they dined there one day, supped the next, dined again on the next, and were constantly to and fro on all, that they made parties to visit public places and met by accident at lounges, that upon all these occasions Miss Nickleby was exposed to the constant and unremitting persecution of Sir Mulberry Hawk, who now began to feel his character, even in the estimation of his two dependents, involved in the successful reduction of her pride, that she had no intervals of peace or rest, except at those hours when she could sit in her solitary room and weep over the trials of the day. All these were consequences naturally flowing from the well-laid plans of Sir Mulberry, and their able execution by the auxiliaries Pike and Pluck. And thus for a fortnight matters went on. That any but the weakest and silliest of people could have seen in one interview that Lord Verisopht, though he was a lord, and Sir Mulberry Hawk, though he was a baronet, were not persons accustomed to be the best possible companions, and were certainly not calculated by habits, manners, tastes, or conversation to shine with any very great lustre in the society of ladies, need scarcely be remarked. But with Mrs. Wititterly the two titles were all sufficient. Coarseness became humour. Vulgarity softened itself down into the most charming eccentricity. Insolence took the guise of an easy absence of reserve, attainable only by those who had had the good fortune to mix with high folks. If the mistress put such a construction upon the behaviour of her new friends, what could the companion urge against them? If they accustomed themselves to very little restraint before the lady of the house, with how much more freedom could they address her paid dependent? Nor was even this the worst. As the odious Sir Mulberry Hawk attached himself to Kate with less and less of disguise, Mrs. Wititterly began to grow jealous of the superior attractions of Miss Nickleby. If this feeling had led to her banishment from the drawing-room when such company was there, Kate would have been only too happy and willing that it should have existed. But unfortunately for her, she possessed that native grace and true gentility of manner, and those thousand nameless accomplishments which give to female society its greatest charm. If these be valuable anywhere, they were especially so where the lady of the house was a mere animated doll. The consequence was that Kate had the double mortification of being an indispensable part of the circle when Sir Mulberry and his friends were there, and of being exposed, on that very account, to all Mrs. Wititterly's ill humours and caprices when they were gone. She became utterly and completely miserable. Mrs. Wititterly had never thrown off the mask with regard to Sir Mulberry, but when she was more than usually out of temper, attributed the circumstance, as ladies sometimes do, to nervous indisposition. However, as the dreadful idea that Lord Verisopht also was somewhat taken with Kate, and that she, Mrs. Wititterly, was quite a secondary person, dawned upon that lady's mind and gradually developed itself, she became possessed with a large quantity of highly proper and most virtuous indignation, and felt it her duty, as a married lady and a moral member of society, to mention the circumstance to the young person without delay. Accordingly, Mrs. Wititterly broke ground next morning during a pause in the novel-reading. "Miss Nickleby," said Mrs. Wititterly, "I wish to speak to you very gravely. I am sorry to have to do it. Upon my word, I am very sorry, but you leave me no alternative, Miss Nickleby." Here Mrs. Wititterly tossed her head, not passionately, only virtuously, and remarked with some appearance of excitement that she feared that palpitation of the heart was coming on again. "Your behaviour, Miss Nickleby," resumed the lady, "is very far from pleasing me. Very far. I am very anxious indeed that you should do well, but you may depend upon it, Miss Nickleby, you will not if you go on as you do." "Ma'am," exclaimed Kate proudly. "Don't agitate me by speaking in that way, Miss Nickleby. Don't," said Mrs. Wititterly with some violence, "or you'll compel me to ring the bell." Kate looked at her, but said nothing. "You needn't suppose," resumed Mrs. Wititterly, "that your looking at me in that way, Miss Nickleby, will prevent my saying what I am going to say, which I feel to be a religious duty. You needn't direct your glances towards me," said Mrs. Wititterly with a sudden burst of spite. "I am not Sir Mulberry, no, nor Lord Frederick Verisopht, Miss Nickleby, nor am I Mr. Pike, nor Mr. Pluck either." Kate looked at her again, but less steadily than before, and resting her elbow on the table, covered her eyes with her hand. "If such things had been done when I was a young girl," said Mrs. Wititterly, this, by the way, must have been some little time before, "I don't suppose anybody would have believed it." "I don't think they would," murmured Kate. "I do not think anybody would believe, without actually knowing it, what I seem doomed to undergo." "Don't talk to me of being doomed to undergo, Miss Nickleby, if you please," said Mrs. Wititterly, with a shrillness of tone quite surprising in so great an invalid. "I will not be answered, Miss Nickleby. I am not accustomed to be answered, nor will I permit it for an instant. Do you hear?" she added, waiting with some apparent inconsistency for an answer. "I do hear you, ma'am,"
replied Kate. "With surprise. With greater surprise than I can express." "I have always considered you a particularly well-behaved young person for your station in life," said Mrs. Wititterly, "and as you are a person of healthy appearance and neat in your dress and so forth, I have taken an interest in you, as I do still, considering that I owe a sort of duty to that respectable old female, your mother. For these reasons, Miss Nickleby, I must tell you once for all, and begging you to mind what I say, that I must insist upon your immediately altering your very forward behaviour to the gentleman who visited this house. It really is not becoming," says Mrs. Wititterly, closing her chaste eyes as she spoke. "It is improper, quite improper." "Oh!" cried Kate, looking upwards and clasping her hands. Is not this too cruel, too hard to bear? Is it not enough that I should have suffered as I have night and day, that I should almost have sunk in my own estimation from very shame of having been brought into contact with such people? But must I also be exposed to this unjust and most unfounded charge?" "You will have the goodness to recollect, Miss Nickleby," said Mrs. Wititterly, "that when you use such terms as unjust and unfounded, you charge me, in effect, with stating that which is untrue." "I do," said Kate, with honest indignation. "Whether you make this accusation of yourself or at the prompting of others is alike to me. I say it is vilely, grossly, wilfully untrue. Is it possible," cried Kate, "that any one of my own sex can have sat by and not have seen the misery these men have caused me? Is it possible that you, ma'am, can have been present and failed to mark the insulting freedom that their every look bespoke? Is it possible that you can have avoided seeing that these libertines, in their utter disrespect for you and utter disregard of all gentlemanly behaviour and almost of decency, have had but one object in introducing themselves here, and that the furtherance of their designs upon a friendless, helpless girl, who, without this humiliating confession, might have hoped to receive from one so much her senior something like womanly aid and sympathy? I do not, I cannot believe it." If poor Kate had possessed the slightest knowledge of the world, she certainly would not have ventured, even in the excitement into which she had been lashed, upon such an injudicious speech as this. Its effect was precisely what a more experienced observer would have foreseen. Mrs. Wititterly received the attack upon her veracity with exemplary calmness, and listened with the most heroic fortitude to Kate's account of her own suffering. But allusion being made to her being held in disregard by the gentleman, she evinced violent emotion, and this blow was no sooner followed up by the remark concerning her seniority than she fell back upon the sofa, uttering dismal screams. What is the matter?" cried Mr. Wititterly, bouncing into the room. "Heavens, what do I see? Julia, look up, my life, look up!" But Julia looked down most perseveringly and screamed still louder. So Mr. Wititterly rang the bell and danced in a frenzied manner round the sofa on which Mrs. Wititterly lay, uttering perpetual cries for Sir Tumley Snuffim, and never once leaving off to ask for any explanation of the scene before him. "Run for Sir Tumley!" cried Mr. Wititterly, menacing the page with both fists. "I knew it, Miss Nickleby," he said, looking round with an air of melancholy triumph. "That society has been too much for her. This is all soul, you know, every bit of it." With this assurance, Mr. Wititterly took up the prostrate form of Mrs. Wititterly and carried her bodily off to bed. Kate waited until Sir Tumley Snuffim had paid his visit and looked in with the report that, through the special interposition of a merciful Providence, thus spake Sir Tumley, Mrs. Wititterly had gone to sleep. She then hastily attired herself for walking, and leaving word that she should return within a couple of hours, hurried away towards her uncle's house. It had been a good day with Ralph Nickleby,
Quite a lucky day, and as he walked to and fro in his little back room with his hands clasped behind him, adding up in his own mind all the sums that had been or would be netted from the business done since morning, his mouth was drawn into a hard stern smile, while the firmness of the lines and curves that made it up, as well as the cunning glance of his cold bright eye, seemed to tell that if any resolution or cunning would increase the profits, they would not fail to be excited for the purpose.
"Very good," said Ralph, in allusion, no doubt, to some proceeding of the day. "He defies the usurer, does he? Well, we shall see. Honesty is the best policy, is it? We'll try that too."
He stopped and then walked on again.
"He is content," said Ralph, relaxing into a smile, "to set his known character and conduct against the power of money, dross, as he calls it. Why, what a dull blockhead this fellow must be! Dross, too. Dross. Who's that?"
"Me," said Newman Noggs, looking in. "Your niece."
"What of her?"
asked Ralph sharply.
"She's here." "Here?"
Newman jerked his head towards his little room to signify that she was waiting there.
"What does she want?"
asked Ralph.
"I don't know,"
rejoined Newman.
"Shall I ask?"
he added quickly.
"No,"
replied Ralph.
"Show her in. Stay."
He hastily put away a padlocked cash-box that was on the table and substituted in its stead an empty purse.
"There," said Ralph. "Now she may come in."
Newman, with a grim smile at this manoeuvre, beckoned the young lady to advance, and having placed a chair for her, retired, looking stealthily over his shoulder at Ralph as he limped slowly out.
"Well,"
said Ralph, roughly enough, but still with something more of kindness in his manner than he would have exhibited towards anybody else.
"Well, my dear, what now?"
Kate raised her eyes, which were filled with tears, and with an effort to master her emotion strove to speak, but in vain. So, drooping her head again, she remained silent. Her face was hidden from his view, but Ralph could see that she was weeping.
"I can guess the cause of this," thought Ralph, after looking at her for some time in silence. I can guess the cause. Well, well," thought Ralph, for the moment quite disconcerted as he watched the anguish of his beautiful niece. "Where's the harm? Only a few tears, and it's an excellent lesson for her, an excellent lesson." "What is the matter?" asked Ralph, drawing a chair opposite and sitting down. He was rather taken aback by the sudden firmness with which Kate looked up and answered him. "The matter which brings me to you, sir," she said, "is one which should call the blood up into your cheeks and make you burn to hear as it does me to tell. I have been wronged. My feelings have been outraged, insulted, wounded past all healing, and by your friends." "Friends?" cried Ralph sternly. "I have no friends, girl." "By the men I saw here, then," returned Kate quickly. "If they were no friends of yours, and you knew what they were, oh, the more shame on you, uncle, for bringing me among them. To have subjected me to what I was exposed to here, through any misplaced confidence or imperfect knowledge of your guests, would have required some strong excuse. But if you did it, as I now believe you did, knowing them well, it was most dastardly and cruel." Ralph drew back in utter amazement at this plain speaking and regarded Kate with the sternest look. But she met his gaze proudly and firmly, and although her face was very pale, it looked more noble and handsome, lighted up as it was, than it had ever appeared before. "There is some of that boy's blood in you, I see," said Ralph, speaking in his harshest tones, as something in the flashing eye reminded him of Nicholas at their last meeting. "I hope there is," replied Kate. "I should be proud to know it. I am young, uncle, and all the difficulties and miseries of my situation have kept it down. But I have been roused to-day beyond all endurance, and come what may, I will not, as I am your brother's child, bear these insults longer." "What insults, girl?" demanded Ralph sharply. "Remember what took place here, and ask yourself," replied Kate, colouring deeply. "Uncle, you must, I am sure you will, release me from such vile and degrading companionship as I am exposed to now. I do not mean," said Kate, hurrying to the old man and laying her arm upon his shoulder, "I do not mean to be angry and violent. I beg your pardon if I have seemed so, dear uncle. But you do not know what I have suffered. You do not indeed. You cannot tell what the heart of a young girl is. I have no right to expect you should. But when I tell you that I am wretched and that my heart is breaking, I am sure you will help me. I am sure you will."
Ralph looked at her for an instant, then turned away his head and beat his foot nervously upon the ground.
"I have gone on day after day," said Kate, bending over him and timidly placing her little hand in his, "in the hope that this persecution would cease. I have gone on day after day, compelled to assume the appearance of cheerfulness when I was most unhappy. I have had no counsellor, no adviser, no one to protect me. Mamma supposes that these are honourable men, rich and distinguished, and how can I undeceive her when she is so happy in these little delusions, which are the only happiness she has? The lady with whom you placed me is not the person to whom I could confide matters of so much delicacy, and I have come at last to you, the only friend I have at hand, almost the only friend I have at all, to entreat and implore you to assist me." "How can I assist you, child?" said Ralph, rising from his chair and pacing up and down the room in his old attitude.
"You have influence with one of these men, I know," rejoined Kate emphatically. "Would not a word from you induce them to desist from this unmanly course?"
"No," said Ralph, suddenly turning. "At least, that I can't say it, if it would."
"Can't say it?"
"No,"
said Ralph, coming to a dead stop and clasping his hands more tightly behind him.
"I can't say it."
Kate fell back a step or two and looked at him as if in doubt whether she had heard aright.
"We are connected in business,"
said Ralph, poising himself alternately on his toes and heels and looking coolly in his niece's face.
"In business, and I can't afford to offend them. What is it, after all? We have all our trials, and this is one of yours. Some girls would be proud to have such gallants at their feet."
"Proud!"
cried Kate.
"I don't say," rejoined Ralph, raising his forefinger, "but that you do right to despise them. No, you show your good sense in that, as indeed I knew from the first you would. Well, in all other respects you are comfortably bestowed. It's not much to bear. If this young lord does dog your footsteps and whisper his drivelling inanities in your ears, what of it? It's a dishonourable passion. So be it. It won't last long. Some other novelty will spring up one day, and you will be released. In the meantime—"
"In the meantime,"
interrupted Kate with becoming pride and indignation,
"I am to be the scorn of my own sex and the toy of the other, justly condemned by all women of right feeling and despised by all honest and honourable men, sunken in my own esteem and degraded in every eye that looks upon me. No, not if I work my fingers to the bone, not if I am driven to the roughest and hardest labour. Do not mistake me. I will not disgrace your recommendation. I will remain in the house in which it placed me until I am entitled to leave it by the terms of my engagement, though, mind, I see these men no more. When I quit it, I will hide myself from them and you, and, striving to support my mother by hard service, I will live at least in peace and trust in God to help me."
With these words she waved her hand and quitted the room, leaving Ralph Nickleby motionless as a statue. The surprise with which Kate, as she closed the room door, beheld, close beside it, Newman Noggs standing bolt upright in a little niche in the wall like some scarecrow or Guy Fawkes laid up in winter quarters, almost occasioned her to call aloud. But, Newman laying his finger upon his lips, she had the presence of mind to refrain. "Don't!" said Newman, gliding out of his recess and accompanying her across the hall. "Don't cry! Don't cry!" Two very large tears, by the by, were running down Newman's face as he spoke. "I see how it is," said poor Noggs, drawing from his pocket what seemed to be a very old duster and wiping Kate's eyes with it as gently as if she were an infant. "You're giving way now? Yes, yes, very good. That's right. I like that. It was right not to give way before him. Yes, yes. Oh, yes, yes. Poor thing!" With these disjointed exclamations, Newman wiped his own eyes with the aforementioned duster and, limping to the street door, opened it to let her out. "Don't cry any more," whispered Newman. "I shall see you soon, and so shall somebody else too. Yes, yes. God bless you," answered Kate, hurrying out. "God bless you." "Same to you," rejoined Newman, opening the door again a little way to say so. And Newman Noggs opened the door once again to nod cheerfully and laugh, and shut it, to shake his head mournfully and cry. Ralph remained in the same attitude till he heard the noise of the closing door, when he shrugged his shoulders, and after a few turns about the room, hasty at first, but gradually becoming slower as he relapsed into himself, sat down before his desk. It is one of those problems of human nature which may be noted down but not solved, although Ralph felt no remorse at that moment for his conduct towards the innocent, true-hearted girl, although his libertine clients had done precisely what he had expected, precisely what he most wished, and precisely what would tend most to his advantage, still he hated them for doing it, from the very bottom of his soul. "Ugh!" said Ralph, scowling round and shaking his clenched hand as the faces of the two profligates rose up before his mind. "You shall pay for this. Oh, you shall pay for this!" As the usurer turned for consolation to his books and papers, a performance was going on outside his office door, which would have occasioned him no small surprise if he could by any means have become acquainted with it. Newman Noggs was the sole actor. He stood at a little distance from the door, with his face towards it, and with the sleeves of his coat turned back at the wrists, was occupied in bestowing the most vigorous, scientific, and straightforward blows upon the empty air. At first sight this would have appeared merely a wise precaution in a man of sedentary habits, with the view of opening the chest and strengthening the muscles of the arms. But the intense eagerness and joy depicted in the face of Newman Noggs, which was suffused with perspiration, the surprising energy with which he directed a constant succession of blows towards a particular panel about 5 feet 8 from the ground, and still worked away in the most untiring and persevering manner, would have sufficiently explained to the attentive observer that his imagination was thrashing to within an inch of his life his body's most active employer, Mr. Ralph Nickleby. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 29. Of the proceedings of Nicholas and certain internal divisions in the company of Mr. Vincent Crummles. The unexpected success and favour with which his experiment at Portsmouth had been received induced Mr. Crummles to prolong his stay in that town for a fortnight beyond the period he had originally signed for the duration of his visit, during which time Nicholas personated a vast variety of characters with undiminished success, and attracted so many people to the theatre who had never been seen there before that a benefit was considered by the manager a very promising speculation. Nicholas assenting to the terms proposed, the benefit was had, and by it he realized no less a sum than £20. Possessed of this unexpected wealth, his first act was to enclose to honest John Brody the amount of his friendly loan, which he accompanied with many expressions of gratitude and esteem and many cordial wishes for his matrimonial happiness. To Newman Noggs he forwarded one half of the sum he had realized, entreating him to take an opportunity of handing it to Kate in secret and conveying to her the warmest assurances of his love and affection. He made no mention of the way in which he had employed himself, merely informing Newman that a letter addressed to him under his assumed name at the post-office, Portsmouth, would readily find him, and entreating that worthy friend to write full particulars of the situation of his mother and sister, and an account of all the grand things that Ralph Nickleby had done for them since his departure from London.
"You are out of spirits," said Smike on the night after the letter had been dispatched.
"Not I," rejoined Nicholas with assumed gaiety, for the confession would have made the boy miserable all night. "I was thinking about my sister, Smike."
"Sister?"
"Aye."
"Is she like you?"
inquired Smike. "Why, so they say," replied Nicholas, laughing, "only a great deal handsomer."
"She must be very beautiful," said Smike, after thinking a little while with his hands folded together and his eyes bent upon his friend.
"Anybody who didn't know you as well as I do, my dear fellow, would say you were an accomplished courtier," said Nicholas.
"I don't even know what that is," replied Smike, shaking his head. "Shall I ever see your sister?"
"To be sure," cried Nicholas. "We shall all be together one of these days when we are rich, Smike."
"How is it that you, who are so kind and good to me, have nobody to be kind to you?" asked Smike. "I cannot make that out."
"Why, it is a long story," replied Nicholas, "and one you would have some difficulty in comprehending, I fear. I have an enemy. You understand what that is?"
"Oh, yes, I understand that,"
said Smike. "Well, it is owing to him," returned Nicholas. "He is rich and not so easily punished as your old enemy, Mr. Squeers. He is my uncle, but he is a villain and has done me wrong."
"Has he, though?" asked Smike, bending eagerly forward. "What is his name? Tell me his name."
"Ralph Nickleby."
"Ralph Nickleby," repeated Smike. "Ralph. I'll get that name by heart."
He had muttered it over to himself some 20 times when a loud knock at the door disturbed him from his occupation. Before he could open it, Mr. Folair, the pantomimist, thrust in his head. Mr. Folair's head was usually decorated with a very round hat, unusually high in the crown and curled up quite tight in the brims. On the present occasion he wore it very much on one side, with the back part forward in consequence of its being the least rusty. Round his neck he wore a flaming red worsted comforter, whereof the straggling ends peeped out beneath his threadbare Newmarket coat, which was very tight and buttoned all the way up. He carried in his hand one very dirty glove, and a cheap dress cane with a glass handle. In short, his whole appearance was unusually dashing, and demonstrated a far more scrupulous attention to his toilet than he was in the habit of bestowing upon it.
"Good evening, sir,"
said Mr. Folair, taking off the tall hat and running his fingers through his hair.
"I bring a communication."
"From whom and what about?" inquired Nicholas. "You are unusually mysterious to-night."
"Cold, perhaps," returned Mr. Folair. "Cold, perhaps. That is the fault of my position, not of myself, Mr. Johnson. My position as a mutual friend requires it, sir."
Mr. Folair paused with a most impressive look, and diving into the hat before noticed, drew from thence a small piece of whitey brown paper curiously folded, whence he brought forth a note which it had served to keep clean, and handing it over to Nicholas, said, "Have the goodness to read that, sir." Nicholas, in a state of much amazement, took the note and broke the seal, glancing at Mr. Folair as he did so, who, knitting his brow and pursing up his mouth with great dignity, was sitting with his eyes steadily fixed upon the ceiling. It was directed to Blank Johnson, Esquire, by favour of Augustus Folair, Esquire, and the astonishment of Nicholas was in no degree lessened when he found it to be couched in the following laconic terms. Mr. Lenville presents his kind regards to Mr. Johnson, and will feel obliged if he will inform him at what hour to-morrow morning it will be most convenient to him to meet Mr. L. at the theatre for the purpose of having his nose pulled in the presence of the company. Mr. Lenville requests Mr. Johnson not to neglect making an appointment, as he has invited 2 or 3 professional friends to witness the ceremony, and cannot disappoint them upon any account whatever. Portsmouth, Tuesday night. Indignant as he was at this impertinence, there was something so exquisitely absurd in such a cartel of defiance that Nicholas was obliged to bite his lip and read the note over 2 or 3 times before he could muster sufficient gravity and sternness to address the hostile messenger, who had not taken his eyes from the ceiling nor altered the expression of his face in the slightest degree. "Do you know the contents of this note, sir?" he asked at length. "Yes," rejoined Mr. Folair, looking round for an instant and immediately carrying his eyes back again to the ceiling. "And how dare you bring it here, sir?" asked Nicholas, tearing it into very little pieces and jerking it in a shower towards the messenger. "Had you no fear of being kicked downstairs, sir?" Mr. Folair turned his head, now ornamented with several fragments of the note, towards Nicholas, and with the same imperturbable dignity briefly replied, "No." "Then," said Nicholas, taking up the tall hat and tossing it towards the door, "you had better follow that article of your dress, sir, or you may find yourself very disagreeably deceived, and that within a dozen seconds."
"I say, Johnson," remonstrated Mr. Folair, suddenly losing all his dignity, "none of that, you know. No tricks with a gentleman's wardrobe."
"Leave the room," returned Nicholas. "How could you presume to come here on such an errand, you scoundrel?"
"Pooh, pooh!"
said Mr. Folair, unwinding his comforter and gradually getting himself out of it.
"There, that's enough."
"Enough?" cried Nicholas, advancing towards him. "Take yourself off, sir."
"Pooh, pooh, I tell you," returned Mr. Folair, waving his hand in deprecation of any further wrath. "I wasn't in earnest. I only brought it in joke."
"You had better be careful how you indulge in such jokes again," said Nicholas, "or you may find an allusion to pulling noses rather a dangerous reminder for the subject of your facetiousness. Was it written in joke too, pray?"
"Oh, no, that's the best of it," returned the actor. "Right down earnest. Honour bright."
Nicholas could not repress a smile at the odd figure before him, which, at all times more calculated to provoke mirth than anger, was especially so at that moment, when with one knee upon the ground Mr. Folair twirled his old hat round upon his hand and affected the extremest agony lest any of the nap should have been knocked off, an ornament which it is almost superfluous to say it had not boasted for many months. "Come, sir," said Nicholas, laughing in spite of himself, "have the goodness to explain."
"Why, I'll tell you how it is," said Mr. Folair, sitting himself down in a chair with great coolness. "Since you came here, Lenville has done nothing but second business, and instead of having a reception every night as he used to have, they have let him come on as if he was nobody."
"What do you mean by a reception?" asked Nicholas.
"Jupiter!" exclaimed Mr. Folair. "What an unsophisticated shepherd you are, Johnson! Why, applause from the house when you first come on. So he has gone on, night after night, never getting a hand, and you getting a couple of rounds at least, and sometimes 3, till at length he got quite desperate and had half a mind last night to play Tybalt with a real sword and pink you. Not dangerously, but just enough to lay you up for a month or 2.
"Very considerate," remarked Nicholas.
"Yes, I think it was, under the circumstances, his professional reputation being at stake," said Mr. Folair quite seriously. "But his heart failed him, and he cast about for some other way of annoying you and making himself popular at the same time. For that's the point. Notoriety is the thing. Bless you, if he had pinked you, said Mr. Folair, stopping to make a calculation in his mind, it would have been worth 8 or 10 shillings a week to him. All the town would have come to see the actor who nearly killed a man by mistake. I shouldn't wonder if it had got him an engagement in London. However, he was obliged to try some other mode of getting popular, and this one occurred to him. It's a clever idea, really. If you had shown the white feather and let him pull your nose, he'd have got it into the paper. If you had sworn the peace against him, it would have been in the paper too, and it'd have been just as much talked about as you. Don't you see?
Oh, certainly, rejoined Nicholas. But suppose I were to turn the table and pull his nose, what then? Would that make his fortune?
Why, I don't think it would, replied Mr. Folair, scratching his head, because there wouldn't be any romance about it, and he wouldn't be favourably known. To tell you the truth, though, he didn't calculate much upon that, for you're always so mild-spoken and are so popular among the women that we didn't suspect you of showing fight. If you did, however, he has a way of getting out of it easily, depend upon that.
Has he? Rejoined Nicholas. We will try to-morrow morning. In the meantime, you can give whatever account of our interview you like best. Good night. As Mr. Folair was pretty well known among his fellow actors for a man who delighted in mischief and was by no means scrupulous, Nicholas had not much doubt but that he had secretly prompted the tragedian in the course he had taken, and moreover that he would have carried his mission with a very high hand if he had not been disconcerted by the very unexpected demonstrations with which it had been received. It was not worth his while to be serious with him, however, so he dismissed the pantomimist with a gentle hint that if he offended again it would be under the penalty of a broken head. And Mr. Folair, taking the caution in exceedingly good part, walked away to confer with his principal and give such an account of his proceedings as he might think best calculated to carry on the joke. He had no doubt reported that Nicholas was in a state of extreme bodily fear, for when that young gentleman walked with much deliberation down to the theatre next morning at the usual hour, he found all the company assembled in evident expectation, and Mr. Lenville, with his severest stage face, sitting majestically on a table, whistling defiance. Now the ladies were on the side of Nicholas, and the gentlemen, being jealous, were on the side of the disappointed tragedian, so that the latter formed a little group about the redoubtable Mr. Lenville, and the former looked on at a little distance in some trepidation and anxiety. On Nicholas stopping to salute them, Mr. Lenville laughed a scornful laugh and made some general remark touching the natural history of puppies. "Oh," said Nicholas, looking quietly round, "are you there?" "Slave," returned Mr. Lenville, flourishing his right arm and approaching Nicholas with a theatrical stride. But somehow he appeared just at that moment a little startled, as if Nicholas did not look quite so frightened as he had expected, and came all at once to an awkward halt, at which the assembled ladies burst into a shrill laugh. "Object of my scorn and hatred," said Mr. Lenville, "I hold ye in contempt." Nicholas laughed, in very unexpected enjoyment of this performance, and the ladies, by way of encouragement, laughed louder than before, whereat Mr. Lenville assumed his bitterest smile and expressed his opinion that they were minions. "But they shall not protect ye," said the tragedian, taking an upward look at Nicholas, beginning at his boots and ending at the crown of his head, and then a downward one, beginning at the crown of his head and ending at his boots, which two looks, as everybody knows, express defiance on the stage. "They shall not protect ye, boy." Thus speaking, Mr. Lenville folded his arms and treated Nicholas to that expression of face with which, in melodramatic performances, he was in the habit of regarding the tyrannical kings when they said, "Away with him to the deepest dungeon beneath the castle moat," and which, accompanied with a little jingling of fetters, had been known to produce great effects in its time. Whether it was the absence of the fetters or not,
It made no very deep impression on Mr. Lenville's adversary, however, but rather seemed to increase the good humour expressed in his countenance, in which stage of the contest one or two gentlemen who had come out expressly to witness the pulling of Nicholas's nose grew impatient, murmuring that if it were to be done at all, it had better be done at once, and that if Mr. Lenville didn't mean to do it, he had better say so and not keep them waiting there. Thus urged, the tragedian adjusted the cuff of his right coat sleeve for the performance of the operation and walked in a very stately manner up to Nicholas, who suffered him to approach to within the requisite distance, and then, without the smallest discomposure, knocked him down. Before the discomfited tragedian could raise his head from the boards, Mrs. Lenville, who, as has been before hinted, was in an interesting state, rushed from the rear rank of ladies and, uttering a piercing scream, threw herself upon the body. "Do you see this monster? Do you see this?" cried Mr. Lenville, sitting up and pointing to his prostrate lady, who was holding him very tight round the waist. "Come," said Nicholas, nodding his head, "apologize for the insolent note you wrote to me last night, and waste no more time in talking." "Never!" cried Mr. Lenville.
Yes, 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 screamed his wife. For my sake, for mine, Lenville, forgo all idle forms, unless you see me a blighted corse at your feet.
"This is affecting," said Mr. Lenville, looking round him and drawing the back of his hand across his eyes.
"The ties of nature are strong. The weak husband and the father that is yet to be, relents. I apologize."
"Humbly and submissively," said Nicholas.
"Humbly and submissively," returned the tragedian, scowling upwards, "but only to save her. For a time will come—"
"Very good," said Nicholas. "I hope Mrs. Lenville may have a good one, and when it does come, and you are a father, you shall retract it if you have the courage. There! Be careful, sir, to what lengths your jealousy carries you another time, and be careful also, before you venture too far, to ascertain your rival's temper." With this parting advice, Nicholas picked up Mr. Lenville's ash-stick, which had flown out of his hand, and breaking it in half, threw him the pieces and withdrew, bowing slightly to the spectators as he walked out. The profoundest deference was paid to Nicholas that night, and the people who had been most anxious to have his nose pulled in the morning embraced occasions of taking him aside and telling him with great feeling how very friendly they took it that he should have treated that Lenville so properly, who was a most unbearable fellow, and on whom they had all, by a remarkable coincidence, at one time or other contemplated the infliction of condign punishment, which they had only been restrained from administering by considerations of mercy. Indeed, to judge from the invariable termination of all these stories, there never was such a charitable and kind-hearted set of people as the male members of Mr. Crummles's company. Nicholas bore his triumph, as he had his success in the little world of the theatre, with the utmost moderation and good humour. The crestfallen Mr. Lenville made an expiring effort to obtain revenge by sending a boy into the gallery to hiss, but he fell a sacrifice to popular indignation and was promptly turned out without having his money back. "Well, Smike," said Nicholas when the first piece was over and he had almost finished dressing to go home, "is there any letter yet?"
"Yes," replied Smike. "I got this one from the post-office."
"From Newman Noggs?" said Nicholas, casting his eye upon the cramped direction. "It's no easy matter to make his writing out. Let me see. By dint of poring over the letter for half an hour, he contrived to make himself master of the contents, which were certainly not of a nature to set his mind at ease. Newman took upon himself to send back the £10, observing that he had ascertained that neither Mrs. Nickleby nor Kate was in actual want of money at the moment, and that a time might shortly come when Nicholas might want it more. He entreated him not to be alarmed at what he was about to say. There was no bad news. They were in good health, but he thought circumstances might occur, or were occurring, which would render it absolutely necessary that Kate should have her brother's protection, and if so, Newman said, he would write to him to that effect, either by the next post or the next but one. Nicholas read this passage very often, and the more he thought of it, the more he began to fear some treachery upon the part of Ralph. Once or twice he felt tempted to repair to London at all hazards without an hour's delay, but a little reflection assured him that if such a step were necessary, Newman would have spoken out and told him so at once. "At all events, I should prepare them here for the possibility of my going away suddenly," said Nicholas. "I should lose no time in doing that." As the thought occurred to him, he took up his hat and hurried to the green room. "Well, Mr. Johnson," said Mrs. Crummles, who was seated there in full regal costume, with the phenomenon as the maiden in her maternal arms. "Next week for Ryde, then for Winchester, then for—" "I have some reason to fear," interrupted Nicholas, "that before you leave here, my career with you will have closed." "Closed?" cried Mrs. Crummles, raising her hands in astonishment.
Closed?
cried Miss Snevellicci, trembling so much in her tights that she actually laid her hand upon the shoulder of the manageress for support.
"Why, he don't mean to say he's going!"
exclaimed Mrs. Grudden, making her way towards Mrs. Crummles.
"Hoity-toity nonsense!"
The phenomenon, being of an affectionate nature and moreover excitable, raised a loud cry, and Miss Belvawney and Miss Bravassa actually shed tears. Even the male performers stopped in their conversation and echoed the word "going," although some among them, and they had been the loudest in their congratulations that day, winked at each other as though they would not be sorry to lose such a favoured rival, an opinion indeed which the honest Mr. Folair, who was ready dressed for the savage, openly stated in so many words to a demon with whom he was sharing a pot of porter. Nicholas briefly said that he feared it would be so, although he could not yet speak with any degree of certainty, and getting away as soon as he could, went home to con Newman's letter once more and speculate upon it afresh. How trifling! All that had been occupying his time and thoughts for many weeks seemed to him during that sleepless night, and how constantly and incessantly present to his imagination was the one idea that Kate, in the midst of some great trouble and distress, might even then be looking, and vainly too, for him. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 30. Festivities are held in honour of Nicholas, who suddenly withdraws himself from the society of Mr. Vincent Crummles and his theatrical companions. Mr. Vincent Crummles was no sooner acquainted with the public announcement which Nicholas had made relative to the probability of his shortly ceasing to be a member of the company than he evinced many tokens of grief and consternation, and, in the extremity of his despair, even held out certain vague promises of a speedy improvement not only in the amount of his regular salary, but also in the contingent emoluments appertaining to his authorship. Finding Nicholas bent upon quitting the society, for he had now determined that, even if no further tidings came from Newman, he would at all hazards ease his mind by repairing to London and ascertaining the exact position of his sister, Mr. Crummles was fain to content himself by calculating the chances of his coming back again and taking prompt and energetic measures to make the most of him before he went away.
"Let me see," said Mr. Crummles, taking off his outlaw's wig, the better to arrive at a cool-headed view of the whole case. "Let me see. This is Wednesday night. We'll have posters out the first thing in the morning announcing positively your last appearance for to-morrow."
"But perhaps it may not be my last appearance, you know," said Nicholas. "Unless I am summoned away, I should be sorry to inconvenience you by leaving before the end of the week."
"So much the better," returned Mr. Crummles. "We can have positively your last appearance on Thursday, re-engagement for one night more on Friday, and, yielding to the wishes of numerous influential patrons who were disappointed in obtaining seats on Saturday, that ought to bring 3 very decent houses."
"Then I'm to make 3 last appearances, am I?" inquired Nicholas, smiling.
"Yes,"
rejoined the manager, scratching his head with an air of some vexation. 3 is not enough, and it's very bungling and irregular not to have more, but if we can't help it, we can't. So there's no use in talking. A novelty would be very desirable. You couldn't sing a comic song on a pony's back, could you?" "No," replied Nicholas, "I couldn't indeed." "It has drawn money before now," said Mr. Crummles with a look of disappointment. "What do you think of a brilliant display of fireworks?" "That it would be rather expensive," replied Nicholas dryly. 18 pence would do it," said Mr. Crummles. "You on the top of a pair of steps with the phenomenon in an attitude, farewell on a transparency behind, and 9 people at the wings with a squib in each hand, all a dozen and a half going off at once. It would be very grand. Awful from the front. Quite awful." As Nicholas appeared by no means impressed with the solemnity of the proposed effect, but, on the contrary, received the proposition in a most irreverent manner and laughed at it very heartily, Mr. Crummles abandoned the project in its birth, and gloomily observed that they must make up the best bill they could with combats and hornpipes, and so stick to the legitimate drama. For the purpose of carrying this object into instant execution, the manager at once repaired to a small dressing-room adjacent, where Mrs. Crummles was then occupied in exchanging the habiliments of a melodramatic empress for the ordinary attire of matrons in the 19th century, and with the assistance of this lady and the accomplished Mrs. Grudden, who had quite a genius for making out bills, being a great hand at throwing in the notes of admiration, and knowing from long experience exactly where the largest capitals ought to go, he seriously applied himself to the composition of the poster. "Hey-ho!" sighed Nicholas as he drew himself back in the prompter's chair, after telegraphing the needful directions to Smike, who had been playing a meagre tailor in the interlude, with one skirt to his coat, and a little pocket-handkerchief with a large hole in it, and a woollen nightcap, and a red nose, and other distinctive marks peculiar to tailors on the stage. "Hey-ho! I wish all this were over."
"Over, Mr. Johnson?" repeated a female voice behind him in a kind of plaintive surprise.
"It was an ungallant speech, certainly," said Nicholas, looking up to see who the speaker was and recognizing Miss Snevellicci. "I would not have made it if I had known you had been within hearing."
"What a dear that Mr. Digby is!"
said Miss Snevellicci as the tailor went off on the opposite side at the end of the piece with great applause. Smike's theatrical name was Digby. "I'll tell him presently, for his gratification, that you said so," returned Nicholas.
"Oh, you naughty thing!"
rejoined Miss Snevellicci.
"I don't know, though, that I should much mind his knowing my opinion of him. With some other people, indeed, it might be—"
Here Miss Snevellicci stopped, as though waiting to be questioned, but no questioning came, for Nicholas was thinking about more serious matters.
"How kind it is of you,"
resumed Miss Snevellicci after a short silence,
"to sit waiting here for him night after night, no matter how tired you are, and taking so much pains with him, and doing it all with as much delight and readiness as if you were coining gold by it."
"He well deserves all the kindness I can show him, and a great deal more," said Nicholas. "He is the most grateful, single-hearted, affectionate creature that ever breathed."
"So odd, too," remarked Miss Snevellicci, "isn't he?"
"God help him, and those who have made him so. He is indeed," rejoined Nicholas, shaking his head.
"He is such a devilish close chap,"
said Mr. Folair, who had come up a little before and now joined in the conversation.
"Nobody can ever get anything out of him."
"What should they get out of him?" asked Nicholas, turning round with some abruptness.
"Zooks! What a fire eater you are, Johnson!"
returned Mr. Folair, pulling up the heel of his dancing shoe.
"I'm only talking of the natural curiosity of the people here to know what he has been about all his life."
"Poor fellow! It is pretty plain, I should think, that he has not the intellect to have been about anything of much importance to them or anybody else," said Nicholas.
"Aye,"
rejoined the actor, contemplating the effect of his face in a lamp reflector,
"but that involves the whole question, you know."
"What question?" asked Nicholas.
"Why, who he is, and what he is, and how you two, who are so different, came to be such close companions."
replied Mr. Folair, delighted with the opportunity of saying something disagreeable. "That's in everybody's mouth." "The everybody of the theatre, I suppose," said Nicholas contemptuously. "In it and out of it too," replied the actor. "Why, you know, Lenville says—" "I thought I had silenced him effectually," interrupted Nicholas, reddening. "Perhaps you have," rejoined the immovable Mr. Folair. "If you have, he said this before he was silenced. Lenville says that you're a regular stick of an actor, and that it's only the mystery about you that has caused you to go down with the people here, and that Crummles keeps it up for his own sake, though Lenville says he don't believe there's anything at all in it except your having got into a scrape and run away from somewhere for doing something or other." "Oh," said Nicholas, forcing a smile. "That's part of what he says," added Mr. Folair. "I mention it as the friend of both parties and in strict confidence. I don't agree with him, you know. He says he takes Digby to be more knave than fool, and old Fluggers, who does the heavy business, you know, he says that when he delivered messages at Covent Garden the season before last, there used to be a pickpocket hovering about the coach-stand who had exactly the face of Digby. Though, as he very properly says, Digby may not be the same, but only his brother or some near relation." "Oh!" cried Nicholas again. "Yes," said Mr. Folair, with undisturbed calmness. "That's what they say. I thought I'd tell you, because really you ought to know." "Oh, here's this blessed phenomenon at last. Ugh, you little imposition. I should like to—" "Quite ready, my darling." "Humbug! Ring up Mrs. G. and let the favourite wake 'em." Uttering in a loud voice such of the latter allusions as were complimentary to the unconscious phenomenon, and giving the rest in a confidential aside to Nicholas, Mr. Folair followed the ascent of the curtain with his eyes, regarded with a sneer the reception of Miss Crummles as the maiden, and, falling back a step or two to advance with the better effect, uttered a preliminary howl and went on, chattering his teeth and brandishing his tin tomahawk as the Indian savage. "So these are some of the stories they invent about us and bandy from mouth to mouth," thought Nicholas. "If a man would commit an inexpiable offence against any society, large or small, let him be successful. They will forgive him any crime but that." "You surely don't mind what that malicious creature says, Mr. Johnson?" observed Miss Snevellicci in her most winning tones. "Not I," replied Nicholas. "If I were going to remain here, I might think it worth my while to embroil myself. As it is, let them talk till they are hoarse. But here," added Nicholas as Smike approached, "here comes the subject of a portion of their good nature, so let he and I say good night together." "No, I will not let either of you say anything of the kind," returned Miss Snevellicci. "You must come home and see mamma, who only came to Portsmouth to-day and is dying to behold you. Led, my dear, persuade Mr. Johnson." "Oh, I'm sure," returned Miss Ledrook with considerable vivacity, "if you can't persuade him—" Miss Ledrook said no more, but intimated by a dexterous playfulness that if Miss Snevellicci couldn't persuade him, nobody could. "Mr. and Mrs. Lillyvick have taken lodgings in our house and share our sitting-room for the present," said Miss Snevellicci. "Won't that induce you—" "Surely," returned Nicholas, "I can require no possible inducement beyond your invitation." "Oh, no, I dare say," rejoined Miss Snevellicci, and Miss Ledrook said, "Upon my word." Upon which Miss Snevellicci said that Miss Ledrook was a giddy thing, and Miss Ledrook said that Miss Snevellicci needn't colour up quite so much, and Miss Snevellicci beat Miss Ledrook, and Miss Ledrook beat Miss Snevellicci. "Come," said Miss Ledrook, "it's high time we were there, or we shall have poor Mrs. Snevellicci thinking that you've run away with her daughter, Mr. Johnson, and then we should have a pretty to-do." "My dear Led," remonstrated Miss Snevellicci, "how you do talk!" Miss Ledrook made no answer, but taking Smike's arm in hers, left her friend and Nicholas to follow at their pleasure, which it pleased them, or rather pleased Nicholas, who had no great fancy for a tete-a-tete under the circumstances, to do at once. There were not wanting matters of conversation when they reached the street, for it turned out that Miss Snevellicci had a small basket to carry home, and Miss Ledrook a small bandbox, both containing such minor articles of theatrical costume as the lady performers usually carried to and fro every evening. Nicholas would insist upon carrying the basket, and Miss Snevellicci would insist upon carrying it herself, which gave rise to a struggle, in which Nicholas captured the basket and the bandbox likewise. Then Nicholas said that he wondered what could possibly be inside the basket, and attempted to peep in, whereat Miss Snevellicci screamed and declared that if she thought he had seen, she was sure she should faint away. This declaration was followed by a similar attempt on the bandbox, and similar demonstrations on the part of Miss Ledrook, and then both ladies vowed that they wouldn't move a step further until Nicholas had promised that he wouldn't offer to peep again. At last Nicholas pledged himself to betray no further curiosity, and they walked on, both ladies giggling very much and declaring that they never had seen such a wicked creature in all their born days. Never. Lightening the way with such pleasantry as this, they arrived at the tailor's house in no time, and here they made quite a little party, there being present besides Mr. Lillyvick and Mrs. Lillyvick not only Miss Snevellicci's mamma, but her papa also. And an uncommonly fine man Miss Snevellicci's papa was, with a hook nose, and a white forehead, and curly black hair, and high cheek-bones, and altogether quite a handsome face, only a little pimply as though with drinking. He had a very broad chest, had Miss Snevellicci's papa, and he wore a threadbare blue dress-coat, buttoned with gilt buttons tight across it, and he no sooner saw Nicholas come into the room than he whipped the two forefingers of his right hand in between the two centre buttons, and sticking his other arm gracefully akimbo, seemed to say, "Now here I am, my buck, and what have you got to say to me?" Such was, and in such an attitude sat Miss Snevellicci's papa, who had been in the profession ever since he had first played the 10-year-old imps in the Christmas pantomimes, who could sing a little, dance a little, fence a little, act a little, and do everything a little, but not much, who had been sometimes in the ballet and sometimes in the chorus at every theatre in London, who was always selected in virtue of his figure to play the military visitors and the speechless nobleman, who always wore a smart dress and came on arm in arm with the smart lady in short petticoats, and always did it too with such an air that people in the pit had been several times known to cry out "Bravo!" under the impression that he was somebody. Such was Miss Snevellicci's papa, upon whom some envious persons cast the imputation that he occasionally beat Miss Snevellicci's mamma, who was still a dancer, with a neat little figure and some remains of good looks, and who now sat, as she danced, being rather too old for the full glare of the footlights, in the background. To these good people Nicholas was presented with much formality. The introduction being completed, Miss Snevellicci's papa, who was scented with rum and water, said that he was delighted to make the acquaintance of a gentleman so highly talented, and furthermore remarked that there hadn't been such a hit made, no, not since the first appearance of his friend Mr. Glavormelly at the Coburg. "You have seen him, sir?" said Miss Snevellicci's papa. "No, really, I never did," replied Nicholas. "You never saw my friend Glavormelly, sir?" said Miss Snevellicci's papa. "Then you have never seen acting yet. If he had lived—" "Oh, he is dead, is he?" interrupted Nicholas. "He is," said Mr. Snevellicci, "but he isn't in Westminster Abbey. More's the shame. He was well, no matter. He is gone to that bourne from whence no traveller returns. I hope he is appreciated there." So saying, Miss Snevellicci's papa rubbed the tip of his nose with a very yellow silk handkerchief and gave the company to understand that these recollections overcame him. "Well, Mr. Lillyvick," said Nicholas, "and how are you?" "Quite well, sir," replied the collector. "There is nothing like the married state, sir, depend upon it." "Indeed?" said Nicholas, laughing. "Ah, nothing like it, sir," replied Mr. Lillyvick solemnly. "How do you think," whispered the collector, drawing him aside, "how do you think she looks to-night?" "As handsome as ever," replied Nicholas, glancing at the late Miss Petowker. "Why, there's air about her, sir," whispered the collector, "that I never saw in anybody. Look at her, how she moves to put the kettle on. There, isn't it fascination, sir?" "You're a lucky man," said Nicholas. rejoined the collector. No. Do you think I am, though, eh? Perhaps I may be, perhaps I may be. I say I couldn't have done much better if I had been a young man, could I? You couldn't have done much better yourself, could you, eh? Could you? With such inquiries, and many more such, Mr. Lillyvick jerked his elbow into Nicholas's side and chuckled till his face became quite purple in the attempt to keep down his satisfaction. By this time the cloth had been laid, under the joint superintendence of all the ladies, upon two tables put together, one being high and narrow, and the other low and broad. There were oysters at the top, sausages at the bottom, a pair of snuffers in the centre, and baked potatoes wherever it was most convenient to put them. Two additional chairs were brought in from the bedroom. Miss Snevellicci sat at the head of the table, and Mr. Lillyvick at the foot, and Nicholas had not only the honour of sitting next Miss Snevellicci, but of having Miss Snevellicci's mamma on his right hand, and Miss Snevellicci's papa over the way. In short, he was the hero of the feast, and when the table was cleared and something warm introduced, Miss Snevellicci's papa got up and proposed his health in a speech containing such affecting allusions to his coming departure that Miss Snevellicci wept and was compelled to retire into the bedroom.
"Hush! Don't take any notice of it," said Miss Ledrook, peeping in from the bedroom. "Say, when she comes back, that she exerts herself too much." Miss Ledrook eked out this speech with so many mysterious nods and frowns before she shut the door again that a profound silence came upon all the company, during which Miss Snevellicci's papa looked very big indeed, several sizes larger than life, at everybody in turn, but particularly at Nicholas, and kept on perpetually emptying his tumbler and filling it again, until the ladies returned in a cluster, with Miss Snevellicci among them. "You needn't alarm yourself a bit, Mr. Snevellicci," said Mrs. Lillyvick. "She is only a little weak and nervous. She has been so ever since the morning." "Oh," said Mr. Snevellicci, "that's all, is it?" "Oh, yes, that's all. Don't make a fuss about it," cried all the ladies together. Now this was not exactly the kind of reply suited to Mr. Snevellicci's importance as a man and a father, so he picked out the unfortunate Mrs. Snevellicci and asked her what the devil she meant by talking to him in that way. "Oh, dear me, my dear," said Mrs. Snevellicci.
"Don't call me your dear, ma'am," said Mr. Snevellicci, "if you please."
"Pray, Pa, don't," interposed Miss Snevellicci.
"Don't what, my child?"
"Talk in that way."
"Why not?" said Mr. Snevellicci. "I hope you don't suppose there's anybody here who is to prevent my talking as I like?"
"Nobody wants to, Pa," rejoined his daughter.
"Nobody would if they did want to," said Mr. Snevellicci. "I am not ashamed of myself. Snevellicci is my name. I'm to be found in Broad Court, Bow Street, when I'm in town. If I'm not at home, let any man ask for me at the stage door. Damn, they know me at the stage door, I suppose. Most men have seen my portrait at the cigar shop round the corner. I've been mentioned in the newspapers before now, haven't I? Talk? I'll tell you what. If I found out that any man had been tampering with the affections of my daughter, I wouldn't talk. I'd astonish him without talking. That's my way." So saying, Mr. Snevellicci struck the palm of his left hand 3 smart blows with his clenched fist, pulled a phantom nose with his right thumb and forefinger, and swallowed another glassful at a draught. "That's my way," repeated Mr. Snevellicci. Most public characters have their failings, and the truth is that Mr. Snevellicci was a little addicted to drinking, or, if the whole truth was to be told, that he was scarcely ever sober. He knew in his cups 3 distinct stages of intoxication: the dignified, the quarrelsome, the amorous. When professionally engaged, he never got beyond the dignified. In private circles he went through all 3, passing from one to another with a rapidity of transition often rather perplexing to those who had not the honour of his acquaintance. Thus Mr. Snevellicci had no sooner swallowed another glassful than he smiled upon all present in happy forgetfulness of having exhibited symptoms of pugnacity, and proposed, "The ladies, bless their hearts,"
in a most vivacious manner. "I love 'em," said Mr. Snevellicci, looking round the table. "I love 'em. Every one." "Not every one," reasoned Mr. Lillyvick mildly. "Yes, every one," repeated Mr. Snevellicci. "That would include the married ladies, you know," said Mr. Lillyvick. "I love them too, sir," said Mr. Snevellicci. The collector looked into the surrounding faces with an aspect of grave astonishment, seeming to say, "This is a nice man," and appeared a little surprised that Mrs. Lillyvick's manner yielded no evidences of horror and indignation. "One good turn deserves another," said Mr. Snevellicci. "I love 'em, and they love me." And as if this avowal were not made in sufficient disregard and defiance of all moral obligations, what did Mr. Snevellicci do? He winked. Winked openly and undisguisedly, winked with his right eye, upon Henrietta Lillyvick. The collector fell back in his chair in the intensity of his astonishment. If anybody had winked at her as Henrietta Petowker, it would have been indecorous in the last degree, but as Mrs. Lillyvick. While he thought of it in a cold perspiration and wondered whether it was possible that he could be dreaming, Mr. Snevellicci repeated the wink, and drinking to Mrs. Lillyvick in dumb show, actually blew her a kiss. Mr. Lillyvick left his chair, walked straight up to the other end of the table, and fell upon him. Literally fell upon him, instantaneously. Mr. Lillyvick was no light weight, and consequently when he fell upon Mr. Snevellicci fell under the table. Mr. Lillyvick followed him, and the ladies screamed. "What is the matter with the men? Are they mad?" cried Nicholas, diving under the table, dragging up the collector by main force, and thrusting him, all doubled up, into a chair as if he had been a stuffed figure. "What do you mean to do? What do you want to do? What is the matter with you?" While Nicholas raised up the collector, Smike had performed the same office for Mr. Snevellicci, who now regarded his late adversary in tipsy amazement. "Look here, sir," replied Mr. Lillyvick, pointing to his astonished wife. "Here is purity and elegance combined, whose feelings have been outraged, violated, sir." "Lor, what nonsense he talks!" exclaimed Mrs. Lillyvick in answer to the inquiring look of Nicholas. "Nobody has said anything to me." "Said, Henrietta?" cried the collector. "Didn't I see him?" Mr. Lillyvick couldn't bring himself to utter the word, but he counterfeited the motion of the eye. "Well," cried Mrs. Lillyvick, "do you suppose nobody is ever to look at me? A pretty thing to be married indeed, if that was the law." "You didn't mind it?" cried the collector. "Mind it?" repeated Mrs. Lillyvick contemptuously. "You ought to go down on your knees and beg everybody's pardon. That you ought." "Pardon, my dear?" said the dismayed collector. "Yes, and mine first," replied Mrs. Lillyvick. "Do you suppose I ain't the best judge of what's proper and what's improper?" "To be sure," cried all the ladies. "Do you suppose we shouldn't be the first to speak if there was anything that ought to be taken notice of?" "Do you suppose they don't know, sir?" said Miss Snevellicci's papa, pulling up his collar and muttering something about a punching of heads and being only withheld by considerations of age, with which Miss Snevellicci's papa looked steadily and sternly at Mr. Lillyvick for some seconds, and then rising deliberately from his chair, kissed the ladies all round, beginning with Mrs. Lillyvick. The unhappy collector looked piteously at his wife, as if to see whether there was any one trait of Miss Petowker left in Mrs. Lillyvick, and finding too surely that there was not, begged pardon of all the company with great humility, and sat down such a crestfallen, dispirited, disenchanted man that despite all his selfishness and dotage he was quite an object of compassion. Miss Snevellicci's papa, being greatly exalted by this triumph and incontestable proof of his popularity with the fair sex, quickly grew convivial, not to say uproarious, volunteering more than one song of no inconsiderable length, and regaling the social circle between whiles with recollections of divers splendid women who had been supposed to entertain a passion for himself, several of whom he toasted by name, taking occasion to remark at the same time that if he had been a little more alive to his own interest, he might have been rolling at that moment in his chariot and four. These reminiscences appeared to awaken no very torturing pangs in the breast of Mrs. Snevellicci, who was sufficiently occupied in descanting to Nicholas upon the manifold accomplishments and merits of her daughter. Nor was the young lady herself at all behindhand in displaying her choicest allurements, but these, heightened as they were by the artifices of Miss Ledrook, had no effect whatever in increasing the attentions of Nicholas, who, with the precedent of Miss Squeers still fresh in his memory, steadily resisted every fascination and placed so strict a guard upon his behaviour that when he had taken his leave the ladies were unanimous in pronouncing him quite a monster of insensibility. Next day the posters appeared in due course, and the public were informed in all the colours of the rainbow and in letters afflicted with every possible variation of spinal deformity, how that Mr. Johnson would have the honour of making his last appearance that evening, and how that an early application for places was requested, in consequence of the extraordinary overflow attendant on his performances. It being a remarkable fact in theatrical history, but one long since established beyond dispute, that it is a hopeless endeavour to attract people to a theatre unless they can be first brought to believe that they will never get into it. Nicholas was somewhat at a loss, when entering the theatre at night, to account for the unusual perturbation and excitement visible in the countenances of all the company. But he was not long in doubt as to the cause, for before he could make any inquiry respecting it, Mr. Crummles approached, and in an agitated tone of voice informed him that there was a London manager in the boxes. "It's the phenomenon, depend upon it, sir," said Crummles, dragging Nicholas to the little hole in the curtain that he might look through at the London manager. "I have not the smallest doubt it's the fame of the phenomenon. That's the man, him in the great coat and no shirt collar. She shall have £10 a week, Johnson. She shall not appear on the London boards for a farthing less. They shan't engage her either unless they engage Mrs. Crummles too. £20 a week for the pair. Or, I'll tell you what, I'll throw in myself and the two boys, and they shall have the family for 30. I can't say further than that. They must take us all, if none of us will go without the others. That's the way some of the London people do, and it always answers. £30 a week, it's too cheap, Johnson. It's dirt cheap." Nicholas replied that it certainly was, and Mr. Vincent Crummles, taking several huge pinches of snuff to compose his feelings, hurried away to tell Mrs. Crummles that he had quite settled the only terms that could be accepted, and had resolved not to abate one single farthing. When everybody was dressed and the curtain went up, the excitement occasioned by the presence of the London manager increased 1,000-fold. Everybody happened to know that the London manager had come down specially to witness his or her own performance, and all were in a flutter of anxiety and expectation. Some of those who were not on in the first scene hurried to the wings, and there stretched their necks to have a peep at him. Others stole up into the two little private boxes over the stage doors, and from that position reconnoitred the London manager. Once the London manager was seen to smile. He smiled at the comic countryman's pretending to catch a bluebottle, while Mrs. Crummles was making her greatest effect. "Very good, my fine fellow," said Mr. Crummles, shaking his fist at the comic countryman when he came off. "You'll leave this company next Saturday night." In the same way, everybody who was on the stage beheld no audience but one individual. Everybody played to the London manager. When Mr. Lenville, in a sudden burst of passion, called the Emperor a miscreant, and then biting his glove said, "But I must dissemble," instead of looking gloomily at the boards and so waiting for his cue, as is proper in such cases, he kept his eye fixed upon the London manager. When Miss Bravassa sang her song at her lover, who according to custom stood ready to shake hands with her between the verses, they looked not at each other but at the London manager. Mr. Crummles died point-blank at him, and when the two guards came in to take the body off after a very hard death, it was seen to open its eyes and glance at the London manager. At length the London manager was discovered to be asleep, and shortly after that he woke up and went away. whereupon all the company fell foul of the unhappy comic countryman, declaring that his buffoonery was the sole cause, and Mr. Crummles said that he had put up with it a long time, but that he really couldn't stand it any longer, and therefore would feel obliged by his looking out for another engagement. All this was the occasion of much amusement to Nicholas, whose only feeling upon the subject was one of sincere satisfaction that the great man went away before he appeared. He went through his part in the 2 last pieces as briskly as he could, and having been received with unbounded favour and unprecedented applause, so said the bills for next day, which had been printed an hour or 2 before, he took Smike's arm and walked home to bed. With the post next morning came a letter from Newman Noggs, very inky, very short, very dirty, very small, and very mysterious, urging Nicholas to return to London instantly, not to lose an instant, to be there that night if possible. "I will," said Nicholas. "Heaven knows I have remained here for the best and sorely against my own will, but even now I may have dallied too long. What can have happened? Smike, my good fellow, here, take my purse, put our things together, and pay what little debts we owe, quick, and we shall be in time for the morning coach. I will only tell them that we are going, and will return to you immediately." So saying, he took his hat, and hurrying away to the lodgings of Mr. Crummles, applied his hand to the knocker with such hearty good will that he awakened that gentleman, who was still in bed, and caused Mr. Bulph, the pilot, to take his morning's pipe very nearly out of his mouth, in the extremity of his surprise. The door being opened, Nicholas ran upstairs without any ceremony, and bursting into the darkened sitting-room on the one-pair front, found that the 2 Master Crummleses had sprung out of the sofa bedstead and were putting on their clothes with great rapidity, under the impression that it was the middle of the night and the next house was on fire. Before he could undeceive them, Mr. Crummles came down in a flannel gown and nightcap, and to him Nicholas briefly explained that circumstances had occurred which rendered it necessary for him to repair to London immediately. "So, good-bye," said Nicholas. "Good-bye, good-bye." He was half-way downstairs before Mr. Crummles had sufficiently recovered his surprise to gasp out something about the posters. I can't help it," replied Nicholas. "Set whatever I may have earned this week against them, or, if that will not repay you, say at once what will. Quick, quick." "We'll cry quits about that," returned Crummles. "But can't we have one last night more?" "Not an hour, not a minute," replied Nicholas impatiently. "Won't you stop to say something to Mrs. Crummles?" asked the manager, following him down to the door. "I couldn't stop if it were to prolong my life a score of years," rejoined Nicholas. "Here, take my hand, and with it my hearty thanks. Oh, that I should have been fooling here!" Accompanying these words with an impatient stamp upon the ground, he tore himself from the manager's detaining grasp, and darting rapidly down the street, was out of sight in an instant. "Dear me, said Mr. Crummles, looking wistfully towards the point at which he had just disappeared. "If he only acted like that, what a deal of money he'd draw! He should have kept upon this circuit. He'd have been very useful to me, but he don't know what's good for him. He's an impetuous youth. Young men are rash, very rash." Mr. Crummles, being in a moralizing mood, might possibly have moralized for some minutes longer if he had not mechanically put his hand towards his waistcoat pocket where he was accustomed to keep his snuff. The absence of any pocket at all in the usual direction suddenly recalled to his recollection the fact that he had no waistcoat on, and this leading him to a contemplation of the extreme scantiness of his attire, he shut the door abruptly and retired upstairs with great precipitation. Smike had made good speed while Nicholas was absent, and with his help everything was soon ready for their departure. They scarcely stopped to take a morsel of breakfast, and in less than half an hour arrived at the coach-office, quite out of breath with the haste they had made to reach it in time. There were yet a few minutes to spare, so, having secured the places, Nicholas hurried into a slop-seller's hard by and bought Smike a greatcoat. It would have been rather large for a substantial yeoman, but the shopman, averring, and with considerable truth, that it was a most uncommon fit, Nicholas would have purchased it in his impatience if it had been twice the size. As they hurried up to the coach, which was now in the open street and all ready for starting, Nicholas was not a little astonished to find himself suddenly clutched in a close and violent embrace which nearly took him off his legs, Nor was his amazement at all lessened by hearing the voice of Mr. Crummles exclaim, "It is he, my friend, my friend!"
"Bless my heart!" cried Nicholas, struggling in the manager's arms. "What are you about?"
The manager made no reply, but strained him to his breast again, exclaiming as he did so, "Farewell, my noble, my lion-hearted boy!" In fact, Mr. Crummles, who could never lose any opportunity for professional display, had turned out for the express purpose of taking a public farewell of Nicholas, and to render it the more imposing, he was now, to that young gentleman's most profound annoyance, inflicting upon him a rapid succession of stage embraces, which, as everybody knows, are performed by the embracer's laying his or her chin on the shoulder of the object of affection and looking over it. This Mr. Crummles did in the highest style of melodrama, pouring forth at the same time all the most dismal forms of farewell he could think of out of the stock pieces. Nor was this all, for the elder Master Crummles was going through a similar ceremony with Smike, while Master Percy Crummles, with a very little second-hand camlet cloak worn theatrically over his left shoulder, stood by in the attitude of an attendant officer waiting to convey the two victims to the scaffold. The lookers-on laughed very heartily, and as it was as well to put a good face upon the matter, Nicholas laughed too when he had succeeded in disengaging himself and rescuing the astonished Smike, climbed up to the coach-roof after him, and kissed his hand in honour of the absent Mrs. Crummles as they rolled away. End of chapter 30.